Hey everybody, welcome in. Today I have the most amazing document to share with you guys. My name is Kara Burrell. Sometimes I go by Nuanso. I'm going to jump right into it today. This is a document that kept me up till 4 a.m. the other night when I was able to download it and read it. It is everything that I've wanted in a document for a very long time, coming out of the Tim Ballard saga and case. So if you don't follow this channel, you should be, but one of the things that I like to do is discuss Tim Ballard, the person who founded Operation Underground Railroad, is the person behind the Sound of Freedom movie, and it turns out a guy who is a big fake fraud. I'm putting up the documents that I'm able to get access to now up on my Patreon. And it's just $5 a month and recurring donation if you want it to be. We put all of these podcasts and videos up there. You can watch them ad free. And I just dropped another document yesterday called Tim Ballard doesn't really want you to see this kind of document. He put up this 54-page letter to the church, the prophets and the first counselors of the church a couple weeks ago, in conjunction with this Backfire series that he's doing about exposing the church's deep state. And what it reveals in this letter is basically his entire argument for why he should be let back in the church. It's addressed to the leaders of the church after they excommunicated him. And so he lost both of his, I think he appealed twice. And now that he can't get back in the church, now he's calling them out for satanic ritual sex abuse. So that's one of the main things we've been covering on this channel, as you might know. But he took that document down yesterday. And it makes me wonder why. Partially because it shows that he still reveres and looks up to the prophets, while also simultaneously calling them people who have absolutely no, what's the word I'm looking for? Discernment that you're supposed to have in Mormonism, that there's satanic ritual abuse happening in their church and in their PR department. So probably some conflict of interest there. So if you want to read that document, it's up on my Patreon, and I would love if you guys can support this channel any way that you can. And this document I'm going to be reading today, if you want to go through it yourself, can also be read over on our Patreon. Kind of just read it out there for people who want to listen to it, because I had to read it myself. I couldn't put any document into the Speechify app like I normally do and then go do my dishes and listen to Gwyneth Paltrow's AI voice tell me what, hundreds of legal documents say. I wasn't able to do that with this document because it's written as an actual transcript, a document called a, Ryan, help me out. What's the word I'm looking for? Deposition. Ryan Fisher's in the house. Welcome, everybody. Give it up for our guy, Ryan, who just went on Greg Madsen's show this week. Is it Quick Channel or Seawick Channel? I don't never know. But he crushed it. Quick. All right. Well, it's a channel that is a pro-Mormon channel, and it's wonderful to have you back in our heathenist good graces, Ryan. But how did your interview with Greg go?
I thought it went great. This was probably the first high-profile pro Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints podcaster, influencer that is taking up the cause, and gave me the opportunity to put forth my viewpoints on that. And I thought it went really well. Greg had interviewed some of the women who have accused him of sexual assault early on when the allegations came out. And so he's been sitting on this for a while, and he's been doing a lot of research, and he's done his homework. And he found that the stuff that we're presenting on here on the Timmy Did What podcast is credible, it's evidence-based, and it's all backed by documents and testimonies. And so he invited me on to share some of my perspectives on his channel for a pro-Mormon audience, which is huge, absolutely huge. We've been talking to people that our audience, is a lot more open-minded than the mainstream normal active members of the church. And so for somebody like Greg to give me a chance to explain things, and for him to put forth his own understanding of the situation, that is absolutely devastating to Tim's funding base. The people in Utah, the people in the church around have really are the ones that built him up. So this is such a huge step for dismantling, deplatforming and dismantling his money making machine, his propaganda spreading machine. So this is a huge step. And I don't know if the interview that aired yesterday had anything to do with Tim taking down the letter. But if you just go through the comments, there's like already 600 of them on his channel. He's getting destroyed, man. He's getting destroyed in the comment section. Yeah, Tim.
Are you saying
Tim is actually getting.
Oh, good.
Tim is getting eviscerated in the comment section by active members of the church who see through his BS. And
yes.
So it's not just us ex-Mormons that have a bone to pick, that are jaded, cynical, anti-church, whatever you want to call us. It's now he's getting heat from the active, faithful members of the church too. So, damn, it's not a good day to be Tim Ballard.
Yeah. And we're going to do another episode discussing the comments, the Mormon response to this, maybe later next week. So if you guys wouldn't mind going out to Greg Mattson's channel, and it's a video that just came out yesterday. I'll put it in the comments, or the description in a minute. But go leave Ryan some love. Go listen to it. I actually learned a lot. I do a podcast with you. I thought I knew everything, but I actually did learn a lot. Yeah. Ryan tells some of the most egregious stories of things that Tim was aware of, and the victims that he's harmed along the way, in a very convincing and angelic way for this pro LDS podcasting audience. Okay, we're in the document now. Everybody, thank you for being here. You know the drill. There is buttons down below, links for our Patreon, for our donor box, for our Venmo. Christmas is coming up, and I know that you have so much love in your heart that you want to spread the joy. This podcast would love a donation this time of year. So me and Ryan, we make this out of our own free will and choice, but our sometimes to our own detriment. And if you appreciate what we do, again, you can help us on Patreon and get some access to some super cool perks. But anything you can do to support the podcast, a like, a comment, subscribing, all that good stuff. And then I will love you forever. So super chats are also welcome. Put those up on screen. We'll read out your comment as well. So welcome to the Timmy Did What podcast. Exhibit J. Doesn't that just fill you with so much joy? And I'll kind of take feedback from the live audience about how much commentary you want from us, because it was my initial idea to just kind of read the document and let people draw their own conclusions. But I'm already having so much fun. And I stayed up till 4 a.m. the other night reading this because I could not put it down. So that has something to do with how fascinating the revelations are from Jon Lines. So I don't think we need too much explanation about who he is, because he will explain that in the deposition. I'm so excited for you guys to react to this. I had to read this alone in my bedroom in the middle of the night. Okay, so basically it starts with Suzette Rasmussen, who is the lawyer who represents the various women who filed a lawsuit against him, and goes through the normal pleasantries. May I call you John? Current occupation, he's retired, hasn't been deposed before. And do you understand that you are under oath and obligated to provide truthful answers today? Can you summarize your professional background at Homeland Security Investigations, known as HSI? All right. So Jon Lines, the former chief operations officer, this is kind of the background story of how he first began to know Tim Ballard. Yes, well, I began my professional federal career in 1992 with the Department of Justice, Immigration, Naturalized Service. That was prior to the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. The idea he goes into is extremely vast knowledge on all of these things related to criminal justice and catching bad guys. And the way that these depositions are written, you have to go like 6, 7. I said 6, 7. It's one of those things where you can look back at your professional career, and I'm very proud of the things that I accomplished and very happy about the things that I was able to do in the service of our country and our communities. All right. Suzette says, thank you. Thank you. That's quite a distinguished career. And thank you for your service. How many years did your career span before you retired? 24. Okay. Thank you. Can you summarize your professional background at Operation Underground Railroad for us? Operation Underground Railroad was and it was at the request of Tim. Many, many inquiries from Tim. After he left the Department of Homeland Security, he called me many times to ask me to join his team. And so it was in 2016, I joined the team at Operation Underground Railroad as the Executive Vice President of Operations, wherein my responsibilities included a quality control to make sure operations were done correctly, to improve managerial efficiencies, to oversee the execution of OUR, not only our domestic operations, but our international operations. And I was more or less an ad hoc manager for quite a time, part of the executive management team who coordinated efforts to try to make sure that we had a legitimate strategy vision, we had efficiencies for managing funds and employees, we encouraged positive morale, transparency, accountability, professionalism within, and not only inherently, but outward facing. Those were the things that I really, really wanted to emphasize to make sure that we tried to improve and become as professional an organization as possible. Question, and you touched on this a bit when you were summarizing your professional background, but can you tell me a little bit more about your professional experience in human trafficking investigations? Yeah, we did conduct a few human trafficking investigations. In fact, based on my experience, I was designated when I was a special assistant special agent in charge of a multi-state regional manager for the Homeland Security Certified Underground program, where I ensured quality controls of everything we did in an undercover capacity. This wasn't just casual undercover meetings or surveillance, which most agents will do sometime in their career, where we ask them to go and sit in a restaurant and see if you can see or hear something and pose as a waiter, or on occasion, go in and try to bump someone, which is basically visit with someone and see if you can elicit information out of them. These were certified undercovers where we had deep involvement, where we had undercover operatives who were trained, who were actually experienced, who were given the techniques, trainings, and tools to be able to deal with the dynamics of undercover work. We not only deal with the undercover work and the execution, the planning, but also the execution of those. We would do the pre-planning, we would oversee the execution, then we would do the afterwatch, making sure that we had learned lessons from those situations and experiences. And so undercover work was one of my areas of expertise in the government. I was often called upon to make sure that we were doing things properly with integrity, to make sure that everything was done ethically, making sure that the evidence was gathered in a way that it was court-worthy, making sure it was insured. And this was very, very always important to me, the safety of our undercover operatives, the well-being of those people who we sent in harm's way, to make sure that they were trying to do the bidding of the U.S. government. And that was something that I was very cognizant of, is we were sending real people into harm's way, and we wanted to make sure they were safe professionally and personally. Question, and you mentioned that Mr. Ballard approached you, contacted you multiple times asking you to join Operation Underground Railroad. Would you say it's because of your expertise, his knowledge of your expertise, and your integrity that he reached out to you? So when I say Eisenhut, that's Tim's Tim's lawyer objecting. So I'll just say there's objections. Eisenhut is going and says thing. Anyway, witness. That was the case. He talked many times about, in fact, he would call and say, Johnny, this place has gone crazy. People are sending money our way like no other. It was very unexpected. Again, it's so difficult to go 12, 13. So unexpected. When did you say this place had gone crazy? What place are you referring to? He's talking about OUR because he would call me and give me updates about what he was doing after he left Operation Underground Railroad, after he left the government. And he would call and say, it's amazing how many people are really interested in this cause. And I said, justifiably so, Tim. I says, it's a great, worthwhile cause. And he said, but I really, really need someone to help me oversee management and administration of things that I just don't have the capacity to do. Did he give any explanation about what he meant by this place is going crazy? Growth and notoriety, and the fact that people were really, really very, very much in support of the cause. So I'll pause there. So in summary, a long credentialed career by somebody who knows just about everything a person can know when working for the federal government with all the resources before them about undercover work and how to run operations that would potentially be very beneficial to Tim Ballard and OUR if that was Tim's intention to do. So, Ryan, any reaction so far?
Yeah. It's a great move for Tim to bring in somebody with his kind of background and expertise, because he's exactly what they needed. Now, to put this in context, at the time, about 2016, OUR was getting some major pushback from credible nonprofit organizations that were denouncing their sting operation tactics, sending in, regular people to walk the beaches, comb the beaches, and look for kids, start waving around money, asking people at random if they had kids that they would sell them for sexual purposes. And so Tim and OUR was getting major criticism from credible nonprofit organizations by 2016 already. And so Tim needed to clean up his act majorly. And this seems like the right direction to go, to bring on somebody who can not only regain like the trust and credibility of OUR, but also conduct things in a moral, ethical way. However, as we know where the story goes, it doesn't go down that way.
It does not. Yeah. So one of the things that we're going to get into is just how much Tim, as we've heard from many different people, Tim is kind of an egomaniac. I mean, the narcissism is kind of on full display, obviously, but when he's running OUR, people who do come in with more experience than him, and if they butt heads, Tim will get rid of them. Like, is that not the case time and time again, that he's not interested in the type of expertise and like orthodoxy to truth and best practices that Jon Lines is here to share with his team? He just needs the appearance of credibility, unfortunately. So, all right. And how do you feel that your expertise in law enforcement compares to Tim Ballard's claim about his own expertise? I love this.
Good question.
I'm going from 13 to 14. I love you, Suzette. Shout out to Suzette.
Yeah. Go for the
so he gets an objection there. Eisenhut objects lacks foundation. If there's a lawyer in the chat, Colby Reddish, come pop in. I want some more lawyers. We should have had a lawyer for this to tell me why and why not. There's grounds to not answer that, but I think she basically does get to it. So you're aware of Tim Ballard claiming that he has experience and the background to be leading human trafficking organization. How would you say that your experience in law enforcement compares to Tim Ballard's? Objection, calls for improper opinion. Fuck off. Okay. You can answer. Go ahead, John. You can answer. Witness. Oh, this is juicy. Based on my experience, he has no business at all being at the head of such an organization. He lacked the experience, the expertise, the qualifications, and everything it takes to be a legitimate, not only leader of an organization of anti-trafficking work, which he had very little involvement in, whether he's purported that to be the case or not. He was not a seasoned veteran jump team leader. Some of the things I've heard him make claims about, he was not a seasoned veteran undercover operative. That's laughable. And I don't want to make light of what has happened in the situations that we are here for. It's laughable that he would make those claims. And the unfortunate reality is there are people that were well-intended, the public, that believed his claims of being a legitimate undercover operator with extensive experience, internationally and domestic, to investigate human trafficking violations. Even his work as an internet crimes against children agent was very nominal and routine and was nothing above anything any other agent that is assigned to those units are doing. And so in answering your question, compared to my experience and his, there is no comparison whatsoever. I would have somebody take a look at my resume and my experience against his and weigh those and make an informed decision without even talking to either of us. She says, okay, John, in Mr. Ballard's deposition, he criticized your qualifications and role at OUR. How would you respond to any criticism from Mr. Ballard about your role? If he criticized my role at OUR, I would only ask, why did he hire me? Why was he incessantly asking to come and join? Why, after I was there, he would make phone calls to me and I would give him guidance, advice, and counsel. And he would always say, I don't know why I don't seek you out more often. I need this. This is what I brought you on for. This is exactly what I needed to hear, Jon. Thank you for your guidance. You're doing tremendous work here. This place would not be the same without you. And so for him to call me and make those kinds of assertions and give me that kind of assurance and make me feel at least that I have value in what I was offering is just, it's ridiculous that he would then, after the fact, after we all know that I have voiced criticism about some of the things that were happening within OUR, specifically his very, very bad behavior, I think that's just simply a pathetic excuse to try and diminish my value there at OUR. So,
dang.
So we have, and it's interesting because I'm glad that we're doing this as a follow-up to your Greg Mattson interview yesterday. I'll probably go back and edit this and take out the F word that I just said and stuff like that, because I do want members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who are still pro Tim Ballard to just read the documents. Like, don't take my word for it. Don't believe me. Don't believe Ryan. You know, we could possibly be making up stories. You know, even Greg Mattson, who believes Tim is a narcissist and he believes the women, even he's like, you know, when I first talked to the women, there's a 1% chance that there could have been an actor that was hired to lie to me. Like, there are externalities and there's crazy people in this world. But if you don't take the time to just read some of these documents for yourself and draw your own conclusions, like, then you're just putting, you know, the wool over your eyes. You're just putting your head in the sand. What do you think?
Yeah,
what's your opinion
absolutely.
of this so far?
Great point. I believe that Jon Lines is an active member of church. It looks like he's wearing garments in that picture.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
Put
like,
that on screen again.
you don't have to believe, you know, the jaded people like us that have a bone to pick with the church, even though on the podcast I was pretty much defending Elder Ballard and the church against Tim's wild claims. But laying all that aside, this guy has credentials, the background, the credibility of 25 years experience working in industry, and he's coming out and saying Tim doesn't know what the F he's doing, and he doesn't know why he was even hired, because Tim obviously wasn't taking his counsel. Like, I don't know how you get a better, more credible insider than Jon Lines. I don't know. You know, I was an insider before him, and then he came in right when I was exiting Tim's entire life. But you don't get more credible than this guy. And so to me, it settles all speculation on who Tim is. But the point that I want to make here, that this is speculation on my part, but I think it becomes pretty evident as we go through this further, is why did Tim bring in somebody so credentialed, so principled as Jon Lines to OUR if he was going to try and get away with doing very unethical things? And it's really simple. Tim was facing, and OUR was facing, criticism, and they needed a boost to their credibility. And so bringing in Jon Lines is that boost credibility. And so anytime he would get hit with accusations of unethical, immoral, anything, he could say, well, we've ran this through our board, and he could drop Jon Lines' name and Jon Lines' resume, because Tim doesn't have the resume that would warrant confidence in himself as somebody that knows what he's doing, but Jon Lines does. So Tim is simply bringing him on, in my view, for credibility status, to play on his code, because that's a grift that he runs. He has Elder Ballard on board with him because Elder Ballard gives him credibility. And he made friends with Glenn Beck and went on Glenn Beck's show. I went down with Tim to Glenn Beck Studios and was in meetings when that was happening. And Tim was so excited to become friends or to become acquaintances with Glenn Beck. And I mean, he was trying to get Glenn to publish some new books ideas that he had, and he wanted to be on the Blaze TV payroll, because all of that gives him credibility. He's this guy that goes around to try and steal or weasel his way into people that have credibility that then he could profit on. And so that's all that's happening with Jon Lines. And I'm sorry that Jon Lines got caught up in Tim's credibility grab, but that's what I see is happening, because it's a pattern that he's had throughout his entire career.
Yeah. The credibility of like, I've saved 7,000 kids. It's the fastest growing criminal enterprise. All of these fear mongering tactics. We have somebody who's highly credentialed, like, our team is set. We're going to go attack the most evil thing in the world. If you're questioning us, then you are questioning what kind of rescues kids need. And who are you to tell us what kind of rescues? Well, Jon Lines knows what kind of rescues kids need, and he's okay with my couple's ruse. So let's get into what he thinks about the couple's ruse in a minute too. Can you tell me about your relationship with Tim Ballard during your time at HSI? My relationship with Tim Ballard, I believe, and again, this has been quite a while and dates get fuzzy, but I think it was 2011 when he was transferred to our office. Okay, so keep that in mind. 2011. So Guardy Marty went missing late 2009, and it wasn't until 2013 that OUR was founded, I believe, or is that later on? Remind me of the timeline, Ryan.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, nonprofit status,
I think, this time, right?
Was approved in 2013. We kind of got organized, started getting organized in 2012, but really things came together in 2013, 2014.
Got it. So 2011, when he was transferred to our office, the Salt Lake City Homeland Security Investigations Office from Calexico, California, we had an opening, he applied, and he was able to transfer. It was a self-funded lateral transfer, which basically means if we had an opening and there was an agent that wanted to come to our Salt Lake City, we would accept him. His resume said he had worked internet crimes against children cases. That was appealing to me, because it is not easy to find agents who, one, want to do that work, and two, have prior experience. It takes quite a few years of training to actually be a really qualified expert in child exploitation realm. So I feel like I could immediately plug him into the task force, of which we had a member of the State Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which I don't know how much you know about that, but every agency contributes manpower to a united, comprehensive statewide task force that they work in concert to investigate crimes against children. So they can leverage state, local, and federal authorities to make sure that they investigate those with as much authority and prosecutorial power they possibly can. Child exploitation is a very, very important responsibility of Homeland Security investigations, and it's a priority of mine, always has been. And so I wanted to have a significant representation in that particular discipline. So he was assigned to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force when he came over. He was working under a supervisor. I had 4 different supervisors in the state of Utah. One was in Salt Lake City. I had an office in Ogden, had another in Provo, and an office in Southern Utah in St. George. I oversaw the activities of those offices, and I supervised the supervisors in those respective offices. So Tim's work, he was one of 18, 19, many agents that worked under the supervisor in Salt Lake City. Okay, so how would you describe, and you mentioned it was self-funded transfer, so he paid his own way. It wasn't like you recruited him. No. He requested the transfer, paid his way, and once he got there, what was your relationship with Mr. Ballard during your time at HSI?
Can I jump in here, Kara?
Yeah.
So I just want to point out, because we're comparing Jon Lines' version of events to what Tim has projected. And at that time, when I was running around with him to all the fundraisers to start OUR, he was portraying himself as a special agent for Homeland Security that was going to the border and taking down the bad guys. What's being revealed in this background is that he was involved in internet crimes against children, which more or less probably he was online looking for evidence, gathering evidence, looking for bad guys, whatever, online. He wasn't a field agent that was doing the operations like he ended up doing at OUR, but more or less he was online keyboard warrior of some sort that was doing real work. Don't get me wrong. However, it wasn't the Batman style going into sea bases and meeting with prostitutes, gathering intel like he would have us believe, because that's what he was telling me and everybody else about who he was. It's almost like he was actually portraying himself as Jon Lines in the beginning, with Jon Lines' background, with Jon Lines' expertise, with Jon Lines' resume. Because I read who Jon Lines is. That was my perception of Tim at the time he was leaving DHS. And that's how he portrayed himself. So I feel like it's a case of stolen valor, where he's pretending it's an imposter syndrome of some sort. That's what's emerging in all of this. So just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. And I think anybody who's worked any job and put it on their resume kind of knows what that feeling is like, but you should take a little bit more seriously when people are entrusting you with like hundreds of millions of dollars to do a very important work, like save sex traffic kids, not like, inflating your resume when you're going for a Starbucks position. And you're like, yeah, I've worked at as a barista before, AKA made my own coffee. Like, we all fudge the numbers a little bit, but that's a great point. I hope that is not missed on anyone, that who Tim has told us he is through his documentaries, through his film, and in interviews, is to paint his myth, is to paint a very important picture. But who would know better than the people who were actually there talking under oath right now in a court of law, getting to the truth, who came out of retirement and put their reputation and ass on the line for Tim. And now Tim says that he was unqualified for the job.
So question, he requested the transfer, paid his own way, and then once he got there, what was your relationship like with Mr. Ballard during your time at HSI? Very limited contact with Tim, as he was just one of the line agents. And but I don't know that his supervisor repeatedly would come into my office and complain about his behaviors, his lack of production, his inability to do the most basic and rudimentary functions like his vehicle report, his time and attendance report, let alone his reporting on casework. And so I knew that he was not well thought of in the ranks of our managers, and I was very concerned that we'd got a lemon, I'll be honest with you. I liked him. He was likable. He was charismatic. But as far as his work product, it was, I think, substandard based on what I heard from his supervisor and from the commander of the task force that oversaw the agents. Keep going. 20 that were assigned to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. And if I can explain, that was a component of the Attorney General's office. The task force commander was Jessica Farnsworth. She was the task force commander who oversaw all the agents and officers who were assigned to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force in Utah. She was also, it's very consequential that she was the commander and the city commander for the Committee of Operations nationally for Internet Crimes Against Children. So she was in a very significant place, not only in the state of Utah, but also within the national community of commanders. And she would call and had complaints about Tim not showing up, not pulling his load, not doing what he was supposed to do. Just very much concerns about what he was doing. Now, I really tried. One of my significant managerial styles is to take people who are struggling, and again, people struggle for many different reasons, and I understand it. A good manager understands that not everybody's perfect, and we all have real lives, and I really, really wanted Tim to succeed. I really did. And I will say again, I thought he was likable, and I thought he was a decent human being, but I was concerned about his work product. And I tried to help him develop opportunities to succeed and develop opportunities to expand his potential. I saw potential in Tim, but I think he fell short, and I don't know why. But he wasn't one of my star agents. If he was just not somebody who excelled at all. He wasn't somebody I would consider a subject matter in human trafficking, certainly not a subject matter expert in internet crimes against children, certainly not a seasoned veteran undercover operator, which he purported to be. Certainly not somebody who I would ever put at the head of an organization whatsoever, especially one that dealt in such a sensitive topic and subject matter as trafficking internet crimes against children or crimes against children.
Wow.
Whoa.
So what stood out to me there was him saying that he wasn't even competent at his job of looking up child exploitation material on the internet, even given the fact that, according to your testimony, Ryan, that he was given a special blessing from an apostle of the Lord to be able to do that work proficiently. He couldn't even do that with an apostolic blessing. So he was not good at that job, let alone the in-field work, which is two completely different things, right? Like everything we know about Tim, from the couple's ruse to his stupid tattoos and wigs and everything, and how irresponsible he was with the burner phones that got so much information on them. He's like another Pete Hegseth in a signal chat kind of guy, right? Like he's just not qualified to do this job, right? Like I think that's
and this is apparent right from the very get-go. As soon as he started with this new job, he sucked at all of it. So wow, that's a pretty extensive indictment of Tim and his credibility. This is not even like what he was doing at OUR. This is before OUR. Like this is before he got to OUR. He was not qualified to even be in a supervised role for his work in internet crimes against children.
Very sensitive topic. And I just want to highlight this comment that says, "I'm late. What is Kara's reading a deposition?" So I'm reading the deposition of Jon Lines, kind of just reading it out verbatim. He is the former director of international operations at Operation Underground Railroad. Some highlights / lowlights that we're going to be talking about today include graphic video evidence of Tim Ballard's ally, Paul Hutchinson, assaulting a young girl in Mexico. He's going to talk about the fake Haitian missions that funded $40,000 of donor money to rent a helicopter for an NFL halftime footage. That's a crazy story. He's going to talk about the psychics and the intelligence sources and how actual intelligence was sidelined, and how Tim Ballard weaponized religion to silence dissent, including claims of the Mormon apostle that told him how to take everything over. So you're in for such a treat today. I know live streams are sometimes a little bit long on this channel, but if you can't finish it now, come back and finish it another time. And if you want to read the entire thing yourself, it's up on our Patreon right now. And the link is down in the description. Put-in-Bay represent. That's the fit for today. Put-in-Bay, Ohio. That's where my family's from. You ever been to Heinemann Winery? That's my winery. It's my family's winery. Ohio, Lake Erie people represent. Okay. So how did your relationship with Ballard evolve when you joined OUR? So you've gotten us to the background of your expertise and your opinion of Mr. Ballard's substandard work product. What happened when you went over to join OUR? How did your relationship with him evolve? Let me just back up a little bit. When I was in 2016, early 2016, I started to receive whisperings that, having been the longest sitting ASAC or assistant special agent in charge in the field, that I was very fortunate that I had some very, very good bosses. And I think this section, he just goes over how he decided to retire. And he was like, the way that Tim will describe it on his Facebook, for instance, I can pull up that in a second. He acts like Jon gave up everything because he believed in Tim and believed in Tim's mission. But that's not really quite true, because as he describes here, he was ready to retire. I think that's basically what he says. So it says, well, 22, 23. They have what they call 3 letters. He's called up to headquarters to resign, retire, or relocate. It's basically a mobility clause that we sign when you hire with the federal government, that they can call you up for any time whatsoever. So he basically said he was going to have to be relocated or retire, and he didn't want to move to Colorado. So then So I called Tim and we had some frank conversations. And I also went to lunch with Jerry Gowan. Is it Gowan? Who was the COO. I met with Tevye Ware, who was the chief financial officer, who they asked to meet with me prior to getting on with joining them officially. And I told them that there was, from what I'd seen, there's got to be change. There's got to be a change in the way that they treat law enforcement, the things that they say about law enforcement, the disparaging things that law enforcement was taking from the messaging from Operation Underground Railroad. They were alienating the very people that they needed to actually gain their confidence in. You can't do trafficking cases without legitimate commissioned law enforcement to help in the critical part of protecting and prosecuting, which is just one phase and one tier of anti-trafficking work. So to make a long story short, I thought, do you know what? I'm going to make a go for it. And it didn't hurt that I would be retiring with full benefits and that I was actually doing a second career. So I was increasing my bottom line. I was staying in place. I was joining an organization that I knew was growing and knew was gaining more and more attention and notoriety. And I felt, as I had those conversations with Tim, that he would be receptive to my guidance and my advice and my counsel and the things that I felt we could do as a team to make sure Operation Underground Railroad was a success. And so I joined them in October 2016, retired in September, and went to work the very next day at Operation Underground Railroad. So I might have skipped over it, but he also mentions that he had people within like HSI and his other organizations that he was connected to when he was considering this, call him up and be like, are you crazy? This is an illegitimate operation. And that was, in 2016. Law enforcement was unhappy with this rogue vigilante going out and doing this kind of work. And, for all intents and purposes, I think they had the right idea to cast some suspicion on those things, right?
Yeah, no. And I mean, I can understand. I think, I believe Jon when he's saying that he went into this in a mentorship role and knew it had problems and had a sincere desire to turn it around. They were well funded by this point, and it was a growing organization. And so he went into it to turn it around, clean it up, clean up all of the bad things that were going on and the unethical behavior, and also repair the relationship with law enforcement. And if anybody's could do that, I would expect somebody like Jon to be able to do that. And so even though he has reservations against him, I can totally understand why he'd want to get involved and still see a path forward where he would be involved in doing some good.
Right. So he says, Suzette Rasmussen asks, so it sounds like you went with high hopes of being able to improve the organization, but what was your relationship like and how did it evolve during your time after you joined OUR? You're absolutely right. I did join with high hopes. I was to coin a term, love bombed by Tim. That's the term that somebody will give, really trying to gain your favor with, will give you all kinds of accolades and welcome you aboard and tell you everything you possibly need to hear. And I'm not that terribly vulnerable, but the fact I was well accepted by Tim. I addressed the board. The board was very excited about me being there. In fact, one of them commented and said, Jon, with you at the helm, I don't think we can do anything but succeed. And I was very, very grateful for their confidence in me. Do you remember which board member said that to you? It was either Mark or Todd Reynolds. I believe it was Mark, who is Tim's brother-in-law. And let me go to 28. Quote, you bring instant credibility to Operation Underground Railroad. Your presence here is what's been needed. We haven't had subject matter experts. We haven't had people with your background here. Tevye and Jerry at the time was Chief Operations Officer. And Tevye, who is going to be an important character coming up. Mm-hmm. Really, really interesting. I hadn't heard the story about Tevye. Have you heard the stories about her?
I've heard some, but I'm sure I haven't heard them all.
So Tevye is Catherine's sister. So Tim's sister-in-law, basically, who worked in a very high level at OUR. And she, I believe, was the first person to report Tim for sexual inappropriate comments and things, sexual harassment in the workplace. Mm-hmm. So keep that in mind.
It must be bad if he's packing. He's also packing the board and everybody around him with loyalists. and his family members. So for a family member to out Tim, that's huge. It has to be pretty egregious at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. And you'll lose your mind at the story I'm about to tell. Like, there's so much in this I'd never heard before. We had very candid conversations, and I told them, I said, do you know what? I'm going to come on in, and we're going to, I just don't want to come in and just assume that everything is fine, because Tim has told me he needed my guidance, and there were a lot of things that he was not capable of managing given his lack of experience. And he did tell me those things, and I was grateful to hear that he understood, and he was willing to say, Jon, I appreciate what you bring to the table. I appreciate the fact that we are a fledgling agency and we need your leadership. And so I took the charge seriously. And I've never been one to just stand idly by and let problems go that should be attended to. And the problem I had with Tim, and it became very apparent, is we would speak and he would be very grateful. He was very, he seemed very receptive to the guidance I would offer. In fact, he would often say, I went home and I prayed about this and I talked to my wife and I counseled. She said, she and I counseled together, and that is something we really feel strongly about. Let's do it, Jon. Even if it was something that would have been potentially disruptive. And he would go ahead and give me the green light to make some of those changes, only to find out that the changes not only didn't happen, but then they would just continue in a different way that I never knew about. And I found that there were two different OURs. This is really interesting. Pay attention here. I found out that there's two different OURs. In fact, I was warned about this early on when I got there. There were employees that said, Jon, there are two different OURs. There's Tim's agenda and Tim's self-promotion activities. And then there are the people who are really trying to do the work legitimately to help trafficking victims, to help thwart trafficking or trafficking violations and things like that. And so there were we had quite an eclectic group. One, we didn't have law enforcement experience within. We didn't have people that had any background in true anti-trafficking work. And Tim was not, and I reiterate this, Tim was not a subject matter expert in anti-trafficking whatsoever. So I felt strongly that my leadership there could really help the organization. And I was given assurances within almost every day, even up to the time that I was shelved. You mentioned that he brought up praying with his wife and making decisions based on spiritual feelings. Was that common that he brought up religion and spiritual decision making? Objection. Was that something that you encountered frequently, Jon? Absolutely. He would always invoke some type of divine guidance that he was relying on. In fact, it was very distracting that anytime anybody opposed or countered or somehow questioned or challenged his ways and decisions, he would always invoke, well, I received revelation to do that, and that's the way we're going to do it, even if it was absolutely terribly unsound. And I had no problem saying, Tim, I beg to differ. That is not going to be good for the organization. It's not going to be good for the strategic plan. It's not going to be good for the things that we're trying to accomplish. But other people, as soon as they heard that he was guided by God, and I will tell you that he actually told people many times, and I listened to it, that what he was asking people to do was inspiration he had received from above. I think that was terribly manipulative. I think it was wrong. There were times.
Can I jump in here, Kara?
Yeah.
Because this is like a huge point. I even just got contacted by a friend of mine who's active LDS last night after he saw the Greg Mattson interview. And he said even recently that he was brought in to do some film work for Tim, and Tim took him aside and said, hey, I want to tell you about a revelation. I got a revelation on how this is all going down. He's obviously was trying to win this guy's approval and favor. And so he has been using this tactic of claiming that he's gotten revelation, that he's getting downloads from God to try and win the acclaim, approval, and I don't know what you call it, reverence for himself from people. This is the spiritual manipulation side of Tim that's not often talked about, but it's actually at the key foundation of how he operates as a cult leader, and the key foundation of how he was able to manipulate the women, how he manipulated me in this way. He manipulated a lot of people by testifying of these spiritual experiences that would then reflect well on him and try and gain people's reverence, like he was a prophet, like he was getting revelation from God. And he just did that in the last few months with a friend of mine that contacted me last night, because that's how he operates. And so he even pulled that on Jon and others. And so hone in on this. Remember this. This is like so foundational to how a cult mentality, how a cult's built, how a cult leader is, and how he is assuming this role and trying to get people to revere him as a prophet type figure within his own organization.
Yeah, that's perfectly said. Because one of the claims of the lawsuit is spiritual manipulation, along with the sexual assault and other things. And I can't really think of a lot of cases outside of cult leaders where spiritual manipulation is one of the objectives that the lawyers have to prove to a jury, right? So this is going to be, part of that evidence. So he goes on to tell this story here that we have video of. I should go and actually find this, but so he says, I think it was wrong. There was a time when some type of video or an advertisement that he and Sean Reyes, who's the Attorney General of Utah, where he was, Tim Ballard's bestest bud, not investigating any of Tim's crimes, helping him cover it up, actually. And it was interesting because there was a mic, you could see the mic come down. So I know it was staged, but he and Sean Reyes, they folded their arms together and had a word of prayer together, which was orchestrated and choreographed. And I later said, Tim, that's not really a good look, because not everybody is interested in human trafficking for religious reasons. We don't want to alienate everybody else that may be interested in simple things, and not simply for the sake of trafficking sake, and not some kind of religious belief. And he said, you don't believe in prayer, Jon? You don't believe in prayer? And I says, I certainly believe in prayer, but there's a time and place to invoke religion, and you can't use divine guidance to justify things that are wrong and bad. So let's talk a little bit about the things you saw that you felt were wrong and bad. Mr. Ballard has suggested that you undermined OUR's leadership. How would you respond to that accusation? So then she asks, he claimed that you undermined OUR's leadership. You just mentioned that things that he was doing were wrong or bad, and that then he has claimed that you were undermining the leadership. Would you respond to that? Objection, leading the witness. Witness, Jon says, how I would respond, that's an absolute lie. And here's what I found out about Tim in our relationship and OUR and my getting to know him more. When he was at Homeland Security Investigations, he was a line agent, had very little interaction with him and communication with him. Although I did have situations where he at HSI, and I prefacing why I'm bringing up this is because I just recalled a situation where he was sent to an attaché office. I sent him to a foreign country. This is so fascinating, to assist with a case. And he came back and didn't tell me anything that had happened. I received a phone call from that attaché, and I believe it was the area that covers Panama. And they told me that Tim Ballard was never again to step foot in their country or their area of responsibility. He couldn't obey basic orders. He knew no boundaries. He wouldn't do anything that they asked him to do. So I called him in my office and I sat him down and I said, Tim, tell me everything that happened. And before I got on the phone call, his explanation and his accounting of it was totally different than what I had heard from the attaché, who was the agent in charge of that particular region. And I was really quickly, and then especially when I got over to OUR, found out that he had a problem with truthfulness and and credibility and lying. He lies incessantly. And there were people that had heard him lie too, and had people there that came to me and said, I can't believe a thing that he ever tells me, because everything he tells me is a lie. Let's see, 34. My authority to do law enforcement work. He had no authority. He had no badge anymore. He had no authority to do anything. And I had the authority.
Hold up there.
Go ahead.
I think jump 36. You're supposed to go to
It goes 33. Oops, 33.
34.
34. You're right. Thanks for keeping me on track. And so whatever he has told you about me undermining management, if he is I think there's also a couple pages missing. Okay, it's not that. If he is threatened by my concerns for, creating, creating that strategic vision for the mission, my concerns about the relationship that were damaged and I had to restore after I came, the damaged relationships that I had to leverage my professional clout, my reputation, that I fell on the sword and defended him in so many ways when I got there, that I trusted that if he told me he was going to do something, he would do it. If I trusted that he was going to follow some guidance after he had agreed that it was good guidance and good sound counsel, that he would then take measures to abide by that, only to find out that not only did he not abide by it, but he twisted and distorted the organization's abilities to actually do what it is that I thought was the best interest of the organization. Undermining leadership there, I don't know if it means that I was offering guidance and counsel to him in how we can better serve those people that we are beholden to give us their money and their faith to do the right thing by the people who we're trying to serve. And that was the exploited, the trafficked, the violated. If he believes that I was undermining his leadership when I knew that he was not worried about those people, that he was not doing things that would be in their best interest, that he was doing things counter to the best interest of the people we were trying to serve within the trafficking community. And those people that we wanted to empower to do better, serve those who were trafficked and violated sexually. If he calls that undermining, call it what you will, but I did not undermine him, and he attempted to do the right thing. And he attempted to do the right thing by Operation Underground Railroad. Court reporters and sometimes are a little bit fuzzy. So sorry if that was a little bit messy, but what do you take from that? Wow. He got kicked out of Panama. They said, never come back in our country ever again. No bueno.
What was he doing in Panama? He was a government official at that point. Government official, got kicked out. But what's so revealing, and this, if it hasn't been completely apparent, obvious by everything that Kara and I have put out at this point, Jon Lines saying he has a problem with telling the truth. He lies incessantly. And so his fictional narration creation of events was happening way back before he even started with OUR. And then it was obviously continued with OUR. And so pathological liar, I don't know. Is that an understatement? I think that's probably an understatement. It's beyond pathological lying at this point. But that seems to be absolutely verified by Jon Lines' testimony here. It is a problem with telling the truth from the very beginning, even before OUR. So, wow.
Yeah. I can't believe that, again, everything that he has said about his credentials, basically stealing Jon Lines' credentials of this badass Rambo-like character. Not only are those not true whatsoever, he was also just incompetent at his basic job. And then when he did hire somebody who could be competent to oversee his organization, he undermined him over and over again by things that he got through revelation and through prayer. And look how it ended up for him. He's been kicked out of his own organization. So, I believe in prayer, but not the ones that come from men, unfortunately. So, all right. She says, thank you. So you moved over, joined Operation Underground Railroad, and tell me, what was your role was there, and what did you attempt to improve the organization's operations? Because you just described that was your goal. So what was your role there, and what did you do specifically to attempt to improve the organization's operations? Do you want to read this, Ryan?
Sure. Well, my first attempt was to I was executive vice president of operations. That was my first job. I was given a salary to do that. And I was to oversee, I think they called it law enforcement systems, law enforcement support, law enforcement operations, and something else. 4 units that, first of all, did not belong within a nonprofit organization. We weren't law enforcement. We didn't do law enforcement work. Tim wasn't. authorized to do law enforcement work. We had no authority, had no badge anymore. I had no authority to do anything. All I had the authority to do was to help marshal resources that were given to us by people who expected us to be just and righteous stewards. I don't want to use righteous in a religious way, but judicious in the way that we manage the resources that were given to us to help fight and combat human trafficking. I knew that was, and I knew that the best way to do that was to empower the people that were best positioned to do that. And that was law enforcement and other people within the multidisciplinary ranks of anti-trafficking. Those people who were suited and best prepared and trained to do anti-trafficking victim recovery work, prevention work, the prosecution and the protection of anti-trafficking victims. And that wasn't just law enforcement. That was a whole gamut of people that were involved in the process, from counselors, from prosecutors, from police officers, to judges, to healthcare, to medical providers. Every one of those people have a specific role to play. We need to know how to utilize our resources that were given to us by people who trusted Tim's story, who trusted Tim that he was an anti-trafficking expert, who trusted him that he would do the right thing by their donor dollars, who trusted Tim and had faith in Tim, and therefore they gave to Operation Underground Railroad. I'm seeing in the comments of especially the last video with Greg Mattson, people that are so sad and so devastated. And Greg talked about this, the people that gave their widow's mite, that didn't have a lot of money, that donated $100, which was a lot of money to them, to the organization, because they were so disturbed about the trafficking of children. I got my own family donated to OUR. I got my dad to donate to OUR when we were starting up elsewhere. And those people feel really, really betrayed. And they're angry. They're not just sad, but they feel really, really betrayed. And that's so sad. And I hate to break it to them. It's a hard pill to swallow that we all donated to a cause that we thought was going to help children, when in fact a lot of that money didn't go to the cause that we thought we were supporting. So I'm thankful that Jon recognizes that these are, to put it in church terms, sacred funds. They are special funds that were supposed to go towards helping children. And if any of it is misappropriated, then that's a big problem. But we're seeing in the comments of Greg Mattson's video, a lot of very upset people, because they sacrificed a lot. They not only did car washes and clothing drives and other things, the groundwork that was done on a grassroots level to start OUR was phenomenal. And a lot of really amazing people stepped forward with their own time, their own resources, and fundraised on small levels and on big levels to help start this. And so for somebody like Tim to take all of that effort from really good people wanting to make a difference, and then use it for his own self-aggrandizement promotion, and take any of that money or a lot of that money and put it into his own bank account and profit himself off of that, that's something that is absolutely unacceptable. And he needs to be held accountable. OUR needs to be held accountable. And so that I just, my heart goes out to all the people that gave so much of their widow's mite to this organization that was misused and misappropriated. I know this is going to hit people hard, getting confirmation that their money and what they sacrificed wasn't resulting in the saving of kids like they thought. And so just wanted to point that out, but
yeah,
continue.
It is very tragic, because I agree, it's a real thing. Put the money where it's supposed to go, not towards your wife Catherine requesting a, what was it, $50,000 one-way private jet to go to the Sound of Freedom premiere, or he had a $500,000 paid salary.
Yeah, on top of other expenses to the tunes of hundreds of thousands that he was getting reimbursed for or paid for, and on top of his book deals, he was making a ton of money.
Yeah,
and
there's the Sound of Freedom. I don't know what he made from that, but
I got in an argument with my dad over supporting OUR, and ultimately that argument ended up, and he he gave some of his money for to OUR, and I to this day feel really bad that I coerced my dad into supporting the organization that he was kind of on the fence about, because I asked for a lot of money at the time to put towards this, and a lot of people have those stories, and so yeah, it's just
truly
sad and wrong,
the widow's mite. Yeah.
Here we are.
Do your research. There's websites to look up of the integrity of charitable organizations. Mine is listed A+ work, my nonprofit, 5 stars out of 5. Just kidding. I don't know if I'm on the directory of those, but you can do your research. Do your research, guys.
Yeah.
So,
and if Kara ever charters a $50,000 private jet, I'm calling you out. So, but I don't expect that to happen.
It would have to be to your house because it's up in the freaking mountains. That's the only place that I would go. All right. Yeah. Keep me in line,
Where
guys.
Do we leave off?
Okay. So right around, you utilize these different resources.
Do the right thing by donors. 37, right 37, right?
Yeah.
Tim's story, who trusted Tim that he was an anti-trafficking effort, who trusted Tim that he would do the right thing by their donor dollars, who trusted Tim and had faith in Tim, and therefore they gave to Operation Underground Railroad. I was not the face of Operation Underground Railroad, nor did I ever want to be, nor did I ever want to be CEO, which he accused me of. Nor did I want to lead the organization. I wanted to make sure that I came in and applied the administrative safeguards to make sure that people within OUR were protected, and that they were empowered to do the right thing by the people, and that we were serving, and the people that we were being so generous, giving us the resources. And so when I talk about implementing safeguards and strategic plan and a mission, this was not done unilaterally. This was done as a team. We had our development team, we had our financial team, we had our marketing team, we had our volunteer team. This was something that I engaged and worked closely every day with that team. Tim did not work every day with that team. I did from day one. Every day I engaged every person in their respective disciplines, in addition to our operations and our contractors, many of whom I inherited, many of whom I got rid of, and very similarly and quickly, many of whom I recruited and brought in based on their experience and their capabilities to actually do the work. If he believes that I undermined what he was doing and he was threatened by what I was doing, it was only because I was bringing organizational cohesiveness to Operation Underground Railroad. I was coalescing all of the particular moving parts within to work in a very unified, very orchestrated way from the most productive efficiency possible.
Let's have you will you please describe what the organizational culture at OUR was, particularly in terms of accountability and professionalism? It was interesting how when I first got there, and he was very surprised by this, I was pulled aside by so many people that said, let me tell you what's happening here. It's not a good sign on your first day of work. And again, there are people that are disgruntled. There are people that are unhappy. There are people that feel like they're underappreciated. In organizational dynamics, you're going to always have people that feel like they aren't appreciated, they aren't respected, they aren't valued. But when I got there, almost every person within OUR pulled me aside and said, we have a problem. And this wasn't done collectively in a group. Nobody came together as, let's go to Jon one by one. This is people who came to me individually in confidence and said, Tim is a problem. We can see that he is self-promoting, that he's doing things for his own personal agenda, that he's marketing this organization in a way that we cannot and should not be going. And again, this is 2016, and the Haiti operation, that didn't start until, when do you think they filmed like The Abolitionist? I know it came out in 2017. It was before that.
Yeah, Abolitionist was the first documentary series, if you can even call it a documentary series, fundraising, and that was before. But it was coming out. I can't remember when the first fundraiser, which they premiered. I was at the first fundraiser, or one of the first showings, at a megaplex theater in Salt Lake City. I remember because I talked with Gail Miller, who was in attendance there. I can't remember the date of that, but it was just prior to this, I believe. So abolitionist, the footage was from earlier.
Okay. I think he's going to talk about it anyway. Also, we have a hate comment. Let's read it. All this sounds weird. Blondie, sorry, a poor job. I prefer to wait. What the courts have to say. Pedoland is real, and if you guys have anything against Ballard, do it in courts. Karma. Okay. All right. We're just reading the evidence, homie. All right.
This is the court. This is I mean, this is the transcript for the definition for the deposition that was submitted to the courts with all the lawsuits. I mean, if that's not good enough for you, I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, because our judicial system really protects the innocent. That's definitely what we've learned so far. Okay. So he's saying this is a Tim problem. Okay. He's been self-promoting. We already know that he started OUR as part of his Grandmaster plan in conjunction with another organization called Slave Stealers LLC. That would be more of a production company, and that they would cross-pollinate to each other and give each other footage. And he could have for-profit entities underneath his net of nonprofit entities that all would funnel money back to him and his homies. So the self-promoting, just getting started. Okay. That was concerning to me because an organization is not just one person. It's everybody that works in an organization that needs to be on the same page as far as what's going on. And again, I liked Tim. I had empathy for Tim. I think he had been genuinely motivated to do this, but he was over his head as far as the organization goes. And he wanted so bad to make everybody appear as if, or make it appear as if he was legitimate, that he falsified his credentials, that he flat told stories that weren't true. When I got there, I heard of accounts where he went on operations and he took people that should never have gone on operations, and that he put people in harm's way, and that people came back and said, I'm lucky to be alive. And I can give you names, and I'm reluctant to do so, but I had people that told me that was the most frightening experience I've ever had. These are the type of experiences before the couple's ruse even probably got off of. Knows that he doesn't have the credentials and the ability to keep people safe when he's going to these freaking brothels and stuff, and he gets his hair done by freaking like Kira, for instance. And he's like, you know what? You would make a great officer. You make a great operator on my missions. Like, he just has no recollection of all the people that had at least some experience that were still horrified and traumatized that he almost got killed. He's asking actresses, hairdressers, his personal assistant, like normal suburban soccer moms, and saying like, God told me that you are my next, partner in these operations. It's going to be great. The number one type of training that we need to do is sexual, though. And manipulating them from the get-go. Mm-hmm. So if this is what people were saying beforehand, can we not make it clear that the women that were put in harm's way, that all of the stuff that they talk about in their lawsuits of, almost being raped by traffickers because Tim was passed out drunk and not able to protect them, that came later. This is the foreshadowing of everything that these lawyers are going to be claiming and proving in the courts. Like, this is foundational to all of that. So sad for them. Because again, these people wanted to do good work. They're not saying Tim almost killed me because they have a bone to pick with Tim Ballard because they love pedoland. Like, these people cared, and they're like, this is not a safe place to be. And Ryan, you've said that before. Like, you said that in your Greg Mattson interview, that after the one guy got shot at your training thing, that you didn't trust that Tim would have your back. Like, good on you. You shouldn't have trusted him. I'm
really so thankful that experience happened, because not only did Tim not know what he was doing in that training exercise, that was the first jump team that we assembled, that I was going to be on that jump team with a camera side by side with Tim the entire time and the other operators. And had this guy who became my friend later on not gotten shot, that really, I don't know, everything stopped at that point. I remember when he was shot, he's laying on the ground, and we're like, oh shit, what are we gonna do? Like, shit got real fast there. Like, our weapons training, which was really fun, it was over a few days, We were doing all sorts of fun room clearing drills and lots of fun stuff. And I was having fun shooting my own weapons and training alongside these Navy SEALs. But then when somebody got shot, it got real. And I had this moment of like, all of a sudden the grand plan of Tim Ballard to go save kids and stuff, it became real that this is serious stuff and people could get very hurt, killed, kidnapped.
Mhm.
Somebody ended up getting kidnapped from OER also, or shot or hurt. This is very, very serious. And that propelled me into a mental state to like break my brainwashing and my like fixation on, we're going to like change the world and do so good, and take stock. Like, do I want to be a part of this? And Tim's reaction to it, asking me to lie to law enforcement and cover up his involvement in the accidental shooting, also revealed to me that his moral compass is way off. He's more, he will lie and ask me to lie to law enforcement to protect his reputation. And this was before OUR was got nonprofit status. We were waiting for nonprofit status. So had that not happened, I probably would have been gone on all these operations and been right aside, and who knows what had happened. And it's like a miracle that more people weren't hurt or killed or kidnapped from his reckless behavior in taking people into very dangerous situations without the understanding or expertise to try to keep people safe. It's like, it's a miracle that more people weren't hurt in all of this. So this is a little bit hard for me. This is a little bit triggery for me to read. It's, but I also am just feeling like really blessed and thankful that I didn't continue with operations and I didn't continue with OUR when I did. And what's interesting to me from a personal standpoint is, at the time, my gut feeling was like, don't go down this path. Don't continue with Tim down this path. And it didn't make any sense because I was passionate about, I wanted to help kids, human trafficking. I was passionate about Tim's message, even though I had my reservations, but something inside me told me not to go down this path, that it wasn't going to be good. And so I removed myself. Enough. I'd still worked with him on the American Covenant and so forth, and still was involved in a lot of different things, moving forward all the way up until 2017. However, I had major reservations at that time, and I'm really thankful I listened to my gut on that thing. I don't know if it was God or universal consciousness or just a gut feeling, but whatever it was, I'm really thankful that I stepped out of going on operations and doing the filming for all this stuff, because I really think he could have got a lot of people killed. And we'll tell the story at some point about a kidnapping that happened in Haiti that he had to pay a ransom for. So yeah, this is really, really fascinating stuff.
Yeah. Oh, we are just getting started. We haven't even gotten to the most fascinating stuff. And people are asking where they can find the Greg Mattson interview. I will leave it in the description. I can link it in a second. If you type in CWIC and type in Tim Ballard, it should come right up. But after this, after you watch all of our 5 hours that we're going to have right now. And somebody else said, no, he was pretending to be passed out drunk. LOL. No, in situations like that, you can actually smell it. You can smell it because he would shit his pants. That is something that I predicted. I got the respect of so many of the people in Tim Ballard's circle who've reached out to me, because that is one of the many things me and my psychic brain that Janet Resson don't know anything about. I predicted 2 years ago when the text messages would come out that he was like, missed his flight that day and like missed out on $100,000 speaking gig because he missed out on his flight and he was sick. I was like, I guarantee it's because he's an alcoholic and he probably shit his pants. And apparently I was told I was correct. I just like to let people know.
Yeah, good job. That's Kara's special gift to the world.
I can just smell shit from across Salt Lake City.
Your BS
Okay.
meter is so sensitive.
My
Like, so
honestly,
sensitive.
my BS meter. It's
Yeah.
the nose. The nose knows, you know? All right. We're doing things, and with my name as the operations manager or the president of operations, which I later became. And I was given a raise by Tim and the board approved it. And I was given another raise by Tim and the board approved it. And even 2 weeks before I was put on admin leave, Tim pulled me aside with Brad Damon, who later became the CEO, which Tim told me would never happen because Brad Damon had no reason or no credentials to be the chief executive officer. Both of those two sat me down and said, Jon, you've got to be the highest paid executive at OUR. That was 2 weeks before I was put on a shelf saying that I undermined his leadership, that I wasn't valued, that I didn't have the credentials. And so the culture at OUR was, I found very quickly, nobody had confidence in Tim, but everybody was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of Tim. I was not afraid of Tim. I'll be honest with you. Tim never had a cross word with me personally. He never raised his voice with me ever. But that's not the word I heard, not what I heard him. That's not how I heard him address other people. He was disrespectful. He was condescending. He was short. He was, let's see, 40 to 41. He was
straight up calls him short.
Yeah.
He is.
And he's short in more ways than one. Did you see his anger? Did you see his, oh, yes. Yeah, he would. I heard phone calls. Jerry Gowan, who coincidentally was the one who called me and told me I was on administrative leave, almost daily would call me and say, Jon, I'm so afraid of him. I said, Jerry, why? Just talk to him like a gentleman. He scares me. He threatens me. He yells at me. I said, Jerry, grow a backbone. I mean, if you've got problems with him, you need to talk to him. He says, Jon, 1, I need the job. He said, and 2, I'm afraid of Tim. Every time that phone shows up with Tim's name in there, he says, I get terrible anxiety. I still feel that way. And I love John DeLynn. And for at least a month after I left, I did not want to even look at the little icon of what's that software that people use? I like scrubbed it from my memory, you know, when you have a Bing that comes from like the office workplace thing, because there's like a job to do. And I'm like, I loved my boss for most of the time. But I'm like, getting yelled at by your boss once throws me into panic attacks. I can't imagine that being your every single day life. So that pretty much checks out with a lot of different testimonies that I've heard from people being scared of Tim, him being the guy who runs the roost. And Ryan, did you have experience with Tim yelling at you when you guys worked together?
Yeah. I saw him do this to a lot of people, and so I put up with so much shit to try and stay on his good side, but it's inevitable that you're going to run afoul of him. And it takes the minor thing. Like one example was we were on our American Covenant tour, and I was not speaking on the bus on the tour very much because I was on that tour. I actually had shingles and I was not feeling good, but I was feeling good one day, a few days into it, and so I got up to talk to the bus, and me and Tim had this conversation ongoing for years, this debate about who was the man among the Gentiles spoken of in the Book of Mormon that came to the descendants of the Lamanites. And Tim is like, it's Christopher Columbus. I'm like, I'm not so sure because Christopher Columbus never came to North America. And so we had this like theological debate going on, and, not really a debate or disagreement. We just, it's pretty ambiguous. Anyways, I got up on the bus one time when we were and thought I'd share some of my views on something. And Tim thought I was getting up to talk about how Christopher Columbus wasn't the man spoken of in the Book of Mormon. And as soon as I opened my mouth, he jumped on me and yelled, "Is like, oh, you're going to talk about that? You think you know what you're talking about?" And this is in front of like 50 people on the bus. Like, and he berated me before I even like put forth my ideas, and told everybody like, okay, you go ahead and listen to Ryan's little theory, and then I will destroy it, and I'll show you why Ryan's wrong about everything that he says. And he sat down. He's like, go ahead, Ryan, tell him what you think. And it was so insulting and so demeaning. But that's like the vitriol that Tim Ballard, he has to be the guy getting all the credit. He has to be the guy that gets all the praise, all the glory, and is right about everything. And if you do anything, like, to me, that is like the most minor thing that I would have a difference of opinion on an interpretation of a scripture from the Book of Mormon. Like, who the heck cares? Like, let's just have a friendly conversation on a spiritual historical tour that we're running. But he jumped down my throat, demeaned me, humiliated me, embarrassed me in front of everybody. And he would like do that to anybody on like the smallest little hint or whim of insubordination or opposition. And so when it came to OUR, and where there's like major money behind it, major operations, major criticism, Jerry, I'm sure, was on the firing line of that kind of anger and vitriol on a daily basis. And yeah, I'm sure he was demeaned, insulted, threatened. And then and Tim did that to beat people into submission to whatever he wanted. And it was really like, I mean, his personal assistants that we've talked to have talked about how scared people are of this kind of anger. It's like a spoiled toddler that, you know, you've had toddlers, I've had toddlers, where they're just incoherently angry and throwing a temper tantrum. Take that kind of response and put it in a grown adult that will throw a temper tantrum and just be chucking stuff all over the place and hurling accusations and stuff. It's a scary thing to witness. And so you end up going throughout your whole day trying to avoid provoking the Tim Ballard toddler response. But that's how he operates. So I feel for Jerry and all of that. Cause I'm sure he was, I know, I just saw that. Sorry. It's my alarm. I got to make sure that my kid has a ride home from school. So yeah, it's a scary thing. He can be scary. And then he backs up some of those temper tantrums with threats and lawsuits that he's threatened people that I'm very close to, that I'm friends with serious accusations and lawsuits that if they don't fall in line, he will sue them into oblivion. He'll find a way to ruin their life somehow.
Yeah. And kind of evident by the fact that, like I mentioned at the beginning of the program, that he wrote this 54-page letter to the first presidency of the church, trying to get his excommunication appealed twice. And when that didn't work, he is burying the church now. He's trying to say the most horrific things you can say about anybody, that they're involved in satanic ritual child abuse. Like that's his version of suing the church into oblivion before he actually does sue them, which he sounds like he is going to as well. Like, he is an angry toddler. You're right. And just name dropped. Did I work for John Dillon? I want to know more. I forget that people don't know that I do this, but I'm most known for working at Mormon Stories as the producer and co-host a couple of years ago, and go back there every once in a while as well. Jerry, you need to be honest with Tim about the way you feel about him. And I received that type of sentiment was common amongst the workplace and the people there. Let me give you an anecdote here. And I just remembered this. I don't want to ask you a question, but that's what they call a SWOT evaluation. There is an outside consulting firm comes in and does your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. A donor came to the management team. And I say management team because we would have management team meetings once a month. It was me, Jerry Gowen, and the COO, the CFO, Tevya, the marketing director, who was Emily, and Jen Dyer, who was the head of development. We would meet regularly. And we would talk about everything that's coming up, our general plan, our strategies, our successes, how we want to improve our work product, how we can improve our image, how we can better market, how we can better communicate externally, how we can allocate resources to be most effective. So during one of the meetings, one of our donors came and met with us and said, I know that there are some concerns about what people think about OUR. He says, I believe in the mission, and we all agreed we believe in the mission. That's why we're here. he said, instead of me donating this year, every year I will give a significant amount of money. I want to pay for that SWOT analysis. I want to pay for a consulting firm to come in and do that SWOT analysis so you can improve. Ooh, can you imagine Team with an actual professional outsider coming in to give an analysis when he won't even listen to his in-house people? You're young, you're growing, you're dynamic, and you've got a great following. So let's help you improve. I thought that was a fantastic idea to have an external company come in and do an analysis of us, which entailed them doing extensive interviews with the workplace, with the staff, and all the people that were involved. They were all confidential. We didn't know who was being interviewed. We didn't know the questions that were being asked. Then once a week for about a month and a half, when we got together as a team, they would give us their analysis and what it was that they found to be the case. It was really, really an interesting exercise. We would get on calls much like this, and the director of the consulting firm would say, I've never seen such an anomaly. Everybody we talk to believes that Tim's a great strength. He's a great storyteller. He's great at motivating people to give money. But we've also found that everybody tells us he's the greatest weakness within the organization. They tell us about opportunities. They tell us about the opportunities that are lost because Tim won't listen to anybody within, that he's doing his own thing and he's rogue and spending too much time on other things other than legitimate traffic work. Talking about everybody knows their staged operations. Everybody knows he's doing things that are illegitimate. Everybody knows that he's promoting his movies. Everybody knows he's off doing things that aren't in the best interest of the organization. And he was also the greatest threat that was identified independently by these employees that were all interviewed independent, separate from each other. And I remember the conversation amongst the team. And do you know what happened with those results? Nothing. Because the team said, and it wasn't me, the team said, Tim would never accept this and he will go ballistic. And we cannot tell Tim what the result of the SWOT analysis is. And it was shelved. The board never even heard about it. And to this day, I would love somebody to pull that up, talk about the consulting team and let people know that we tried to improve things within, but people were afraid of Tim. He was malicious. If you opposed him, if you ever countered anything, he came after you with a vengeance. And the most difficult thing about Tim was he claimed the backing of the church. He was a great storyteller, a prolific liar. I'll tell you this, he was a prolific liar. In fact, I just remembered during one of those meetings when we were talking about the SWOT discussion, when we had the consultant on the line, Jen Dyer said, the problem with Tim is everything he tells me is a lie. He's a prolific liar. I can never trust him. And I thought that was very bold of her, especially when Emily Evans, his sister, was on the line, head of marketing. And if people would have been more bold, well, she was short-lived by the way. She left very shortly after I did, along with quite a few other people that left that had the courage to see what was happening to people and stood up to Tim and tried to oppose him. So the culture there was toxic. The culture there was fear of Tim. The culture there was Tim does anything Tim wants to with the protection of the board, which was primarily made up of his family. The culture there was people were frustrated because they could see the potential and they were well-intentioned, but he was such a significant hindrance in us trying to do the right thing versus what he wanted to do himself. The culture was terrible. And do you know what? Coming from the government, where I'll be honest with you, the government is very problematic. And so that was another problem in the culture there. He was doing whatever he wanted to and being allowed to do so, even when people called him on it and said, stop it, that's harmful.
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Wow, that's bombshell stuff. Like, wow. And I, as somebody that was in Tim's inner circle for a while, I know some people are going to want to jump on the side, like, why didn't they stop him back in 2016? Why didn't they stop him? And some people have accused me on the comments of Greg Mattson's video, if you had reservations or red flags, why didn't you stop them? You have to realize that Tim was a very revered and in some ways powerful public figure with the backing of the attorney general, with the backing of the church, with the backing of Elder Ballard. And so for somebody that was not that to rise up and oppose him, first off, their life would be destroyed. There'd be repercussions that were very damaging. Even today, there's people that want to come forward that are like, I'm just scared of coming forward and what would happen. And so, like I don't look down upon anybody within OUR that didn't have the courage to stand up, put their head on the line to oppose Tim, because he'd chop it off. And he had enough resources and backing. And at that time, he was still considered an anti-trafficking hero in a lot of social circles, especially in Utah, especially in the church spheres. So you can't, I just can't fault people at that time entirely for not trying to take him down. And it really wasn't until the church stopped backing him that most people felt more comfortable coming forward, because he was so influential and he had resources at his disposal to ruin people's lives. And even if he like couldn't use those resources, like the Attorney General Sean Reyes, to actually charge, I'll tell you an example. So Tim told me early on that when he was working for the government, they had software that he claimed he had access to and brought over to OUR that was child pornography software that would send images out into the ether, into the internet, and it had tracking software attached to it. So as those child PORN images were spread around, it had tracking software that the government could then track back to the VPN number of whoever had downloaded those images. And then that would be reported to authorities, and they could go in, bust the person, confiscate their computer, get them on charges of underage, of child PORN. And so he's like, we can send this out and track people. So when he like turned on me, and one thing that I was afraid that he was going to do to me is if I didn't give him everything that he wanted at the time, he wanted to take over the tour and the business that I started and take all my money and on all that. I've talked about that in other stories. If I didn't give him what he wanted, I was afraid that he would somehow find a way to plant that PORN, child PORN software on my computer that would alert authorities, and then I would be implicated or arrested in that capacity. That's a very scary prospect. Now, he didn't make that threat implicitly to me, but in conversations I had earlier, I believe that he had the ability to do that to anybody that he opposed and anybody that turned on him. And so, put yourself in my position or in other position, the position of the people at OUR that were faced with those kind of threats that could like absolutely ruin their lives. And they'd have to go to court to try and battle and try and prove that they had nothing to do with porn images on their computer or other things. Like, I'm sure Tim had a myriad of different tools of threats that he could work with to intimidate people. And he used them very effectively. So the blame, I give a pass to the people in OUR. And I know not everybody, I know some people are going to be really angry that Tim wasn't stopped earlier. But as long as Tim had the backing of Elder Ballard and the church, and he was the #1 author in Deseret Book, his books were front and center, if you remember at this time, on kiosks at Deseret Book. You walk into Deseret Book in Utah, the church-owned bookstore, and you see Tim Ballard, the Lincoln Hypothesis, the Washington Hypothesis. He was superstar status in Mormon land. And so somebody that doesn't have that kind of status to stand up and say, this guy is actually a monster, he is hurting people. I mean, nobody would believe you because of his status within the church and the backing of Elder Ballard. Nobody would believe you. And so then he'd ruined your life and you wouldn't even be able to do anything about it. So That's the
Right.
situation we're dealing with. So I have
Scary stuff.
sympathy for the people in OUR who tried, and they have my utmost respect, who tried to do something about it, but ultimately failed and weren't able to take him out until later, 2022, 2023, when they were able to oust him. But at this time, it was like an impossibility for me to say something, and for these people at all. He had built up such a cult mentality and a cult following that went way beyond OUR, was, you know, across the country, that it was just too much of a monster to try and take on with one guy and a sword at this stage of the game. So he had absolute power and absolute control, and that's the situation we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why I've continued to say that not only is there evidence that he like legitimately was sex trafficking the victims of the couple's ruse, that this is what, you know, the lawsuit's about, that he's coming under fire against, because Tim was doing the exact opposite of what he purported to do, which is, again, going back to our video the other day, is what you just described, Ryan. Like, people in the comments, leave your answers like, who does this remind you of? What kind of cult leader does this remind you of? Where they say that they're doing God's work and they're doing some noble cause in one way, or something that you revere, whether it's music wise, and we're talking about like Diddy or Michael Jackson or something, or we're talking about movies with like Harvey Weinstein or Bill Cosby or something. There are just some men, unfortunately, it's not a lot of women, who are abusing kids. I think it's 96, people who abuse women and children, 96% of the time, it's going to be a male, right? Quote me on that. So is this not remind you of every male cult leader, person in position of power, who used and abused that power and knew that he could just trample everybody under his feet? Because what power are they going to have to come up against them? And it's just like, you know, a bug's life. This is the ants, where when there's the number of your victims outweigh the number of your allies now, in Tim Ballard's case, and there's evidence and proof and so many witnesses and testimonies like Jon Lines here. Like, this is the time where more people are getting brave. Greg Mattson is doing a great job talking to his Mormon audience about how they were bamboozled by this man as well. Like, more people speaking out is really the only answer to stopping these narcissistic assholes who use and abuse their privilege and power. So drop your favorite cult leader down below that you're most disappointed by. Mine is Michael Jackson. I have a Michael Jackson belt if anyone wants it for Christmas. It's vintage. It's from the 80s. I can sell it to you. All right.
And now knowing what type of situation that John's describing and that I described there, like, we can't even fathom the amount of courage that it took for those women to initially in 2023 come forward with their accusations against Tim. I remember when I saw that. Did they know
they were going to be called sex traffickers originally? Did they know? Like, I would have thought he'd throw a lot of stuff at me, but like, did the church know that they were going to be called part of a satanic abuse ritualistic cult all of a sudden by their number one, right-wing boy, Tim Ballard? Like, it is so brave, incredible. Yeah. Finish your sentence. You had it.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's absolutely mind-blowing, the amount of courage. I remember I saw them come forward and I was like freaking out. I'm like, these women don't have a freaking clue what they're doing and the kind of monster they're going to unleash on their life. And then after we've gotten to know them and talked about them, they actually knew exactly what they're doing, and they were accepting the consequences for speaking out. And it's actually sadly turned out to be so disruptive to their lives and for their mental health and for their families in horrific ways that I don't think any of us can even appreciate or imagine, having not lived through what they're living right now. The one thing that they didn't anticipate is they expected more people to come forward to back them up, because this is who Tim is. And there's hundreds of people that have this kind of testimony of him that have worked in OUR that know who he is. They expected a lot more people to come and back them up. And sadly, a lot of those people have continued to remain silent, but they're trickling out one by one. And these kind of testimonies are coming out. So it's not over yet. I just want to tell them, like, stay strong, stay in the fight, keep yourself mentally healthy as much as possible. Like, the army against Tim Ballard is growing and growing fast. So don't give up yet.
Yep, we believe the women on this podcast. It's did you know that, this is to the audience, that according to Tim Ballard's own alleged victims, they can't get enough of the Timmy Did What podcast. So we are the #1 most listened to Tim related podcast by Tim Ballard victims. Let me say that better. Wasn't good enough for my soundbite. But we're here. We're here to support you guys.
Yeah.
And keep fighting. It's absolutely insane what you guys have been through. And some people in the comments who refer to me as Blondie are going to wait till court when people can just read these pieces of evidence with their own eyes. Okay. Thanks for that, Ryan. Here's a genius.
And I need to also just throw out there, so we don't praise you enough, Kara, for turning your platform over to this attention, because you're one of my heroes also for doing that. And I know a lot of people revere you for doing this, but you definitely don't get enough credit for standing up to Tim Ballard. I know you've been scared of him as much as I have, and I wouldn't be here without you. And
come throw a brick through my window. No, just kidding. Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah. And you as well. Yep. We've all had our personal lives disrupted by our passion for taking down adultering men who do the opposite of what they claim that they're doing with our devotion. Sometimes it's Mormon related. Most of the time it's Joseph Smith related, to be honest. But I'm so happy to use my platform to support the women and help people kind of better understand cult mentalities. It's kind of the whole thing in a humorous way. And then how we have fun as well while we do that. But it's a wider picture of cult mentalities is all I'm trying to get people to just don't outsource your power, find it within, and men like Tim Ballard and take advantage of that. And they are here to stay, unfortunately. So you got to protect yourself. Okay. We were at this part where he said people all agreed that it was harmful and Tim wouldn't stop. So next question from the lawyer is, again, we're talking to Jon Lines, who was the former chief operations officer at Operation Underground Railroad. And this is his deposition in court. Can you give me a specific example? You mentioned, that harmful behavior where Tim Ballard acted unethically or unprofessionally. You mentioned some of his operatives that he chose and he sent out. Can you give me a specific example? Ryan, do you want to read that?
Sure. I can give you a specific example. His name is Paul Hutchinson. I mean, he was somebody who Tim engaged and for whatever reason became really, really quite cozy with before I even got there. And one of his first names that was given to me as far as somebody that's a problem is Paul Hutchinson. People said Tim has got this guy that he uses on operations. And one, Tim claims that he's a huge donor. He's not. Tevye and Jerry said he has never given us a penny, even though Tim claims that he brings in all kinds of donor dollars and he's got high net worth, that he can bring in all these donations and so forth. Jerry and Tevye told me, we haven't seen anything from Paul Hutchinson as far as donations. So for Tim, justifying him being so valuable because of his donations he brings in was not a situation. Then I realized he was sending Paul and Paul's friends, and I don't know if I don't know if what he does for a living. I think he's a hedge fund financial person, but he had no law enforcement undercover experience of any kind, no business doing anything covertly or operationally for anyone. And Paul surrounded himself by other friends. Jimmy Rex is one of them, the not MacGuffins, and there was a team of them that would go out, and I never knew they would go out until somebody said they announced or something on social media that they were out doing an OUR sponsored operation in a foreign country before the operation even took place. I mean, what kind of good common sense is that to announce that if you're going to be doing an operation somewhere, if it's supposed to be covert? Yeah, that's a good point. Like if you're going to
Isn't that-
announce on your social media, we're here in Mexico City doing an operation. Stay tuned. It's going to be awesome. We're going to save so many kids. That's what he's doing.
I don't trust a lot of these white guys. I really am worried about their intentions with us females, and I'm worried about their intentions when they go undercover, and I'm worried about them when they're in other countries where there are people that they can exploit for their own propaganda. So the point I'm making here is people are used as pawns in some people's minds. We're talking about cult leader mentalities. Some people are used as pawns.
Yeah.
And that's what they're screaming when they're going into other countries on social media that they're about to go undercover. Yeah. It's not that crazy because Tim Ballard's undercover persona looked horrible already. You know the one I'm talking about? So this is all propaganda. It is not to save anyone. It's to harm people. That's fine. Because what are they going to say, as we just mentioned? Go ahead.
Tim Ballard is the most popular public figure undercover personality ever. Like those are just like two things that can't exist, but he's found a way to make them exist in this world. That's
actually genius, because that's why we have movies, fictional pieces, Jason Bourne, the others. Leave your favorite in the comments, because those are fictional pieces about cool undercover work, because there's no documentaries of it, right? That's like Tim's whole thing. Like, what if I made a documentary of fictional things, but people think it's real? No, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole point. It's for propaganda.
It's like Schindler from Schindler's List, the manager that's saving Jews, making a movie about him saving Jews during World War II when he's saving Jews undercover. I mean, how's that going to work out for him?
That is Harriet Tubman being like, hey guys, just heading to the Underground Railroad, knockety knock. Oh, hey, you guys are having a party.
Yeah.
Instagram,
the Underground
Twitter,
Railroad that is
sharing like
on Main Street with spotlight shining. Come to this Underground Railroad that nobody knows about. That's super secret.
Yeah, because that's a great point. Because the picture of Tim Ballard carrying those kids, that painting that was brought up, that Tim Ballard had made with him walking on the railroad and like Abraham Lincoln's kneeling and Harriet Tubman's kneeling. It's literally so that he can carry these fictionalized, drawn pictures of kids with just the accolades. Like everyone praising and clapping. It's propaganda, sweethearts, though.
Yeah, especially because he's posting that painting all over his social media, like of Abraham Lincoln, Harriet Tubman.
I got great tits and a huge ass in this one. This old thing, I just throw it out everywhere. Like,
I humbly present this.
That bitch. Like, okay. Sorry, I'm
sorry. I'm getting off track.
Okay. Oh, we are getting on track. Okay. Point being, they were not undercover like they were supposed to be. I wonder why that is. Last point. Sorry. Last point. Please, if somebody is watching this and they're on the fence with Tim Ballard, good guy, bad guy, there's a person in the comments earlier who was like, all right, Blondie, shut your gapper. I'm going to wait for the court to decide, and then I will follow that judicial decree. Bullshit. Just read this with us and tell me what you think of it. And please tell me how that is not true. Like, tell me, argue with me back. What makes you think that you haven't been propagandized to? Like, if I were to propagandize you to something, would it not be everything that Tim has done and what we're talking about here with this type of narcissism? Have you not met a narcissist before? Are you a narcissist? Do you not know it? Like, how is going undercover in other countries and filming it and blasting it all over social media not just completely advantageous to the person who is doing it and to nobody else around it? How does that achieve the goal of saving kids from these hellholes that they're in and not just profiting off of it? Am I wrong? Where am I supposed to go to find a person to argue with me? It just makes so much sense. I can't believe there's one person who would disagree, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, that silence sounded like a million years. Everyone is just silent because they're like, you're
So
right. Okay. Now, as far as Paul goes,
okay, where we leave off?
right here,
Yeah.
talking about the covert thing.
Only
Now, as far as
sorry, go
what?
ahead. Go ahead.
Now, as far as Paul goes, and I just remembered
Go ahead.
this, absolute truth, and you can research it. My first course of business was getting there. I got a call from an FBI agent in California that said, Mr. Lyons, I understand that you're the chief of operations or the president of operations. Do you know Paul Hutchinson? I said, I do not know Paul Hutchinson. He said, he's under investigation. He works for Operation Underground Railroad. That's a surprise to me. So I went to Tim and I said, who is Paul Hutchinson? And he explained, oh, he's one of my operatives. I said, well, Paul Hutchinson has gotten OUR in hot water because he's under investigation by somebody, an Agent Green, I believe it was, from California, that says that we are being investigated now because of actions of Paul Hutchinson in a foreign country. That was within a month of me getting there. And I leveraged my professional clout. I leveraged my reputation. I was able to ward that off. And did I that because we hired an attorney who went to them and said, we're trying our best. Ah, what a good pun. What does OUR stand for? Trying our best. Oh, cute. And I gave my personal opinion and promised nothing under my watch would happen. And if Paul did something stupid, understand that that's because he has no guidance and we're trying to do the best we can, meaning I was taking even the fall for something that happened even before I came on board. Which is interesting because I know Paul a little bit. We did an episode on him. Yeah. It was actually his ex-wife, maybe his third wife, who turned out to be a child rapist. And she went on a couple like operations with OUR in Mexico, I think one of them. And like people close to her told me themselves, and it was also in this article, a bunch of really heinous stuff went down, including finding out that she was having statutory sexual relationships with a minor while she was, late in her 40s, 50s, what have you. And that was who Paul Hutchinson was married to while doing this work. So we did an episode on that a while ago. And Paul reached out to me. And that was the conversation that happened. And I try to reserve my judgment for other things relating to Paul, because I don't know. Never met the guy. I can only just get the vibe off of talking to him on the phone and what he says and what's happened here. But my overall opinion of him, like I just went on YouTube and if I look at his, like all of his work related to sex trafficking, I don't think he has quite as nefarious and narcissistic intentions as Tim Ballard. However, it says how a billionaire infiltrated human trafficking networks, the real story behind Sound of Freedom, Paul Hutchinson. Paul Hutchinson knows that the Sound of Freedom isn't a real story whatsoever. So to gain clout and money for his own anti-trafficking organization, his own podcast, while being a billionaire, billionaires shouldn't be able to buy their way into infiltrating sex trafficking networks. As Paul Lyons just pointed out, Paul, you're not that guy. You're not that guy. Money can be used for a lot of things, but it can't be used to fill the place in your heart where somebody didn't love you enough and now you have an ego problem and you need to go out and be a really bad guy and make up stories about how you did things that you didn't do. You got $1 billion. There's just some other better investments to fill that place. We've talked about, psychedelics a bit. I'm pro that road instead of the white savior road, but that's just my opinion based on the facts and evidence there. So what I'm getting at is, we're getting into the story of how Paul Hutchinson, while working under Tim's direction, touched a breast of a child in Mexico in one of their operations in the film of that. And it just goes to show that where Jon Lines is trying to have some control over OUR, trying to do things by the book and what's healthiest, Tim ran his second OUR. There's 2 OUR. He ran the second one and he ran the one where Paul Hutchinson, who's under his direction, ends up molesting a child instead of saving them on one operation, and a lot of other things that are alleged. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, and John's pointing out what you just read a little bit ago, that Tim was going on these operations, showing up in the other countries without his knowledge. He didn't even know until he found out about it on social media that Tim was posting about it. So that's the two OURs and that are going on. Is
like, how did that funding get approved? Is my other thing. Did they just charge it to Celeste's credit card? Like, how the hell do you get missions in OUR without it going through some line of approval? Like the CEO and CFO wouldn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Wow. It sounds like
good question.
It sounds like a prophet. All right, Tim, I was wrong all along. You know what you were doing. Okay. So we're talking about Paul Hutchinson in Mexico. And now it wasn't a situation where he actually fondled somebody's supposed juvenile breast. That was in addition to that. So this is a different story. This is when I first go there. So I told him, who's Paul? Get rid of him. He's not somebody you should be sending out. And Tim would make excuse after excuse for Paul. Then later I found out that Paul had, and time-wise, subsequently, it's fuzzy, but there was a situation where somebody said that during an operation, he had fondled the bare breast of a juvenile. And then I asked him about it. He said, oh, it's no big deal. It was a lie. The trafficker grabbed his hand and forced it on her breast. And Paul said that it was something he couldn't avoid and he had to do that or it would blow his cover. And I said, what kinds of things are happening with your what? And again, it was a scolding of Tim, but done in a way where I really wanted him to know that I cared and that we can improve on things. But I told him, don't send the wrong people out there. Don't send anybody out unless I approve them. So I feel like if this was a movie, this is the part where Jon Lines' character has like a shadow cast over his head and the music gets dark and he's finding out. He put his hand on a where? What are you doing on these operations? And then the sequence of the couple's ruse goes forward. Okay.
Now I've had a conversation with an operator that was on that operation where that happened. And his opinion was that Paul had to continue to act the role of a sex-crazed tourist in that situation, and touch that there would have been bad things that would happen had Paul not touched that girl. That it may have blown their cover and stuff, but. So the details on how that developed are a little bit fuzzy on what he should have done or shouldn't have done. The thing that's obvious, though, is that cameras were rolling on that, and they had cameras there. And the situation that developed was Tim had put Paul, who has zero law enforcement training, zero background in human trafficking, zero undercover experience, in a situation that may or may not have committed a sexual assault of a minor. Tim created this situation with inexperienced people, and that's what's the problem here. Is Tim doesn't know what he's doing. The people in operations aren't adequately trained or don't have the experience and stuff to handle those situations in an appropriate manner, and so that's what's at the problem here. Like whether Paul Hutchinson is a total sleazeball and a creep or something, that's up for debate. People can make up their own minds whether he's like that or an honorable guy trying to do something good, whatever. The situation is absolutely unacceptable that Tim created, and putting unqualified, non-law enforcement, inexperienced people in a situation with minors to where a sexual assault of a minor may or may not have happened. That's the problem here. That's the problem is the situation that Tim's created, and all the situations that Tim created that were dangerous and not helpful, unethical, immoral, and put people in bad situations in third world countries,
Exactly. And then scene 3. So also, I wanted to add to what you said. He's going to get into his opinion here. So what Ryan just described, he's going to say what he said about all of the tapes and the cover up that happened after this. So,
Okay.
So don't send the wrong people out there unless I approve them. And later I found out that Paul Hutchinson had supposedly fondled or groped a representative from one of our largest donors on a trip to Haiti. So this is a different story now than the one that happened in like a brothel or a strip club in Mexico. So do you hear this? I didn't know this before about the falling out between doTERRA and OUR. Paul, I talked to you on the phone. You told me all of the things that you know about Tim, and you forgot to mention this part of your story. Somebody also told me that you got a little handsy giving her when she gave you a massage once. I have intel, but look at this. It says, later found out that Paul Hutchinson had supposedly fondled or groped a representative from one of our largest donors on a trip to Haiti, and that we got called on the carpet and had to go sit in a meeting at doTERRA with their top management team and explained why it is one of their representatives who was on the trip to Haiti with them was groped by one of our contractors. So Paul Hutchinson is the contractor you're referring to? Correct. Who Tim paid to go out and do these operations with Paul Hutchinson's team. And within OUR, they were called the Naughty Boys Club because they went out and did whatever they wanted to do. And they went out in secret, and they went out without my knowledge, and they went out with Tim's direction. And it was really disturbing to me that Tim would continue to do things in secret and do things I was not aware of, especially when my name was so closely tied to Operation Underground Railroad now. And I was brought in with the assurance that these quality controls would be put into place so we didn't have these problems, that I didn't have to restore the reputation that OUR had. But it wasn't damage control from day one that I got there. And I wanted to rise to call the out, but Tim was absolutely incorrigible.
Wow. That's a pretty damning indictment of Paul Hutchinson and the Naughty Boys Club. It reminds me of the text messages that I don't know if we've covered these yet, in which he's talking to a female who is one of the women in the lawsuits and sending them explicitly sexual text messages, and then it says, "Welcome to the real OUR." Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that in your head?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is the real OUR, this Naughty Boys Club. They're going out and living the high life, living the nightlife under the guise of trying to rescue kids, but actually probably just gratifying their own sexual desires. I don't know. That's what it looks like to me anyways.
Am I going to get in trouble if I make a Mormon parallel right now?
Some people
what should I do? A Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints parallel? Okay, I won't do that. I'll do the parallel with
you could make a parallel with John C. Bennett. That's not off limits.
John C. Bennett, the old original president of the Naughty Boys Club. Keep what we're doing on the down low. Welcome to the real Mormon church that the converts don't know about. Okay. Also, somebody said, new subscriber here. Yay, Krista. Thank you. Love this collaboration and appreciate the time you put into this. Thanks for being here. Any new subscribers? My love goes out to you.
You have no idea how much time Kara's put into this. Like, and I know because I'm getting the 1 a.m. text messages. Like,
I send you 1% of them. I send you 1%.
I know you're filtering, and I appreciate that. But it makes me wonder, like, do you have a life, Kara? Are you getting out? Are you eating? Are you sleeping? When do you do that? Because I don't see from my text messages when you do that. But here you are.
You made me sound like a real loser. Thanks.
No, you're just a dedicated podcaster. People don't appreciate how much time and effort you put into this. So just want to point that out. You're a rock star.
It's my own Marvel universe. I'm just a nerd, actually, for taking down rich and titled religious a-holes. So, all right. So you mentioned Paul Hutchinson, that you were aware, a contractor that Tim had kept in place, that you were aware of some type of investigation prior to you getting there at OUR. And then you're aware that he, Paul Hutchinson, you were brought into a meeting with doTERRA about Paul Hutchinson groping one of that donor's representatives on an operation to Haiti. And then you're aware of Paul Hutchinson groping an underage girl in Mexico. Right. Okay. And I kept telling him to get rid of him, get rid of him, get rid of him. And what was Tim's response? He's too valuable. He's too valuable to the organization. Give him a break. He means well. Paul's a good guy. He's misunderstood. We like Paul because he brings in a lot of money. To me, that was reprehensible. Was law enforcement ever informed where these reported to law enforcement, to your knowledge, by OUR or to Mr. Ballard? So she's asking, hey, under oath, Mr. Chief Operations Officer, to your knowledge, were any of the sexual abuses done by people on the payroll in this anti-sex trafficking organization? Were any of those reported to authorities? No. So not only do they have hundreds of thousands of, millions of dollars, of course, at their disposal, they can't even report the sex abuse going on in their own house. How are they really well-intentioned enough to know what the needs are and to be cognizant and aware and basically with it that they are not the people? It's time to take a knee on this one and let the professionals do that. Like, that is what a narcissist does when there's that much money and that sensitive of a topic of freaking child rape around the world and sex trafficking, that they still, knowing that, took advantage, knowing they're not the fucking guys. That's really what is the heart of this. It's so disappointing to me. It's like the core value of me is like, when you know that you're not a short form content creator, you got to get off TikTok and go to YouTube so that you can rant for 5 hours straight. You know what I mean? It's like, when you know you're not that person, you got to step aside and let the people who are that person do that thing. It's called having like a well-rounded ego about yourself. That's not what Tim Ballard or any of his buddies knew anything about. Follow?
Yeah, follow. Yeah, well said.
So he was, so was it reported? No. The Paul Hutchinson groping situation, somebody after heard that about that incident, I thought, I wish I knew more about that, because all I knew was that the story was about the, purported, the trafficker grabbed his hand and put it on her breast and so forth. Well, somebody told me that had been captured on video because Tim was really big about what they called sizzle reels. So it's interesting that he mentions and corroborates the evidence from Tim's whiteboard meeting, his grand plan, where he calls OUR part of his sizzle reels that will lead people to the covenant, that the sizzle of the rescue is what he calls the grape and torture and trafficking of children. So it's like a Hollywood producer, like, going out into like some Indian like trash heap in some third world country, hoping that like somebody has been maimed in some horrific some horrific way so that they can make a movie out of it. Like, you don't hope for these stories. If they're there, you tell them, but that's not Tim Ballard's intentions, obviously. Sizzle reels, disgusting, where they wanted to get footage of operators that were in, that were doing the work, which was all staged and orchestrated and yield nothing as far as any true victims.
Wow.
So I had heard, and I'm trying to think of the young man's name, something Justice, I believe. Something said that he had actually taped it and had a copy that archived somewhere. And I thought, perfect, let's take a look at it. And if he, in fact, did that, let's turn it over to Mexican authorities. So I asked him to meet me downstairs, 55. And Tim, I think, came also. And I said, let's comb through the footage. And if it's there, let's find it. And it was hours and hours and hours and hours of footage. And we did find it. We found it. And I was so grateful. And it was not how Paul had told Tim it was. It wasn't how Tim portrayed it to be to me. He grabbed the bare breasts of that young girl. He lifted up her shirt and grabbed her breast, and there was no trafficker that coerced or enticed or made him do what he'd done. So I asked him to take that footage, get as much of it as we needed to send best evidence. That's what we always wanted to do, but I wanted to maintain a copy of it. I didn't want to send the original. So we made a copy, and I asked Matt Osborne, who had contacts in Mexico, to find the appropriate Mexican authority to send that to. And he found a name for me, and I can't remember who that name was or what his position was, but I went to Tyler Schwab because I was out of the office. Matt said, we have that footage recorded. And I went to Tyler Schwab, who was working in aftercare and spoke Spanish, and said, get that footage too. And I think they left it on my desk. Please go and get the package and ensure that it is sent to Mexico. And he called and said, yeah, I looked and verified it's going to Mexico. I sent it via FedEx. It's on its way. And so I wanted to send that to the Mexican authorities and make sure that they had every opportunity to review it and determine whether or not they wanted to pursue charges. They decided not to pursue charges, but I was not going to allow anything on my watch to go unaddressed, especially something as egregious as that. And even after that, he continued to use Paul Hutchinson and considered him one of his closest allies. He would take Paul on stage and say, here's my main operator. Here's my primary operator that's doing such great work at OUR. Time and time again, even after that incident. And I later found out that Paul was the executive director of his movie Sound of Freedom. And then it all started to make sense to me. Ryan.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Paul Hutchinson had absolutely no utility in anti-human trafficking efforts, and he was a huge liability, obviously. But that's not why Tim had him there. Paul Hutchinson was the primary fundraiser and executive producer for Sound of Freedom, which was Tim's ultimate goal. And that was his ultimate goal from the beginning, really, is to be portrayed in a movie like that, to get hero status. And so, yeah, that all makes sense. What are your thoughts?
Again, you're not the guy. That's all I got to say. Like, you got to just step aside when you know you're not the guy. I had my best friend in high school. I've never told the story publicly, but live stream audience, I'll share it with you guys. She married a guy who wanted his entire life. He wanted to be on the BYU football team, and he didn't make the cut. And the first year of their marriage, she spent lying to her the entire time. And every day he would leave and he would say, I'm going to go to football practice. And he would say, come home and be like, yeah, coach said I had a great catch today, or did this and that. When game time would come, he'd leave. And then after a year and a half, their entire marriage, he came home one day and said that he got cut from the team and is really distraught. And so she emailed the coach of the team, and he said, hey, I don't know what you're going through. I don't know such and such. I don't know who that is. Good luck with what you're going through. Bronco Mendenhall. And then it turns out that he could not face the fact that he didn't make the team. Paul Hutchinson, you didn't make the team. You didn't make the team, but you're pretending that you're on the team. Tim, CIA, you didn't make the team. You just didn't make the team, and you got to face the facts. You weren't good enough. You didn't practice enough. In my friend's case, her husband was a guy in a family of 10 Mormon kids who were all homeschooled. Maybe he just did not understand the social skills of what a absurd and obvious lie that is. But it ruins people's lives when you just don't realize when you're not the person. You're not the person to take on all of this. That's all I have to say. Exit,
wow.
please.
Yeah, that is a great story that I think great parallel to this whole thing, because even today, Tim, with everything that's happened, with being ousted by OUR, with being denounced by the church, he still is trying to be that guy. He is still out there trying to be the righteous crusader, fighting for women and children. He's still he cannot give it up. He cannot give up that persona. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And I don't know what kind of psychological space you have to be in to not be willing to accept reality. even when it's smacking you in the face like a 2x4. But wow, that's a really interesting story. That's a great parallel. That's
was this football analogy a little bit better and sneakier than last week's? This one's true, by the way, as well as me being a flag football champion. But I snuck that one in there. I play flag football now, guys. I won our last season championship. Autographs later, guys. But yep, that's a story that I don't like to tell because it's not really my story to tell. But when you get me fired up talking about entitled Mormon white guys in Utah, they all look the same and act the same to me. They just didn't make the team. Got cut. Okay. All right.
Didn't make the team. Sorry.
So did you personally see the video footage of Paul? I did. Groping the underage girl? I did. And then you later became aware that Paul was the executive producer of Sound of Freedom? I do. Okay, Jon, Tim Ballard criticized your management of OUR resources. Is there anything more that you want to add about how you would address his criticisms? Objection. Shut up. Witness says, I think that's a desperate attempt to discredit me. I don't know what resources he's talking about. I didn't have access to the funding. I didn't have access to anything that I don't know what he really means by that. Everything I did operationally was submitted and approved by the leadership team, and it was allocated funding according to whatever my requests were to assist law enforcement in doing their job or to assist aftercare in caring for victims that were identified as being either trafficked or exploited sexually. It makes no sense to me, that allegation that I misused resources. I have no idea what that means. Jon, what is your understanding of the couple's ruse tactic? Have you heard that term before? You guys ready for this? Okay.
Hey, buckle up.
37. Popcorn. I'm going to answer that question because I've seen it in the press and I've read the affidavits and I've seen what he purports to be a legitimate undercover method. But let me strongly and emphatically tell you that there is nothing legitimate about the way he used that couple's ruse. Any legitimate law enforcement agency nor any nonprofit who claims to be an anti-trafficking organization should ever use anything similar to how he used the couple's ruse. What was something that you were aware of while you were at OUR? No, I'd never heard of the couple's ruse. Never would I. I have. Yeah, not while I was there. Okay, and was that tactic created or used by HSI while you were at HSI? Objection. You just hear like the tension in the courtroom to be like, shit, that's a really good point. Witness. Absolutely not. Okay, so any statement by Mr. Ballard that it was created or used by HSI would be false. Objection. Calls for lax foundation, calls for speculation. Very false. Ms. Rasmussen, I want to ask you a little bit because I know you previously talked about your expertise and your experience. Are you familiar with the qualifications and skills typically required for an undercover operator role? Objection. Calls for unnotified expert witness testimony, even though he has already given witness testimony in other courtrooms. I don't want to hear what devastating things he's about to say next. May I answer? Yes, you may answer. Having been a certified undercover operator, certified by the government, trained by the government, evaluated by the government, made sure that I was properly assessed to be an undercover operator, then having been an overseer and manager of undercover operations, I know very well what it takes to be an effective undercover operator. Not only an effective undercover operator, what it takes for somebody to qualify to do undercover work. Okay, so can you describe the key mental and physical attributes that would be essential for success in such a role? Calls for improper testimony. Well,
how is he an improper expert? I mean,
I know.
He is like improper expert testimony.
Which is also
this guy.
Also, it's a quick slam to Payboy Mark Eisenhut, who's Tim Ballard's attorney, because Tim Ballard begged Jon Lines to be his chief operations officer for countless years your client hired somebody who couldn't even qualify to be an expert testimony witness, or could they? Could they qualify? That's a really good conundrum. Can your client's chief operations officer qualify to be an expert witness? Or else you could just say, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not an expert. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, totally. What a lawyer.
Well, having made evaluations, having determined whether or not certain agents are qualified to do undercover work based on our needs for them to go deep undercover with Homeland Security investigations, the first and foremost, and based on my experience and training with the FBI undercover school, let me say first premise, this with when I was an undercover operator. Before I even started doing anything, I was being trained. They sent me to Quantico, Virginia, actually. It was in Tyson's Corner, Virginia, to do extensive 2-day psychological evaluations. And that psychological evaluation was, and I asked these questions, and it was explained to me later on the second day after extensive interviews. First day was a battery of tests, all types of different testing, oral and written. Second day was interview after interview after interview with different psychologists to determine if, one, I was mentally healthy to do this job, if I had any trauma or any kind of experiences in my life that would preclude me or that would be damaging for me to go into this type of work. Also, it was important for me to be mentally stable, first and foremost, to be keen decision maker, to make sure that I could think on my feet and I was highly adaptable, that I was somebody of strong moral fiber, that it was professional. And when I say these are the things that I then looked for in potential candidates for undercover opportunities. Flexibility and adaptability, being able to be resilient and make decisions on the fly, being able to, and I would call it, this is not about deception and lying. This isn't about playing a role or getting in a disguise and being make-believe. This is about real situations where you're going into situations that are life or death, and you're gathering intelligence and evidence, and it's not to be taken lightly. And anybody who engages in undercover work has to be capable of this type of, they have to be intelligent, they have to be resourceful, they have to have the ability to know when they're keeping themselves safe and everyone around them safe. They have to make decisions as to when can I do something that's going beyond the boundaries that are humanly acceptable. And so, yes, what does it take to be a good undercover operator? Somebody who's healthy, who has moral fiber and foundation, who's somebody who's a quick thinker, who's resilient, who is free from trauma and won't be triggered by going into situations where they lose all sense of their ability to make a rational, decent, viable decision in furtherance of gathering the intelligence and completing a mission. Not everybody should do undercover work. And that was one of the things that we emphasized in the government. There's a small fraction of law enforcement that should and can do effective undercover work. In your opinion, is that something that lay people should be able to do? Not going to say there are lay people that would be undercover operators if they receive the trainings, the oversight, the psychological, preceded by the psychological analysis for mental well-being, for health, the evaluations, the assessment that are absolutely critical in determining whether or not somebody should be placed in that situation. They aren't to be taken lightly. And for a civilian to be thrown into that type of environment, totally unacceptable and inappropriate. Pause there.
Wow, that's that is exclusively who Tim worked with. Civilians with none of that training, none of that expertise. That's who he recruited. Like you said it before, he goes to the carpool line as a local school and is recruiting women that he finds attractive. Like it's almost like his job description is, and he sticks to this religiously, that you have to be unskilled, non-law enforcement, with the exception of Bree Ryder, in order to be an operator that works with him. And yeah, so that's pretty damning.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think I put myself in the position of these women too that have the lawsuit against him, his couples, Ruse partners, and so forth. And like the descriptions that Sasha gives in her portion of her story in the lawsuit, like I get triggered from that kind of stuff because you're literally put in sex trafficking situations that are so triggering. I went to a strip club well into my ex-Mormonism years, and I couldn't even make eye contact in a consensual environment as a place I chose to be with a half-naked woman. Do you think that like Mormon version of me could be, with no training, swooped up and taken to a brothel where there are naked people doing sexual acts? There's, child corn hanging around. Like, I can't handle those situations. Like, it takes a lot of training and a lot of resilience built up over years of experience to be able to handle that kind of work. And just, again, people are Tim Ballard supporters out there. Like, is this to you? Is this just like a mistake that he made? Was this like, oh, he learned and he did better? Or like, was his entire intent not to really save kids and kind of sexually gratify himself? Like, where are we going with this? Like, what does not lead you to conclude, like, this is bad news? He's been bad news from the beginning. And these poor women and these poor different, OUR operatives who have had their lives altered by the trauma that ensues after this. So I think Jon Lines makes such a great point there, because we've been doing this podcast for a while, and I'm excited to always read expert opinion on what is actually beneficial to achieve the goals that OUR would want to achieve, that we all would want to achieve, of ending sex trafficking. And it breaks my heart that like he knows what it takes and he can exquisitely explain it here. And he had to work with Tim Ballard and see that Homer Simpson cop character sliding down a freaking cactus for most of his time there. So it's very heartbreaking that those goals are not being achieved. Okay, I didn't interrupt you before, but you did a great job of explaining the STARS database is what it's called. So this is the story about that child exploitation material software. And I did not know this to this detail until I read here. So Ryan, do you want to start at 17 right there?
Sure. 17 on the right, like, okay, what is CPS?
Yep.
Okay, what is the child protection system? CPS is a child protective system that is specifically used by law enforcement. Law enforcement should have the proprietary rights to it. Only someone who is a commissioned law enforcement officer should be using it. It was created by a gentleman named Bill Wiltz, who I believe he is still the president of Child Rescue Coalition. I'm not for sure, city and different agencies, but he's technically brilliant. I mean, he's an absolute phenom when it comes to technology and creating systems that are used by law enforcement for investigative purposes. So CPS is an investigative tool, and I'm going to be careful about how I describe this because we don't want to compromise. These tools are very, very highly proprietary, and they're very, very special in their use. But the child protective system is used by law enforcement. You have to have a license to get access to it, and it is used to detect, to protect, and I'm trying to be careful, to prosecute those who prey on children. Can you describe Tim Ballard's use of the CPS in the circumstances under which he has his license was revoked by Bill Wiltzy?
Do you know the story, Ryan? Like that he literally had the license revoked?
No, I don't know. I haven't read this. I thought I haven't read this story, so this is super fascinating. I love when I come across stuff that supports the stories I've been saying in some way, shape, or form. So
we all do. It's human nature, but this is extra juicy. Okay.
Eisenhut, objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, improper opinion. Tim was allowed to use CPS when he was an agent with the Department of Homeland Security, HSI. Any use of that after he left, or any improper use of that while he was still with the government, would have been prohibited and absolutely a violation of any agreement to use that license. And I do know, sorry. No, go ahead. I was just going to ask you, Suzette Rasmussen talking. I was just going to ask you if you were aware of any circumstance where Tim Ballard's license to use the CPS was revoked by Bill Wiltzy. Answer. Yes, I was contacted by Jessica Farnsworth, who is the commander of ICAC. That's the International Coalition of, I'm blanking out. I can't remember the acronym. Commander of IACA, who let me know that, in fact, she contacted me prior to going to work with OUR. She and I were longtime colleagues because we I had sent agents to that task force. We had exchanged information. We were both on the governing board of human trafficking and child exploitation in the state of Utah. We were both executive managers in respective law enforcement groups. And she called me when she found out I was going to work for OUR, and she said, "Why would you do that? Why would you go work with Tim Ballard?" And I said, "You know what? I think it's a worthy cause, and I think I can help Tim. I can help Tim. I don't think it's a shameful thing to do." She says, "Well, if anybody can turn that organization around, you can." But she said, "But I will tell you, there was a situation where Bill Wiltsey had," and she explained, the CPS system that he had access to, and that he had taken the system and was improperly using that, one, while he was still at the government, with the government, and additionally, he had a license to provided to him by Bill Wiltsey after he left the government, and that Bill Wiltsey had revoked that license because of his misuse of that system. Question: and what was the STARS database? Answer: STARS database was actually a pipe dream of Tim's. The STARS database would have been what CPS is able to do, and this is what I derived from Tim when I got there, and that his grandiose idea was to develop this technology so it could be used by law enforcement, that he could claim, or actually that he was hoping to use it for his own use, which would have been highly inappropriate because he wasn't law enforcement. But it was a system that he hoped to create that was similar to CPS. Question: and when you said he was improperly using CPS, do you know anything more about that improper use? Objection, Eisenhut. Calls for speculation, calls for hearsay, last foundation. Answer: yeah, this wasn't hearsay. I will tell you, I saw firsthand where he was on footage where he met with Glenn Beck, and he made reference to the system, and it was a CPS system. And he told Glenn Beck that at any time he can look into a predator's online activity, determine that he was involved in the distribution or receipt of child exploitation material. Ooh, wow, this is exactly what I was scared of. At the time, that he could use this for his own purposes, to threaten and intimidate and silence people to speak out on him.
That he could jack into their computers and he could frame them with child porn.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Wow, this is heavy stuff. So there's footage where he met Glenn Beck and made reference to the system, and it was a CPS system. And he told Glenn Beck that anytime he can look into a predator's online activity, determine that he was involved in the distribution or receipt of child exploitation material. Highly inappropriate to claim that he could use that for his own devices. Highly inappropriate to show it to Glenn Beck. Highly inappropriate to make the assertion that all it would take is to take action as soon as you made that determination, because there's significant legalities that are necessary to take any action using this specific tool. Secondly, I was told by Jessica, who sent me a memo of the particular incident that was written, and she sent that out amongst the IACA community, that OUR was not to be given a license. It was revoked when Tim Ballard invited Bill on an operation ensuing him that the CPS system would only be used to support law enforcement, provided to law enforcement professionals who were authorized to have a license to use that. Bill was very discouraged to come home to find out that Tim took that system. He was claiming that the system that OUR would be using to detect child predators online, claiming somehow proprietary rights to himself. And Bill, being a very principled person and understanding how that could quickly compromise the use and integrity of that machine, and he quickly revoked the license and made sure that Tim had never had access to it again.
Woo!
Whoa, wow.
This was me, 1 a.m. saying, oh, why isn't Ryan answering the phone? Gosh.
We have to go live.
Insane.
Oh, that is insane.
Can I give you a conspiracy theory that just came to me?
Sure.
Somebody have asked me before, like, what if Tim Ballard was actually connected to what if he was truly working for that billionaire cabal of Epstein, Mossad ties, Trump, just like the wealthy billionaire sex trafficking class that you could just, imagine in your head. Let's hypothetically say that exists. It in some way or shape or form, from QAnon to just like lefties who want to see all people like Epstein go and his affiliates go burn in hell forever. Anywhere across that cabal network. Is it possible that Tim was in cahoots with them? Because the reason I say that just occurred to me. I'd never really considered that before. I was like, he's a Homer Simpson who just fell on a cactus. I don't think he's competent enough. But if he had somebody do that to him, if they had somebody get him in a compromising situation like that happened with Diddy or happened with Epstein, what if they did that to Tim Ballard? That's never occurred to me until just now. You know what? And like, he's using these tactics of like possible compromisation and blackmail, things that you're afraid of, because maybe somebody did that to him and he's now on some type of inside circle, so that when the time comes and people are speaking out against sex trafficking, if it ever gets out about Epstein, if they ever get out, that they have the number one stopper of sex trafficker guys, Sound of Freedom's Tim Ballard, there to protect them and say that the sex traffickers are actually somewhere else and divert people's attention. Sometimes these psyop things, they're 30-year-long operations. Some might say conspiracies, but if they were really planning ahead, could they have like gotten a hold of Tim and done something like that? What do you think of my theory?
I don't know. I think anything's possible. I think it probably gives Tim a little bit, like, those people need to operate in absolute controlled security and silence and secrecy. I think it's pretty apparent Tim's not that guy. He's a loose cannon, but it would be a great cover. Like, but
what if this is just what we're seeing with Tim right now? What if this is just him at 10% because they like promised him millions of dollars and to be prophet of the church and president one day? Maybe we just haven't even seen him in full force, that if he didn't have something hanging over his head as blackmail, we would see him legitimately lose his mind. Just a little bit of stress on Tim causes him to, as we know, drink incessantly, shit his pants, use women as therapists, which we all hate, guys. Go pay someone else for that. And also commit sex crimes. So when he's under stress, there's another story from the lawsuit I read the other day that I forgot about, where Tim was thinking that he was going to get caught cheating on his wife, Catherine. And he goes outside and he says, I can't have Catherine know that I can't have Catherine think I'm cheating on her. I can't have Catherine think I'm cheating on her. And then he goes outside and he throws up in the bushes because he's so stressed out about what he's doing. Like, I think when he's under stress, some really extra nefarious things can be manipulated out of him, or that he, falls in line with. So that's just some flavor to add to the conversation. Okay.
Well, let me take a spin off of your conspiracy theory in a slightly different direction.
No.
What if that was Tom Harrison's move? What if Tom Harrison is the guy you're talking about? That Tom Harrison is controlling Tim because Tom Harrison has some sort of dirt on him. I mean, we've always assumed that Tom Harrison was like revered by Tim, and Tim's taking orders from him because he reveres Tom Harrison as this prophet figure. But what if Tom Harrison was involved in some cabal of nefarious things and looped Tim into it, looped Jody and Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie and Daybells, Lori Vallow?
What if, let me one up
anything's
you.
Possible.
What if Tim got his ideas about spiritual wifery, not from Joseph Smith, because he couldn't pass that off, but he got them from Tom Harrison?
That's I think verifiable, because in Visions of Glory, they went out on these savior missions in this apocalyptic world where governments have fallen and China and Russia's taken over America. Tom Harrison says that he went out 2 by 2 with a female companion that wasn't his wife, posing as a couple on these rescue missions to try and rescue people and gather Zion. So that's not far-fetched by any means. Oh, you have the book. Oh, get that out of here. Have you read it?
I let to sleep every night. No.
Have you read the book?
I mean, actually, yeah, I've read the audio version. See, I've even marked it up with my favorite parts.
Yeah, the couple's ruse is in there. It's not called the couple's ruse, but I think you're right on that he probably got the couple's ruse idea from Tom Harrison, who portrays it as a heavenly principle that they used in this apocalyptic, prophetic, as he would say, view of the last days. That'd be interesting. I mean,
do you think that Tom Harrison, what I was getting at, but while that is true, and we've talked about that on our podcast before, do you think that Tim Ballard got his ideas about this secret network, this Naughty Boys Club, because somebody else was practicing plural marriage here in the 21st century by the name of Tom Harrison? What do you think about that? I'm just throwing out conspiracies.
I don't know. I think there's something to that, and we've heard rumors that we can't talk about yet because I can't verify these rumors, so I don't want to put out anything that isn't verifiable by multiple sources. So let me just add that it looks like he's going to go into the background, but let me just add that when I was with Tim, the OUR got off the ground because of the Gardy story. I went around with Tim and Giesno, Gardy's father. Elder Ballard got Tim involved because of the kidnapping of this kid. This is the foundation of OUR, the Gardy story, Giesno going around. I was in meetings with Giesno, Tim, and many other people, private meetings at Thanksgiving Point, as well as public fundraisers where Tim was pushing this Gardy story because it's so awful and so horrific that a kid gets kidnapped from primary in Haiti while his dad's a bishop, that it really pulled at the heartstrings and struck fear into the hearts of every LDS parent ever. It's like our worst nightmare. And he milked that to no end, to the tune of millions of dollars. And so like you can't understate the importance of the Gardy story in all this. So just want to put that context out there.
Yep. And I have made a YouTube documentary of the Gardy story from start to finish, everything you kind of need to know about the context of this. I'll link it down in the description below, and it'll probably play at the very end. Please watch it. It's really important to understanding, like Ryan said, the base, the context, how everything was just rushed to get started to make a film that wasn't based in any kind of reality, as he'll get into right here. So the Gardy story is fascinating. It's also partially what Tim Ballard, when Tim Ballard says the sound of freedom is 99% true, I'm starting to find a compilation of all of the times he said that it's based on a true story. How real is it? And the interviewer will ask, and he'll be like, it's 99% real. And I haven't made a full breakdown of the Sound of Freedom movie, but what you need to know is that 99% of it is false, right? So he says part of the Sound of Freedom movie, the plot of it is going into this jungle, and the jungle he's talking about to save a kid and shoot the trafficker and kill a bad guy is the Gardy story, that are not in resemblance at all. So it's very important for his own myth making. The story that he put out to people is based on this court transcript under oath from Jon Lines. Okay. So why the Gardy Marty story was important. Yes, Gardy Marty was a Haitian boy. He was actually born in the United States in St. George, and his father, they went back to live in Haiti. His father was an ecclesiastical leader with the LDS Church, and unfortunately, and it's a very sad story, Gardy was kidnapped or abducted somewhere near the church on a Sunday and never to be found again. I hope I realize this is not
Throw it up on, there you go.
There you go. Yep. And unfortunately, it's a very sad story. Gardy was kidnapped or abducted somewhere near the church on a Sunday, never to be found again. There was no trace of him. There was no word. There was, there were allegations and there were assumptions and there were suspects, but Gardy was never found again. Tim told me one day when we were working that President Ballard, M. Russell Ballard, who was an apostle for the Church of Jesus Christ, of Latter-day Saints, had found out that Tim had written some books. Tim had written some books for the church. And when he found out that Tim was an agent for the Department of Homeland Security, reached out to Tim and said, Tim, what can be done to find Guardy Marty? And Tim took it upon himself. He came to me and asked, is there anything that we can do jurisdiction-wise? Let me just pop right in here to make a quick statement. Remember how we were talking about how, like, on Greg Mattson's podcast, I said we because I mentally was in that conversation with you, but you were talking about like how Elder Ballard also was a victim of Tim's. What?
I felt your presence. Yeah.
Oh,
I felt your presence, your telepathic presence. Yeah, you're there.
Thank go, Ryan. Remember how we're kind of like on the debate of like, was Elder Ballard like a victim of Tim's? Did he get bamboozled by Tim? And you know what I think this is? I think it's just like a real case of like true, genuine older people senioritis kind of symptoms. You know, when like you do social media for a living and your mom calls you and it's like, oh, well, what do you mean that Taylor Swift didn't, the tickets were sold out to her concert? Can't you just message her? You guys are both on the internet. Like, can't you just get a hold of them? Like, you guys know what I mean? There's just old people who are like unaware of the confines of the capacity. And they're like, they see something on TV and put two and two together. And they're like, oh, I know this guy, Tim Ballard, and he works for Department of Homeland Security. He must be able to go rogue and go look for this boy. Like, he would know what to do. And it's like, no, you're asking like a 14-year-old boy to give a blessing to heal somebody at this point. Like, he's not the guy for that. And that's just evidence of like the system of the patriarchy and Mormonism to put that kind of mantle on people. But furthermore, like, the apostles are too old. They're just too old. That's where I'm coming with this.
Yeah, the proposition of finding Guardy would take an absolute miracle of God, an intervention, because by this point he had been missing for years, like 4 years,
2009 to like 2016 or 2017. It's 7 years later. I know that much.
Yeah, I mean, when Elder Ballard got involved with him, yeah, by that point it's 7 years later. Now it's even later, and so like he was kidnapped when he was 2 years old, so he wasn't even. He doesn't even know what his parents look like after a year or two of not being around him. And his parents don't know what he looks like. And so it would take an absolute miracle. I think Tim saw it as a way to impress Elder Ballard, take on, and I'm sure he made promises to Elder Ballard that he knew he wasn't able to keep. Maybe he was delusional. But yeah, he probably made promises to everybody. Yeah, I got him on camera, probably in my database multiple times, saying, "I will never rest until we find Guardy." Like, never rest my entire life. But really, in the back of his mind, he saw this is the fundraising golden goose to get access to Mormon funds, Mormon donors. Yeah, and he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. He was right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Selling hats that say "Find Guardy" on them, all the way to the bank. The real story of Guardy. I don't want to get into all the specifics. We can keep reading. However,
let's find out John's perspective. This is going to be fascinating. I'm so excited to hear this.
And Tim took it upon himself. He came to me and asked, is there anything that we can do jurisdiction wise? And I said, we will. And this is when he was still with the government. So this is before he left OUR, came to when they were both working at HSI. Did I say that right? I says, we'll do everything we can to activate any equities or intelligence resources or individuals that could actually help from the Haitian end, because he was a United States citizen. I said, but jurisdictionally, we have nothing we can do over there in Haiti. And he said, well, I've been asked to see if I can do something about finding Guardy, and I have no idea what to do. But Guardy became kind of a sounding cry for Tim and his Operation Underground Railroad promotion, talking about how terrible it was that Guardy was lost, how terrible it was that he was never found. You know, the parents, and please know and trust that it's a very sad story. Guardy's it's a parent's worst nightmare, but the absolute the exploitation that Gardy's story was getting terribly out of hand. And again, he said that, hey, people love the story and I'm going to continue to tell it because people continue to give. So Gardy Marty was a Haitian boy that was missing. He was abducted, never found, that Tim felt he should somehow be involved in finding because an apostle of the Lord told him, if there's anything you can do, please do, in short. So that's the Gardy Marty story. Thank you. And then you were going to discuss if you were aware of any stage operations, such as the Haiti mission in 2018. So that would have been well after the Gardy's kidnapping had occurred. And that was Tim was asked to do anything he could find Gardy. So what happened in 2018 with regards to the Haiti situation? Again, you're correct. Gardy went missing way before Tim actually came over and worked at HSI in 2011. So 2018, this is 7-8 years later, and he was still talking about, we're going to find Gardy. We're going to find Gardy. I've got intelligence mechanisms activated. I have a psychic is what he means. I've got people on the ground. I've got people there. Sorry, that was me ad-libbing. That's not Jon Lines. I've got people on the ground. I've got people that are giving us intelligence as we speak. We've got, new leads are coming in every day. Those were absolute lies. Those are absolute lies. That wasn't happening. So there was some scramble in the office that Gardy's been located. We think we know where he is, but we need $40,000 from a donor to get over there and do this operation quickly. It's got to materialize quick. Does anyone have any access to donors that are willing to give us $40,000? Well, that didn't sit well with me because at first I didn't trust what Tim was telling us because there was something just fishy about the fact, and it was so rush. And long story short, we found out that the $40,000 was needed to stage some training in Haiti to rent a helicopter to fly Coach Tomlin around the Pittsburgh Steelers that was going to footage and to get footage that was going to be used during a halftime show or halftime presentation at an NFL football game. The reason I know it was staged is because ex-Navy SEAL Dave Lopez, who was there, who was with Tim, who conducted the training, the stage training, firearms training with Haitians, which is ridiculous because we do not have firearms training for anyone. We are not law enforcement, and also went on that operation with Tim, that supposed operation, told me later, Jon, that was such a hoax. It was done nothing more for show. It was done for theater. And it was surprising to me that Dave, who is a very close ally of Tim, would have disclosed that to me. So that's one staged operation. Wow. What do you think, man?
Okay, this is huge stuff. I'm so thankful for Jon's testimony because this absolutely corroborates my testimony that I gave in Cartagena in the Kelly Suarez case, that Tim's primary motivation for conducting the island raid operation in Cartagena, Colombia, was to get footage to make a movie about himself. That's the primary motivation, and that saving kids came secondary or wasn't even a factor at all. And Tim called me out, like saying that I perjured myself in that trial. And I'm like, here you go, buddy. Like, that's not me just saying that you're making movies about yourself, not to save kids, but to promote your own damn image and exalt yourself into hero status. That's your motivation. We all see through it. And so cut this bullshit about trying to save kids. We see through it. And Jon Lines, I'm so thankful. His testimony backs up mine and countless others, that he's in this for the hero status of his own image. Full stop.
Full stop, straight up. Corrupt, LARPing criminal. It's insane. Dude, man, I wish that we had this testimony in Cartagena. Maybe things would be different. And It just occurred to me, like, the same way that he would say, we're never going to stop finding Gardy. Like, we're going to keep finding Gardy, make hats. Like, that is one of the heartstring pulls that forces that story to continue on forward. That's the narrative. And Kelly Suarez, who Tim locked up for the last 20 effing years, he needed to, again, have some type of charges to lay on Kelly Suarez, who was already out of prison for 10 years, who was, entrapped into doing basically nothing, but for his entire film, for his entire narrative. Long story short, all I'm trying to say is Kelly Suarez and Gardy just more pawns in his story, man. Like,
yep, they're
just
pawns.
absolute pawns. And he can't rescue Guardy's body and bring him back to life, but he can take someone's life away if he has the possibility. He is the savior that gets to decide whatever story he wants to tell. He is going to make it that the real life of it come to pass. So he's never going to stop finding Guardy. He's never going to stop putting innocent people in prison as well. Like, is that not what he did to Kelly Suarez, like a decade after the fact? So, despicable. Okay. Thank you. And then you were going to discuss if you were aware of any stage operations. Did I already read that part? How did it scroll up so fast? Okay, sorry. Okay, this part, did it repeat or something? I can't be going crazy.
No, I think you're on
Haiti mission
79. You've read 79 because there's the $40,000 I saw on.
And how did
79.
they respond? So there's firearms training, funding, things receiving other people on the ground.
Yeah, keep going. 79 was $40,000 trying to stage a Pittsburgh Steelers coach Tomlin raid.
Okay, I think I'm up here.
You read.
I must be up here.
Yeah. So that's one of the staged
operations. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. So he's so asks, did you raise concerns about Ballard's false narrative or staged operations? Yes, I did. And how did OUR's leadership respond to your concerns? Let me preface this by this was just not me. That was finally a culmination of enough was enough. We were getting external pressure from people saying, we've got academic groups, we've got significant other nonprofit organizations, we have people, we have law enforcement, we have the FBI was conducting an investigation at the time about fraud and some of the claims and misrepresentations and the potential for tax violations, improper use of funding. All of this is like 2016, like that many accusations and that many problems they are already going through. So just discussing how difficult it was for these people on the inside to say anything against him. His gravy train, that's what it's been basically called since the beginning. Your accountant, your relatives, your brothers, your sisters, your in-laws are all in on the OUR action. So
as consultants, getting massive consulting fees to six-figure consulting fees. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Tevye. Again, her story is insane, so I can't wait to get to that. So Tevye, getting back to Tevye's situation, she came and said, Jon, I'm very, very concerned about something that's happening. I said, talk to me. She said, when Brad sees me, he always wants to hug me and hold me. So Brad is another person on the board, another one of the executives, I guess. I don't know his exact title. And he always wants to hug and hold me. And I said, some people are huggers. She says, no, I don't like hugging. I don't want hugging. And I've actually told him I am uncomfortable hugging you, Brad. But he still says, come on, you'll get to know me. You'll get to know me and I know you'll like me as soon as you get to know me. She says, that makes me all the more uncomfortable. I said, just tell him that you don't want to hug him. Well, Brad told Tim that she objected to his hugging. Tim, for whatever reason, instead of saying, well, don't hug her. If she said, don't hug her, you don't hug people. Women and men have boundaries. And if they tell you what a boundary is, you don't cross that. Instead of telling Brad that, she called Tevye, or Tim called Tevye, and scolded her for not making him feel welcomed, not making him feel a part, not being warmer to him, not being more friendly and hugging him and making him feel like he's part of the team. Well, that's horrible. Anybody that's worked in any kind of workplace, especially somewhere that advocates on behalf of women and sexual abuse and manipulation and trafficking, and the fact that every person should have boundaries and the right to say no to any type of physical contact. And then she further said, he's just kind of vulgar. I said, what do you mean? She says, okay, getting right into for this story. This is crazy. Okay. Anything before I get into the story that she tells here. So again, this is Tim Ballard's sister-in-law, Tevye, Catherine's sister, who is one of the executives at OUR, talking about the other top executives sexually harassing her and Tim not doing anything about it.
Okay.
There was a situation where we were in DC one time, and she said that she accompanied Delia. How do you say that name, you think? Delia? I'll just say Delia. She accompanied Delia, who was a trafficking victim. And that's another story for itself. A travesty and a problem I had to get us out of when we went over and commandeered her and took her from New York, Delia, where she was. And I got the phone call from the victims advocacy, Homeland Security, the attorneys, and everybody telling us that we were going to be in trouble for victim tampering, for witness tampering, for taking a witness in a critical trial out of New York without getting anybody's permission. Anyway, it was a whole mess. So he's going to go on to explain what this story was basically about. But if you're not following, there's a trafficking victim. I think the name that she goes by in the press is an alias. I think that probably is her real name, which is kind of unfortunate maybe. But it's a story that Tim has laundered for his image many times, about a girl who I believe saved herself. You know that story?
Yeah.
Ryan?
Okay. The girl that he said was raped like 80,000 times, some huge number like that. And then that he saved him. But then the real story is that she actually saved herself and had nothing to do with OUR. Yeah. Okay.
So they find a sex trafficking victim that they had nothing to do with helping her get out of that situation, but they are basically kidnapping her in their own way, taking her to Utah for their own press tour as if they had something to do with her kidnapping, complicating this critical case against the sex traffickers that they're going against. Like
removing a witness from the city, from New York.
Crazy. And she says, so Sousa asks, and Tim did that? Oh, yes. He took Kirsten Stockwell over there and took her in the cover of dark, just brought her over without any kind of forewarning. And she appears and he says, look at this trafficking victim we've got. The exploitation is unbelievable. Well, I had to deal with the fallout and it was very interesting. I had a phone call with the victim's witness advocate in New York who was making sure that her visa was in, that she was taken care of. She was given resources, that her visa was properly adjudicated because her visa here and her ability to stay was based on her willingness and ability to testify in a federal trial that was ongoing. Will Tim just went and took her and started claiming her for his own trafficking victim, that he would prop up and take her on stage and talk about all the 50 times a day she was raped and all things, the horrible things that had happened to her. And look at her now. She's wonderful and healthy. Well, that's horrible the way he exploited her. Was she ever a victim that he rescued? Was Delia? Absolutely not. None whatsoever. But he made it clear as if she was a victim of his or a rescuee of his. So in context, he took her to testify in front of Congress. He took her to DC to testify as how a border wall would have prevented her from being trafficked and raped 50 times a day. So she went with Tim, with Tevye, and David Jacobs, I believe, was there also. And Tim testified in front of a hearing, a committee, and they later went to lunch, the four of them, David Jacobs, Delia, and I'm sorry, my wife came in, Tevye, yada, yada. Okay. Delia, wow. David Jacobs, Tevye, and Tim. Okay, ready for this part? Ready. Okay. Ready. I have not heard this story before. This is insanity. Okay. Went out to lunch during that trip. Tevye said, I can't believe what they did while they were sitting there with a victim of trafficking and me, a female employee of this company. A woman came in and she said she had tight spandex pants on and went up to the counter to order, and she dropped something and bent over. And she said both of them went down and were looking at her. I'm sorry, who? Both of who? David Jacobs and Tim both lowered their heads to get a better look and then started making vulgar comments about her appearance. And it was something like, that should be a travesty that our wives don't look like that. Our wives not keeping in shape should be grounds for divorce, or, don't quote me on any of that, other than it made her feel very uncomfortable. And she was very disgusted that he would make those comments in front of her, and also a trafficking victim that he's supposedly advocating on the abuse and objectification of women. And those two felt like it was appropriate to make those kinds of comments around her. So she brought those to my attention. And the reason I was concerned is because a few, and time frame wise, months before that, we had an individual that worked for us that during a meeting where there was representatives of the marketing team who were mostly female made a comment about another woman's attractiveness. He basically said, "Hey, Jon, will make all the queries with police departments to determine how much information they can provide us based on the support we've given them, because we all wanted to measure the impact and find out if we were giving support and if it was generating actual work and productivity." And he said, "Oh, but you might be able to ask because you're pretty." He was fired 3 days later, and I was instrumental in doing that. So good on Jon Lines. Sounds like when there's tapes of people being groped on the OUR missions, he sends it to the Mexican authorities. Sounds like if somebody is sexually harassing a woman in the workplace, he gets his ass out of there. So imagine Tim Ballard with a victim of horrendous sex trafficking that he actually didn't use his resources to save, however, paraded her in front of Congress and President Trump to act like he did. Also, oh man, there's just so much lore here. There's just so much. I mean, on top of that, when in their sites and with Tevye, who is his sister-in-law, he's also making these comments about how he wished that his wife would, give up her Jesus jammies, as Tim Ballard is also known to say to Catherine. There's an undercover tape of Tim saying he asked Catherine to take off what he calls Jesus jammies. I would never say that. That's too offensive, but her garments. So in comments like that, like, I wish our wives looked like that. Tim did try to go out and find other wives to look like that, probably. So, a little bit too truthful there, Tim. All of that happening in front of this victim. Tim Ballard, what do you have to say for yourself? Disgusting. Like, so typical, but I'm not surprised. But
yeah,
Ryan.
He has a problem with saying the quiet part out loud. But as disgusting and revolting as that is, my takeaway is that, one comment that we get all the time, because we're pushing back on Tim's claims about saving 7,000 kids by himself. People say, well, are you saying that he didn't save any kids? And I'm not saying that he didn't save any kids. I know you lean towards that direction. However, this is like the biggest damning evidence that he hasn't saved any kids, because if he has to take this girl who he didn't save from human trafficking, Jon Lines, others have reported on this, that he is claiming that he saved her and he didn't. If he has to parade around to fundraisers somebody he didn't actually save, that signals to me that he doesn't have anybody that he has actually saved that he can put on stage. If he has to put somebody that wasn't saved by OUR on stage, then the only explanation I can come up with is that he doesn't have anybody that is actually a survivor that OUR saved that he can put up on stage for his fundraisers. Now, I know there's probably some ambiguity or some gray area in there. Not all trafficking survivors are in a place mentally, physically, where they can be paraded around for fundraisers. So there still is a window in there for kids being saved under OUR and to their sting operations. But this is like probably the biggest damning evidence that I've come across to suggest that there aren't actual survivors that OUR has been saved. Otherwise, why would they have to parade around somebody they didn't save claiming that they did? Tim claiming that he did.
Yeah.
That's
excellent point.
That's my analysis.
Audience.
Yeah. Whew.
Weigh in. Okay.
Yeah, weigh in.
So he says that he fired the guy at OUR that made these sexual comments, these sexually harassing comments. And do you know who that individual was that was fired? Do I know who that is? Yes. He had a role with which organization? He worked with me actually under my command at OUR. At OUR. And you were instrumental in having him fired for making that comment. Absolutely. Tevye, I got together because this young lady didn't complain, but another woman complained that was there and heard that and said she was so offended she had to take leave. And, you know, that's fine, whatever, it happens. But the reality is he said something, which I immediately said afterwards. I said, that was totally inappropriate. You don't say that in this environment. He said, dude, you know, we're all friends. I said, no, that's not inappropriate. Anyway, he was a longtime police officer that I knew, but you don't don't say those types of things and do those types of things in our environment. And he was fired almost less than a week later. And I supported that decision. Tevye and I got together and made that determination. So for Tim to do and say what I know that Tevye brought to my attention, it pales in comparison for what somebody else was fired for. Okay. And how did OUR's leadership respond to Tevye's sexual harassment allegations when they were brought to their attention? As far as I know, they did nothing. But I can't say that retroactively she did not receive some type of judgment because she said she didn't feel like there was anything she could do. And I said, you need to do something. You need to protect yourself and bring that to OUR's attention. But I don't think anything was done immediately for sure. Are you aware? And you're not aware of any type of settlement, or I am not. And Tevye, was she a married woman at this time? She was a widower and very frail and fragile and a wonderful human being. I have such respect and regard for Tevye Ware for what she had to endure while she was at OUR. But you don't know what her exit was like. You don't know if she voluntarily left or she wanted to quit. She wanted to quit, and because she was being terribly harassed by Tim, not only for the sexual harassment situation, but what she witnessed in operations in Haiti, where he didn't know she was going to attend, that she had witnessed an operation in Haiti. She was there with her daughter doing something else, found out that there was an operation, another one of these secretive operations that the president of operations, me, was unaware that Tim sent his operatives over to Haiti to conduct something that's supposedly legitimate, where she showed up. And I started to remember specifically, very vividly, it was like 2 a.m, my phone started blowing up. It was buzzing, and I started looking, and she says, Jon, I'm here in Haiti. I can't believe what's happening. You wouldn't believe what I'm witnessing. And she started to say, are you okay? Are you safe? Out of harm's way? Well, she later came home and told me all the things that she had witnessed in Haiti with this supposed operation, which she, again, came back and said it was all staged. It was all for sizzle reel. It was videoed. It was orchestrated. They would do something. They would stop and they would reset it again to make it look like it was legitimate. So she came back and brought that to my attention. Whew. Now, that's something I've always wondered. Similar to like a reality show where you're like, how much of this is real? I even had hope in Tim Ballard that he wouldn't stage something to the point where, okay, that take wasn't good enough. Let's go and replay that again. Like actually act out rescuing kids for his movies and his documentaries. Like that is what, and if I'm wrong, I might need to double check this. I'm positive I'm saying it multiple times because I believe Tevye is his sister-in-law, unless I'm getting that wrong. But that is quite the person to come out against him. Speechless.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely speechless. I mean, I have heard stories like this where he would be on camera and he'd say something. He's like, hold on, let me try that again. And then he'd turn the camera or like say something like, children are not for sale. And then, hey, did you cue the explosion behind me while I walk away? Like we're talking about a movie set. He's treating these operations like a movie set. He's so in movie making mentality that it's not about saving the kids. He's got his director's hat on. He's got his script writing hat on. And then he's going into these operations with that mentality. Of course, it's going to put people in danger. Of course, it's going to be unethical. And wow, Tevye's calling him out. Oh, wow. This is bombshell. This is such a bombshell. It's just supporting everything we've been saying and talking about and what I've been hearing privately and what we've been talking about this whole time, that He's a movie director, not a savior of kids.
Yeah. Incredible, huh?
Wow.
And I swear we're like, there's still so much more craziness. Like,
my gosh.
The bombshell does not end on this. Okay. So she came back and she's like, WTF. So says, brought it to my attention, 4095. And I said, Tevye, this was one of the things that predicated our meeting with the chairman of the board, Kelly. This was one of the things she was concerned about. And I need to make this very clear. When I finally spoke up to the board, to OUR general counsel, to the chairperson of the board, this was largely, my wife reminded me of this the other day. She said, you need to remember that you struggled with how to proceed and you stuck up for Tevye because she had nobody advocating for her. And I said, well, I witnessed some of the same things, but I figured I could deal with it. But she was treated so poorly. As soon as she got back and Tim found out that she had relayed to me what she witnessed in Haiti, he went on a vicious campaign to not only discredit her, to intimidate her, he said horrible things to her. He called me and told me that he had conducted his own investigation into her allegations of him, which is laughable, conducting his own investigation into allegations against him. And what she said he claimed happened in Haiti, she said was a liar. She was mentally unstable. She was sick. She was suffering from a mental disorder. And he spewed all types of psychological analysis that I thought, who do you think you're talking to? I mean, he treated me like I was an idiot, that I was going to believe what he was putting down. But that's the way Tim operates. When he gets his mind set on something, he is bound and determined to put whatever truth forward that serves his own purpose. And I know good and well that what she had witnessed was legitimate and of concern, because she had of utmost concern and respect for this mission and what it would take to do the right thing. He did not know she was going to show up with her daughter. Her daughter was there too. She's got an adult daughter that was there too, that witnessed the same ridiculous antics. So like, she was going to quit. She was going to quit because I can't take it anymore. And the sad thing is Catherine was cruel to her. Her own father was cruel to her for ousting Tim, and the ridiculous antics and his false narrative and all the things that finally came to a head. Okay. Confirmed. Yes, that is Catherine's sister. Crazy. And that was the time, and I'm glad you brought this up, that was the time that I got a phone call from Nathan Richardson, who was the controller who actually used to work for Kelly, left Kelly to become the controller to work immediately for, and with Tevye Ware. Nathan called me and said, Jon, this is around the same time. He says, I just spent the weekend in the hospital having a nervous breakdown. He says, I've got to tell you what's happening. Tim has told me to keep all this secret. He's threatened me with firing, with insubordination, with all types of things if I ever tell you what's happening and the expenditures in Haiti. Tevye told me the same thing, that she has finally said, yeah, Jon, there's a lot that Tim has told me not to bring to your attention, not to give visibility on or tell you about. Yeah, was I disappointed in Tevye? Absolutely. But I do understand what kind of fear tactics were implemented, what she was posed with the type of mental duress that he can inflict on somebody. So it kind of goes back to your point earlier, Ryan, about, the amazing women that have filed this lawsuit and are fighting Tim in court, much to their own mental duress. Like, they knew what kind of monster they were taking on, but also when you can't stand anymore and you have to out the person for what they're doing, and this cult leader, you don't even know what kind of egregious harm and mental duress you can inflict on somebody. And it's sickening. His own sister-in-law, she can testify to that. And that she was kind of being held captive in this abusive family, this toxic dynamic that so many employees of OUR were also embroiled in. Like, what does that say about the character of that boss, of that person, that so many people say the same thing, that like the kind of fear tactics that they can implement and what kind of psychosis and mental hospital they can put somebody in. What in the hell is going on?
Yeah, what an asshole to do that to your own family member, and a woman at that. I'm sorry, Tevye. I don't know if you'd listen to this, or I'm sorry you went through that. Just, jeez. And she's got to live with this guy. They have to show up at family reunions together. Like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. That's a living hell.
Yeah, she runs her own organization now related to sex trafficking, which I'm dubious of, but I will reserve judgment. So Tim's a monster. I don't know what else to say. This is disgusting. Okay. So this came as a real head for me that enough's enough. Tim is supposedly an advocate for the downtrodden, the abused, the vulnerable, and he is literally beating the hell out of people within his own agency who are trying to do the right thing by the very people we serve. So that's why I had that meeting with Kelly to say, enough's enough, Kelly. We need to do something to right this ship. Do you believe that your administrative leave from OUR was retaliatory? Ryan, do you want to read this part?
Sure. Man, I just want to know, like, what was Tim thinking when he hires Jon Lines and he thinks he can like pull the wool over his eyes? Somebody with that kind of background, that I don't know what he was thinking, like that he could control him like he does everybody else, that he could feed him BS and control him. I don't know what he's thinking. So answer, was his leave from OUR retaliatory? Question. Answer, absolutely, no doubt. I never heard one word from the board, one word or email or message or phone call. All I heard from is somebody who Tim told to call me and said, you are to cease and desist and do nothing more with OUR. That's the language that was told to my friend and neighbor, who I'm hoping she'll come forward at some point and tell her story. I know many people that were like told that. That's lawyer speak for stop talking or we're going to sue you. Question. So you brought these concerns to the attention of OUR board and then you were placed on administrative leave? Answer, yes. Question. And Ballard has suggested that your criticisms of him were motivated by personal animosity. How would you address that claim? Let me put it this way. I agreed to join him at OUR, trusting that he had a sincere desire to do the right thing and soliciting my help. I knew he needed it and genuinely wanted him to succeed. It was in everybody's best interest, and it still is in everybody's interest, that Tim Ballard does the right thing by the people that we served. You know, I joined him and leveraged all my reputation, my professional clout, even when warned not to. Even when people said, do not join OUR, they are a laughingstock and have alienated the very people they need to empower. Tim is singularly focused on his own agenda and his own marketing brand. Nevertheless, I did, and he resisted my help at every turn. He resisted my efforts to try and do the right thing by him, by the organization, by the employees, by the people that were giving millions of dollars and offering their faith in our organization. If he calls animosity a complete erosion of trust, keep scrolling for me. Complete erosion of trust, of the trust and confidence that I had in him and his ability to lead OUR and be true to those people that deserved our stewardship, then he can call it what he wants. Question. John, let's talk a little bit about, let's move over to if you're aware of a video where Ballard claimed that he had to wear a disguise for a KSL interview. Are you aware of that? Yeah, I am. Question, you are? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Yes. Okay, and what was your understanding of the context of having to wear the disguise for KSL interview? Answer, there was, that was his favorite. That's the way he described me. My boss now works for me. I think I missed the answer after the question, down 99. Yeah. And answer. There was a situation where he was on stage promoting himself and talking about, in fact, he actually invoked my name and said, hey, Jon Lines, who was my boss's boss, which he loved to say. That was his favorite. That was the way he described me. My boss's boss now works for me. That's the credit I got when I was up on stage. Yeah, so I realized quickly it was another prop. I was another prop, you know, and and somebody who bolstered his own personal agenda and his image tried to prop him up. But he said, let me tell you a story about my boss. You know, he said, I went into his office one day and he said, oh, no. Here's how it went. He rushed into my office speaking about me and said, hey, KSL's downstairs. They want to do an interview and I don't know how to do it. And I want you to do it for me. And I said, Tim, you've got to go down and do that interview. And he said, oh, Jon, I'm an undercover operator and you know I can't go under. I'm undercover and I can't go on camera. And I said, and he claimed that I told him that I would put him in disguise and that he would be able to do the interview because no one would recognize him because he's so covert. And the audacity of him, one, to claim that that was true and ridiculous. One, to claim that was true is ridiculous. And to think that, one, the assertion that he came into my office, which he didn't have one, he had a queue. Two, probably cubicle or something, a queue. Two, that he and I would tell him to immediately go downstairs because the press was there. Three, that I would put him on camera and I would put a disguise on him because he was such a super secret operative that he needed to be protected if he was to go on camera. That was just so indicative of his storytelling and his absolute propensity to lie just to make himself look really, really spectacular. Question. In your professional opinion, is it ever appropriate for an individual to wear a disguise during a media interview? Answer. Oh, I've seen individuals interviewed where their face is obscured, where they don't want to be identified. That's totally appropriate if there's a reason for somebody to be put in a disguise. In context, it was laughable. So you believe that Ballard's claim about wearing a disguise that was justified or a theatrical exaggeration to bolster his image? Answer, total theatrics, totally. Question. Okay, let me ask you about this. Ballard alleged that you failed to effectively manage donor funds and operational resources. What evidence can you provide to counter these allegations?
Should we just pause on that? The wig story.
Okay. What's going on here?
The narcissism.
So weird.
I am like not even surprised, but so not with it. Like, these type of people kind of, you think people who like run big operations like this or run our government or run corporations are like smart people? They're not smart people. They just have access and they have yes men. Like, under no circumstances should that even be a believable story. But the fact that Tim thinks that people are just going to go along with this forever, like he's lying constantly. Like, when does it become too much? Thoughts, Ryan? Anything? Should we continue?
I don't know. It's just another example of him completely making up a story, like completely making up stories. That's what he does. He's a storyteller and I don't even know if this one has a shred of, usually he builds it off of a shred of truth and then builds his narrative off of this. So this doesn't sound like there's even a shred of truth to any of that.
Not even a shred of truth. He didn't have an office. He had a cubicle. Yeah. Stop trying to make yourself a big shot. You're a paper pusher, all right? All right, I'll read this part, I guess. Okay, let me ask you about this. Ballard alleged that you failed to effectively manage donor funds and operational resources. What evidence can you provide to counter these allegations? Objection. Answer. I would just say in response to that, one, I was never given any indication or notified or communicated with or any expressions whatsoever, written or verbal, that I was misusing any resources. And I can make note that the very OUR today that exists is existing and doing the very program that I instituted while I was there. Nothing that Tim had done, electronic storage device, sniffing dogs, that was my program. The mobile forensic lamb distribution concentration allocation, that was my program. The law enforcement tools, meaningful training raised based on the needs and capabilities after close and strict evaluation of the law enforcement agencies based on where their current abilities and capabilities were. That was my program. Task force coordination and development, consultation, supporting a task force that wanted to improve their human trafficking and child exploitation capabilities, coming to us and saying, if only we had X, Y, and Z, and the OUR was able to offer them that they could get by means of their own, that they couldn't get by means of their own budget. That was my program. Domestic and international anti-trafficking strategy, strategic planning focused on the multidisciplinary approach. That was a program I instituted. That was not what Tim was doing while I was there. Tim was promoting himself and his movies and staging operations. So for him to say that I misused resources, firstly, I didn't have access to the budget. I wasn't given an account. I couldn't take money anywhere to use it for my own or professional disposal. I was given a budget and I allocated that based on the needs and the requests that came from legitimate sources. So again, that's an outright lie. Damn. Fire throwdown, Jon Lines.
Yeah, like we know that Tim was using OUR resources to promote the Sound of Freedom movie, which yeah, he was using OUR resources and other people within OUR that hopefully will come forward at some point. Maybe they have in other affidavits have shown that Tim was misappropriating OUR funds that were supposed to go to saving kids to his own book career, to his speaking engagements. I mean, the religious side of things, as well as the Sound of Freedom movie promotion. So, I mean, this is just another example of what we've been describing this entire time, where Tim projects the things he's guilty of on the people around him. Just another example of that.
Exactly. $2.3 million funneled into a shell corporation to pay prostitutes for the couple's ruse and Tim's sexual assault and proclivities. 2.3 million. Like, just name another example. Thou doth protest too much. How do you believe that Ballard's public criticism of you has impacted your reputation in the anti-trafficking and law enforcement communities? I've had so many people ask me, how could you have aligned and advocated for and supported and worked with somebody like Tim Ballard? Isn't that something? People like Tim will accuse everybody about being the sex traffickers who oppose him. And the very experts in the community go look at another expert that worked for Tim and said, how could you do this? If you care about sex trafficking, go with their, well-deserved long opinion from a career of knowing what the hell they're talking about. And what? Go ahead.
This is like a really good question, because like we're looking at this in hindsight now after all of these allegations have come out, but you got to put yourself in Jon Lines' position in 2016. I was there in 2016, and I was in a meeting with Elder Ballard, John Moreland, the current CEO of OUR, Tim, and in Elder Ballard's private office. He had so much clout back then. And so it's not difficult to like see red flags, but also see that he had this gravitational force about him where he attracted people to him. He attracted resources, he attracted accolades and acclaim. And that was a really powerful thing. That was a really powerful thing in the groups and the social circles and that I was running in. And so I'm going to like assume I don't want to tell John's story for him or anybody else, but I can see like from my perspective, even though I knew Tim's faults, I wasn't aware of the sexual, that he was going to run off the rails and sexually assault women at that point, allegedly. However, but even with his faults, his narcissistic behavior, his self-aggrandizement, and, wanting to use funds inappropriately and his lack of experience, all of that was evident by 2016. However, the funding, the resources, everything was gravitating towards him. And so the desire to get involved in that and use that for a good purpose, you can't fault anybody for doing that and thinking that. I think we were probably all naive in thinking that we could work with Tim with all of his faults and still accomplish some really good things. And control, put some bumpers up on his tendencies. It turned out not to be the case. Nobody could control him before he went off the rails. However, back then, there's so much attention being drawn to OUR and Tim, and he was a rising superstar, and people were flocking to the cause. So yeah, let's set aside Tim's personal flaws and let's do some good with this thing. You can't fault people for doing that. Yeah, a lot of people at OUR had really good intentions, and Tim absolutely wrecked them. And drove this bus off a cliff. Took a lot of people down with him too. So, anyways, just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Well said. Your integrity is the reason why you're here with me today, not him. So it's all worked out. Okay, so can't believe you're working with Tim Ballard. Thought he should help them succeed. And he says, everybody should be given an opportunity to succeed if they do things correctly. Everybody that is well-intended should be supported if they know boundaries, if they're ethical, if they're moral, and they don't cross the legal boundaries. Everybody, but Tim Ballard crossed all of those negatively. And now I'm paying for it for everybody wondering. Jon was with OUR. OUR has done horrible things. Tim Ballard has done horrible things. I've been sullied. I've been stained. My reputation will never be the same. I parted the U.S. government, a highly decorated officer and a highly decorated administrator with accomplishments that I'm so proud of. Now I've got a legacy of affiliation with Tim Ballard. My organizational alliance and allegiance to Tim Ballard, who's absolutely a laughingstock, has been a discredit to the trafficking space. All right, I got another theory. Kara's theory time. I think in the same way, Elder Ed Russell Ballard, he and his family, it's not just him, it's his family, it's the connections, it's his legacy. He could not die. He was on his deathbed, probably like leading up to all this stuff, because he died like October 2023 when this news broke, like in September. I think for his legacy, he and his family needed to distance themselves from OUR to get that, at least washed out as much as they could, because they couldn't have Tim Ballard and Russell Ballard have his dying breath still be in support of Tim Ballard, because they might have known that all of this stuff was coming out. They were probably interconnected. We know Brad Bauer, for instance, is M. Russell Ballard's son-in-law, who Tim was connected with in a lot of ways. And Brad Bauer was one of the first people who heard about what Tim was doing in the couple's ruse, that had a direct ear to his father-in-law, the apostle. So that's kind of the connection there of how it got from the internal OUR couple's ruse situation into the ear of the church, the apostle, and his family. So Brad Bauer, who's young and strapping, he's going to protect his father's legacy, and he finds out about the couple's ruse. He reads the text messages. He is the judge, jury, executioner more than Tim is complaining about the stake presidents that didn't give him a counsel. The person who probably put the nail in the coffin is somebody who didn't want their legacy to be ruined, just like Jon Lines didn't want his legacy to be ruined. And now he's trying to do the right thing and speaking out, just like you didn't want your lifetime legacy to be ruined, like anybody associated with Tim, whether it's Glenn Beck or Sean Reyes, people who you never thought would turn on Tim Ballard because they were such close allies. Paul Hutchinson too, right? Like when somebody is that bad of an actor, they need to separate from them. So I find it very interesting and sad that somebody who is such like a decorated type of employee for the government, who's helped actually combat sex trafficking, feels like his reputation was ruined by Tim Ballard, who was a sex trafficker, basically. So that's actually another good connection, that sex traffickers coming after people doing right things. Tim Ballard is the sex trafficker to Jon Lines that's attacking him. Tim Ballard is the sex trafficker that's attacking Jon Lines, who actually does end sex trafficking. See how that reversed? Interesting on that. So anyway, point being, that makes me really sad. But my theory is it was probably M. Russell Ballard. And Tim was probably devastated. He probably was the one who wanted to cut him out.
Yeah, well, let me. I don't know if I've told you this, but it backs up what you're saying. I spoke with somebody recently who I need to protect their identity because hopefully they'll come forward with their own story in the coming days, weeks, hopefully soon, who was close associate of Tim the last couple of years before he was ousted by the church. And he told me that prior to 2023, from like 2021, last couple of years, before he got ousted and excommunicated, that Tim had very little, almost zero contact with Elder Ballard those last couple of years before Elder Ballard's death. And so I think, like, to build off of like what you're saying, I think that for many years prior to that, Elder Ballard and Elder Ballard's family wanted to cut ties with Tim altogether, denounce him. I'm sure the church wanted to do that as well. But being Deseret Book's #1 author, as high profile he was, they didn't know how to do that until the Vice, the reporters from Vice News approached them for comment and were going to release their articles with all the scandals. And they saw that as an opportunity, like, well, we've been like holding on to this, trying to figure out how to like cut him off and distance ourselves and cut ties for a really long time. We can't wait any longer. And Vice News just provided the opportunity to fast track that right before Elder Ballard's death. So I don't know. I would love to know the rest of the story. I don't know if that's how it went down. That's how it looks to me. I would hope that maybe Elder Ballard's family, or if anybody out there that knows Elder Ballard's family, that knows Elder Ballard's sentiments and feelings in the years prior to his death, what that looked like. And I would love to know the rest of that story. But there's a story there. It'll come out probably eventually, hopefully someday. But I would guess that it's along those lines, that they wanted to distance themselves from Tim. The church wanted to cut him off for years. But he created such a sticky situation. They didn't know how to do that without it blowing up in their faces somehow. So they did it at that time, still blowing up in their face. But can't avoid that when Tim's such a ticking time bomb.
Yeah. Interesting. Thanks for the insights as to my theory. And all started with Elder Ballard hearing about this poor boy that had been kidnapped in Haiti and said, is there anything you could do? And here we are today. It's incredible, the domino effect of that. Wow. Okay. So, says accomplishments I'm proud of. Now I've got a legacy of my affiliation with Tim Ballard, my organizational alliance and allegiance to OUR, who is absolutely a laughingstock, has been a discredit to the trafficking space, has done nothing but be a negative force. There are people now, just the other day, came to me and said, Jon, I have some money. Who should I give it to? But don't tell me to give it to an anti-trafficking organization because I have no faith in any of them now. Ooh, that's crazy. That's my kind of similar sentiment where I'm like, if you're profiting off of the exploitation of other people, and you don't have outside organizational oversight, like I would really want to check your books. I wouldn't want to know everything. It's just not like our government has a lot of funding for helping that right now, but yeah. So
yeah,
that's,
and just to back
crazy.
up what Jon is saying, one of my good friends, actually the guy that got shot, who runs his own nonprofit anti-human trafficking organization, which OUR ran funds through when they were waiting for 501c3 status. Yeah, he's heard the same things, that Tim has disgraced everybody, every other organization in this industry that is trying to fundraising. He's affected all of their fundraisers because his discreditation and his alleged fraud, and his bad behavior has tainted and sullied, because he became the face of anti-human trafficking for so long, and especially with Sound of Freedom moving. Now it's coming out that he was a complete fraud. That has tainted the image of everybody. And now their fundraising, actual legitimate, respectable organizations, are trying to raise money to combat human trafficking and child exploitation, are having a tougher time because of Tim Ballard and his legacy and his career. And so people would say, well, hey, the Sound of Freedom, even if it's not true, it raised so much awareness for the cause. So it's still, I don't realize the experts, from industry experts and people actually in the human trafficking space, he's done so much damage that it's going to take a long time for us to like get Tim Ballard out of our system. And I don't know, maybe some of these organizations might not recover. You know, some of them operate on a shoestring budget, and to have even a small dip in their funding source because people are like, wait, are you associated with Tim Ballard? Or people start being hesitant to give to charitable organizations that are legit because he's destroyed the credibility of everybody through his actions. And so people like look at me like, well, how can you possibly like attack Tim Ballard because you are preventing him from saving kids? I'm like, no, I'm actually trying to intervene to get him to stop spewing his nonsense publicly because he's affecting everybody and he's preventing kids from being saved by legit non-trafficking organizations. That's what he's doing. He is the bad guy in this situation.
It's a net negative of how many kids have been saved, because now we've got like negative thousands at this point. You know, he's gone in the other direction. He is not the guy. Get off of that. You don't have the mantle. Put down the microphone. Get off the camera. Go to rehab. Get some Depends. Like, he's not the guy to do this. It just proves it. It's so sick. I wanted to answer a couple questions. Yes, we just hit 4 hours. So this is now the time to hit a super chat or send some money in our Venmo or something, just as a tip. If you feel like this has been well worth your time, I think so glad that I'm having this conversation with you, Ryan, because again, I had to have it alone till 4 a.m. the other night. So I did read this whole thing by myself for 4 hours straight already without commentary. So it's incredible. I hope you guys tune in. If you want to leave a super chat, well, thank you forever. Love you.
If anybody gets a text message, hey, I want to go live and do something, can you jump on real quick? Just know this is real quick for Kara Burrell. But that's okay. It's important.
You are free to leave at any point that you want.
I know. No.
My son is taking a nap on the bed literally right over there. He came home from school and went home and took a nap. So I'm watching my kids while I'm doing this. Multitasking. Super mom over here. Okay.
Super mom.
Thanks. And I was going to ask you this too. What about Catherine's phone call to Elder Ballard asking him about the announcement and he knew nothing? Maybe that was just made up. But he could be lying and said he didn't know anything. I think that's pretty likely. I don't know. The likelihood that Elder Ballard didn't know this was coming out and that his family was distancing, I think that's a lie. I think Tim and Catherine have also said that like they were talking weekly at that time, but then they weren't talking quite as much because he had a lot of health problems over the last couple of years. Maybe that's true too. And he was getting sick on Tim's bullshit, but I don't know. He's been lying about his closeness with Elder Ballard. Let's put it that way. So don't have to have much of a stretch of imagination. He's lying about his closeness all the way up to the end.
Yeah. I mean, Catherine is not a trustworthy source, in my opinion, at all. And this coming from somebody, my wife was friends with her. We were friends with her family. We took their family camping and we liked them back then. But seeing how she's taken Tim's talking points and reiterated them, she's lost all credibility in my book. So I wouldn't put any stock in what she has to say. And she came out recently. I mean, in this Backfire episode, she made a video. I haven't even watched it yet. Have you watched it? The Catherine response?
The one with just Catherine? Yeah. Remember, I'm Kara Burrell.
Yeah. We're on top of everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's painful.
Well, we'll cover that. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say
we'll cover that.
You took her camping and found out that she wasn't trustworthy because she like had 2 marshmallows on her s'more when everyone was supposed to only have 1. And it's like, Catherine. Okay. Nope. A little more evil than that, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
So to programs, he was doing all kinds of programs. He's like, I'm a program policy minded dude. Tim was promoting himself in his movies and staging operations did this scoot up This is like repeating again. The communities. Should I give this to? Sorry, I'll cut all this out later. Oh, I've been stained. John, I have some money. 0 credentials. Sitting here today, having a special things taking a toll on me. Okay, I'm back on track. So he's talking about how this is all taking a toll on him for even working with Tim Ballard.
I'm gonna go check literally real quick. You keep reading. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Are you on mute?
Yeah, I can be.
Okay. Then I get a bathroom break after. All right, guys. It's just you and me. Buckle in. Remove. Okay. Literally, physically, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, my family will never be the same. My wife's been banished today in the last week or so, knowing that I have to relive this hell. It's horrible. It's horrible that I gave him a chance, that I gave him the benefit of the doubt, that I supported him. I advocated for him. I told people he will do better. He did not. He failed so many. He hurt so many. He has hurt me, but I will survive. But there are others that may never recover. Actually, I meant, but there are others that may never survive. Dude, collectively, can we not just say true? And also, what a thing to say in a sworn testimony about Tim Ballard. Gosh. Suzette, John, I am deeply sorry that you are having to relive all of this again, and I want to thank you for your time today. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Oh, that's so thoughtful. We love Suzette. John, do you have records of communications with individuals that you've referenced, such as Jessica Farnsworth, Bill Witzel, Tevye, and others that corroborate your testimony? You know, the fortunate thing is when I left 6, 7, 8, 9, when they put me on leave, and I don't even know if it was a technical, I don't even know what they called it. That's what I called it, because that's what you do in the government when you bench somebody. I don't have those queries, but that correspondence about Tevye and all the things that were happening, I have the communications with, so they took my email rights away. I do have some communications with Jessica about some of the things that were concerned about that she sent to my personal email account, because we still had interactions and so forth, still consider her a friend. And so she knew how to get a hold of me via email. So I have some questions from her. Would you be able to produce those following emails? Any grievances in writing that you sent, or Ryan's not back yet. Any grievances in writing that you sent or still have? Any severance or settlement agreement that you might have had with OUR? Are you asking him to produce these? Yes, I am. So he basically talks about how he didn't get a severance or something, I think. So he says he doesn't want to violate the certain terms of that. I take that seriously and don't want to violate the services of his, maybe has some kind of non-disclosure agreement that we are disclosing a little bit right now. Let me see where else it picks up. Let's go here. Okay. John, can you describe Tim's various roles at OUR, including his position as CEO, president, founder, and president of the board of directors? Objection. He was the founder of Course. He was the founder and CEO when I joined in 2016. Within a few months of my joining, there was a situation where I believe, and I will say I believe because this is based on conversations with Jerry and Tevye, that they expressed concerns about Tim and his activities. They went to the board, they expressed concerns, a lot of them similar to what I expressed to you, prior to being shelved. And I believe also based on communications with one of our significant donors who told me that he had a significant role in ensuring that Tim was stripped of his CEO title. Ryan, did you hear that? One of the major donors insisted that Tim was stripped of his CEO title. So unless Tim, because Tim will go on and say that these $10 million was thrown at him like a bag of bricks before his Senate run and during the Sound of Freedom movie, all these lawsuits. It's all some deep state church cabal that's trying to take him out. That's part of the sex traffickers. And unless, I think this is the key thing, if this is a point like, I think it is. Congratulate me if it's not. Tell me to shut up. Wouldn't Tim, so this would be the nexus, right? Is all these people are complaining within OUR about his behaviors. And now there is a major donor that Tim will not be able to live without, basically. And he is saying either Tim goes or my money goes. So Tim is going to have to go because all the family members, all the people who know that he is the problem, the same way that you just described that M. Russell Ballard's family probably wanted to distance themselves from it. This was the excuse, is that a CEO is going to withdraw their money. And that is where they're going to have to break up with their founder, with their, good friend, with this person that they've probably protected against various allegations up to this point. And now this is their breaking point, is Tim needs to be ousted, and a rich donor is the one that's making the difference. So my overall point, though, being, Tim, wouldn't that be, that's the head of the deep state church then? Wouldn't it be? That's the first person who said, that's the chain of command. That is the domino effect that led to his excommunication, that led to him having to be ousted in the first place. He never talks about that. He talks about being excommunicated from the church constantly, but he doesn't talk enough about being ousted from his own organization, because wouldn't that be something right there? That would be a hell of a story of who is that donor. That's what Tim Ballard should be asking.
Yeah, I know who that is, and I hope that the person that knows that story will come forward, because it's a fascinating story. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think he doesn't talk about OUR and why he was ousted. Primarily, well, I mean, it's all bad for him. Obviously, it destroys his whole narrative. But also, I'm sure there was a settlement agreement, because this was all the same time. We have to remind everybody that there was other sexual assault allegations or that were being handled internally with, I believe, 3 women that were handled internally with the lawyers and were settled internally before the others even came out publicly. And so this was all part of that. And so part of that settlement agreement, I'm sure, was the women that brought forward their complaints were agreed to not go public with what happened. And then for OUR to protect Tim and settle with these women, I'm sure, I believe, and this is just speculation, I don't know for sure, the Tim's requirement was he can't also throw OUR under the bus or complain about them publicly at all, which he hasn't done.
So we're going to get to that too, about the contract details of Tim's severance after getting kicked out of OUR, because it had to be on mutual terms, where Tim was getting a ton of money and a ton of control, is the only way that he would even risk losing his image, and OUR could maintain their image. And it's like, it's my own show. Fuck both of you guys. Like, both of you guys, bad actors. Fuck all of you. Gosh. Okay. All right. So he says, Jerry was put in CO, Tevye was the CFO, and I was chief operations officer. I mean, the president of operations. And so that constituted the managing team is absent Tim at all. So Tim was not the CEO for the first year or so that I was there, just simply the founder. And things were really, really going well. I mean, I instituted a lot of programs along with the other management team. I think there was great things happening, albeit there were secretive things happening behind the scenes that I later found out about with Tim and so forth. But he then unexpectedly, as a surprise to everyone else, came back. And I can't say the dates are fuzzy. It's been a while, but he came back and reinstituted himself. So what we were just talking about was his actual leaving OUR. This is a earlier previous time around 2016 where he just stepped down in his role. So, all right, that rant probably didn't make a lot of sense, because there's the second time that he had to get ousted, in 2023. However, I forgot my other point. However, I did think that it was interesting. The parts about how Tim regained his control back into OUR after stepping out. Doesn't that align perfectly with the visions that Tim had, like on ketamine with Janet Russin, where most of the communications that he was trying to have with like Nephi, his grandfather, or Book of Mormon prophet. And like, it wasn't that interesting of stuff. It was about the managerial positions of that you should regain control to be the CEO. And this person should have this job, and this person should have this job. And when I read this 2 years ago in the lawsuit with like the evidence, it's written down from Janet Russin's own hand. And she also has gone on podcasts like Troy Abel's, which is a pro LDS podcast. And she has confessed and, proudly stated that she is a Mormon psychic and she can talk to Nephi Anderson, Tim Ballard's dead grandfather. Anyway, so would this not make sense perfectly with what Jon's saying here and what is in the lawsuit with Janet Russin? Like, isn't that spooky that like he was doing ketamine and channeling people about how he's going to take back the throne of CEO?
Yeah, this is
so
really
much
interesting.
controversy.
This gives so much context to that blessing or that revelation, whatever crackpot thing you want to call it, with Janet, where he was told through Janet by somebody, some spiritual entity, I don't know who, to put Jerry in this position, to put somebody in that position, and that he will regain the prestige and notoriety of the position which he was being ousted for. But it also just like shows you a little bit, it's a big window into the mindset and operational procedure of Tim Ballard, to where he gets ousted, he's getting pushback from his board, from everybody, he gets taken out as CEO, and he goes to Tom Harrison, he goes to Janet Russin and asks them to tell him from some supernatural
that's
source,
a great point.
How do I navigate this system? How do I navigate what's happened to me? And what do I do from here?
Do you guys hear what Ryan just said? Ryan, we're investigative journalists. We're detectives. Sherlock Holmes got nothing on us. That's a great point. Do you guys hear what Ryan just said? That after Tim is ousted the first time around 2016 and things are starting to go great, Jon Lines is instituting all these programs that he just mentioned. But Tim had to step away because all this shit like that happened with Haiti and all this stuff, and a donor saying he goes or I go. Tim has to take a pause from having that mantle. So he gets his fix because he's a drug addict, like a narcissist for attention and ego. So he goes to Visions of Glory, Tom Harrison, for all these blessings about how he's prophesied to be the next president of the United States and prophet of the Mormon Church. And, not to mention Ryan, we've talked in our interviews before about how he told you, right, that Tom Harrison told him that he's supposed to make some kind of container for the children at the end of the world, that all the pedophiles are going to be zapped up by Jesus and all these kids will have nowhere to go. And like all these programs he's starting to fulfill this mission. He goes to another place where that will stroke his ego because his baby OUR won't let him stroke his ego to the point that he endangers people's lives and, waste donor dollars. He goes to Janet Russin, a psychic, and he goes to Tom freaking Harrison in that interim period. Like, he needs to go to rehab as like an ego drug addict. That's who Tim Ballard is. Like, he never took a day off, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then what I just said earlier on, my friend who contacted me last night told me that just recently Tim brought him in to do something for him, which he ended up not doing, and was claiming revelation, that he's gotten a revelation on how this is going to play out. So Tim's erratic behavior, which makes no sense in it doesn't make sense because he's hearing voices. He's getting some sort of revelation from some source in his own alcohol damaged brain. And he believes that he's believing what that is. And so that's been going on since 2015, 2016, probably way earlier than that too. We are cracking the mental state of Tim Ballard. We're on it.
It just reminds me. Yeah, because it just reminds me of like Latter-day Saints, members of the church who might be watching this right now, maybe still supporting Tim Ballard, thinking we're a bunch of crackpots, thinking innocent until proved guilty, still probably a good guy, all of this. I'm like, do you not understand the concept of what Tim is preaching right now about this deep state church? That essence, that availability of people abusing a system, like, don't think that I hate the church. I hate the same thing that you hate. I hate corruption within the church. Why can't people apply that same logic that Tim Ballard is talking about, about corruption within a good thing that they love, and apply it to him? Apply this to Tim Ballard. Apply that concept that good men can then be corrupted and they no longer serve the purposes that they intended to have at the beginning. So, insane that he just.
It's another projection. Like you're just pointing out another projection that he's projecting on the leaders of the church that he's guilty of himself. There you go. There's another one.
Pattern again. And furthermore, like, especially Latter-day Saints should also really wrestle with the fact that in that interim period, when he's not the founder anymore and he's in some other low, like, I don't know what his title would have been during that interim time, and he's doing ketamine. He's, I don't know if he was doing the couples ruse. He would have been doing when did the couples ruse start? Do we have a date on that?
I mean, no, I don't have that in my head.
Probably started on his mission, but anyway, role playing as a representative of Jesus Christ. Just kidding, Mormons, I love you. So we're just joshing around here. So in that interim period, he's not keeping his covenants. He's doing illegal drugs. If you look up, we're going to do an episode next week about Backfire Part 3. And one reason I'm taking so long on it is I really want to research. I went to the church's website of everything that in the manual that you can't, it's kind of hard to find to access, but you can find what are excommunicatable offenses. Like it's the church is very much by the book. It's a corporate PR church and it has these handbooks for a reason. And Tim, in just the text messages alone that you can read between him and his couples ruse partner, on that alone, I plugged them into not ChatGPT because I'd rather trust China at this point with my data. I go to a different one called Kiki now. I think that's what it's called. I plugged everything in there of the Tim Ballard chat with these women, and I plugged in the entire handbook for church excommunications, and I had it tell me what, based on just the text messages that are not on a burner phone, that are obviously at least bare minimum alluding to a sexual affair in many, many details in many ways, what would qualify Tim Ballard to be excommunicated. And it came up with, I was surprised, like 10 things. I thought it would get like 2 or 3, 10 things that Tim Ballard was excommunicated for. Do you not think that like that type of person who has such grounds for excommunication on one piece of evidence alone, could they not also be having their own God complex by founding this organization, saving kids, having total immunity with the attorney general, with right-wing podcasters, with apostles of the church, with funding from Tony Robbins and other celebrities, major endorsements at Super Bowl halftime shows? Could that person not have absolute power corrupting him? Absolutely. And that be forwarded by drugs, psychics, and other whack jobs like Tom Harrison, whose best buds have led to people like Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Frankie, Chad Daybell, and Lori Vallow. If you don't know those names, look them up. Okay. So a lot of people are in prison related to Visions of Glory. That's what Lori Vallow was reading after she murdered her kids and was sitting on a pool chair in Hawaii. She was reading Visions of Glory. She was reading Tom Harrison's book. In that 2-year span, who's Tim Ballard talking to the most? Who's his number one confidant? Who do we have pages and pages of blessings as if given straight from God through Tom Harrison to Tim Ballard about his own infallibility and his own ability to skirt the law because he answers to a higher law and to Jesus Christ? That Tom Harrison's given him those blessings. So when he comes back to OUR and he's got the spiritual wifery piece from Visions of Glory and from Tom Harrison's personal life, maybe, probably not though. Tim Ballard has been instructed. He has been a student of the guru of Tom Harrison's school of Mormon quackery. This is honestly, I'm addressing LDS audiences right now. Do you support Tom Harrison? Do you support Visions of Glory? Because Tim Ballard did. And in that interim period, who didn't see that he was a fake? Who didn't see who was a quack? People like Tom Harrison, Janet Russin. So if you don't support his number one teachers, that he would still to this day probably never disavow his relationship with those people, and they would probably not come out against him. If you don't support Tom Harrison stuff, then you can't really support Tim. They're kind of one and the same at this point, and it's sick and it's nefarious, and it leads. It's a package deal. It leads to a lot of heinous shit. And last point I'll make is the couple's ruse started when he came back. That would be my guesstimation of the timeline there. After hanging out with a psychic, drugs, and Tom Harrison is when he gets the ideas about the couple's ruse. What does that tell you about the infrastructure of OUR, about Tim's total free reign, no control? So
yeah, you're probably right. Wouldn't that be interesting? Man, we need more Janet Russin leaked blessings, more Tom Harrison, Ken Krogh leaked revelations to like piece together the timeline of this and insert it into. Maybe we'll get those someday. And by the way,
we got more. This will all probably be public record, all of it one day.
Yeah, one day. And just to bring this into context, so the case that was dismissed against Celeste Borys, one of the principal sexual assault victims that accused him, it was dismissed because the judge ascertained that she illegally obtained things like emails that included, if I'm not mistaken, the blessings from Janet Russin that tell this whole story about this crazy revelations that Tim's getting at this time. And she had access to those as his personal assistant. She put those in the court filings to, I believe, to expose him for the cult-like mentality and the cult-like practices he was imposing on her and others. And the judge found that she obtained those without permission, that she stole them, and that they were embarrassing to Tim. And so her sexual assault allegations and her case should be thrown out. Like, that's what it was based on. Like, this stuff, that it was embarrassing to Tim. And it is embarrassing to Tim because it shows a nut job that is listening to other nut jobs. I don't know how else to put it. So that's where we're at today. That's how these events affect the current events and the current status of the cases. But I'm happy to report that that Celeste Borys' case is not over. It's being heard at the Supreme Court of Utah level, and hopefully they will rule that she deserves a day in court, that those emails that she allegedly stole or obtained not through the discovery process were irrelevant to her claims of being sexually assaulted and trafficked by Tim. So we'll see how that plays out soon. And the court stuff is ongoing. Even the Kelly Suarez stuff is ongoing at this stage. There's still active lawsuits and things like that going on. So don't believe Tim that when he says all the cases are being dismissed, everybody's going to jail that oppose me. It's hyperbole. It's not. It's not true.
Thanks for linking that together, Ryan. Snaps for Ryan. Yes. It all comes together today in what Tim is dealing with. And honestly, what you just said would mean that Tom Harrison is probably going to have to be like deposed, subpoenaed, and we're going to have a court document, a transcript from maybe his deposition one day, because he is an instrumental part of this story that if I was the lawyer for the women, I would get his ass in there,
Yeah. Hopefully he'll have to take the stand and answer for his role in creating not just the Tim Ballard monster, but all the other monsters that have come from his religious writings.
Where's that guy hiding, man? He's not like Tim Ballard, who gives us content to talk about. If I could, this would be a Tom Harrison church. Yeah, it's true. Interesting. We should talk more about that as well, because there's psychics within the church that work for the church, is what we're told, that Janet Russell was as like the church's psychic, or as like M. Russell Ballard's personal psychic. And Tom Harrison is like another psychic for the church. That's been explained to us by our own personal sources. Isn't that interesting that the church with prophets, apostles who speak directly to Jesus Christ on behalf of him, and psychics, they're double teaming and they still can't get some things right. And they still, according to Tim, have satanic child sex abuse in them. You guys are like swinging and missing. Your batting average is pathetic. Oh no, I'm going to baseball analogies. That's not what I meant to say.
We need active members of the church, people that work in the office building, investigate Tom Harrison and Janet Russell. These are active members of the church. Like, as far as I know, Tom Harrison is still working in the missionary department.
Yeah.
So like, don't put it on us who have distanced ourselves from the church or have left to try and clean up the mess in your own house. Like, please take that on, clean it up, get these people exposed, and deal with them as you seem fit. But don't just turn a blind eye and be like, oh, we're not going to deal with this, while they're influencing Tim and growing people like Tim Ballard.
Right. Catholics are doing some repentance lately. I've seen that in the news, giving some land back, saying sorry for all the murders and stuff. Just minimal things over a long history. Mormonism apologizes for nothing, unfortunately. Okay. I always forget where we are in these. Okay. Yeah. Been a while. Tim came tech, told me he resigned. Text Wilson, Kelly, reason Todd wanted to call me back. Would keep it close, watchful on his activities. CEO, unfortunately, we really went on a long rant there. Like, I'm really having trouble remembering where we're at. I don't think this is as important as the parts I want to get to. So let's go to this question. How did his control of all those multiple leadership roles affect decision-making at OUR? Well, there was a mass defection of some very good people after I was put on leave. And I'll be honest with you, he wanted me to quit, wasn't going to quit, couldn't fire me because there was no grounds. Even though my contract might have said he could have fired me, they didn't fire me. I had to finally get a severance agreement. The people who wanted to hire me after I left said, you need to cut ties with OUR. Wow. And I said, I'm not quitting because I've been unjustly terminated and treated poorly and aggrieved horribly. And so when I was in limbo, quite a few other good people, capable, qualified, and wonderful human beings that I have the utmost respect for, left also. And at that point, he did nothing more than change there was a phone call. I actually have a copy of that because one of the employees sent it to me that was still there and said, you can't believe the phone call that we just had. It was an all hands-on phone call with Tim Ballard, with the new managing director, Kelly Wilson, and his other psychic, who is going to be the new director of Children Need Families, Janet Russell. And she's an interesting story in and of herself, a psychic. Well, she sent me a recording of that actual phone call where he designated himself as, now I'm the chairman, now I'm the CEO, and I'm the founder, and what I say goes. And I'm tired of anybody telling me what this organization's mission should be. In fact, we're changing now immediately to storytelling. We're going to focus on storytelling. We've done trafficking work, but now we're going to just tell about it. I have to read that again. We're going to focus on storytelling. We've done trafficking work, but now we're just going to story tell about it. I mean, it was ridiculous. I'll provide a copy of that phone call. Damning.
Oh boy.
Damning. So everything we've talked about, how many kids did he save? Was it just for the cameras? We have a
full omission
sworn testimony from Jon Lines saying that there was in fact a phone call that there's evidence of, where he said, we've saved enough kids, storytelling from this point forward, myth making from this point forward. I talked to my psychic, I put her in charge. She and the ketamine and Tom Harrison probably all told me, this is what's going to go out. I'm sick of being pushed around in my own organization. Storytelling with me at the center, Tim Ballard. Holy crap.
I wonder, I didn't see any there, a date on when this was happening. I want some clarification of that, because he also referenced that a lot of other really good people left at the same time. And I wonder if this is referring to, there was a time we've talked about the Haiti situation and the Foyer des Sions and the reports that came out that some of the children that were at the OUR ran orphanage were being sexually assaulted, and 2 of them were forced to get abortions after they became pregnant. The testimonies that have come out about that also said that when this was brought to the attention of OUR and the OUR board, and they chose to not deal with it because they wanted Gizmo to continue to fundraise for OUR, that there was a mass exodus of people quit in protest of those events. And I wonder if this lines up with when Jon Lines left also. If not, then that means there was a couple of different mass exodus, mass protests of OUR employees that left over moral objections to what was going on. So we know of at least one. This is like, if this was referring to that one, then there's that one. If it's not, then it's in reference to 2 different mass exodus of good people that protested and quit over moral objections to what was happening at OUR.
Yeah.
So we'll have to footnote that, figure that out, see if the dates line up, and follow that thread in the future.
Oh, we need a timeline. I've been working on one for a couple of years. I'll need to add to it and find that answer. So Janet Russin's in there. Man, that's insane. Okay, so he says, but I received word from many of those people that said, oh my heavens, what are we going to do now? It's now an absolute tyranny, and he's going to be a dictator. And that's what happened. And everything that I told Kelly would happen with the board happened. They imploded, and self-destruction ensued. So there were any internal controls or checks and balances at that point to hold Ballard accountable for his actions, both as an executive and a board member? I don't know how they could be if he was the ultimate decision maker in everything. And do you believe that his consolidation of power at OUR is what contributed to a culture of fraud and waste and mismanagement? Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. Witness. Yes, I do. And I'll preface that by saying a wise man once said that the absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's what I've been saying. Proud woman. He got total control of all the accesses. I mean, access to all the resources, decision-making, no checks and balances, no counter opposition, no questioning of what he decided was a priority now. And he was sitting on a mountain of resources, ridiculous amounts of money that people were providing OUR under the expectation that they were truly doing anti-trafficking work, protecting and saving children. Was Ballard invoking any spiritual or religious conversations throughout this time that he had all that power? He was. Ryan, do you want to read that for me?
Sure. He was. In fact, there was a conversation when he first came back, and trust me, when he first came back, I thought, we can manage this. We can handle it. We've got an executive team that's been cohesive. We've got order. We've got communication within. He soon came back with his explanation. He soon came back, and his explanation was, and I was there, and I heard him say, M. Russell Ballard told me to regain what was rightfully mine, and I'm going to be the CEO, and I'm going to now change the course of this organization.
Ooh,
that
is an accusation.
Is that using Elder Ballard's name without authorization?
Oh, dude. Boy. He probably was on ketamine talking with Janet Russin, and he's like, I can't say the dead prophet Nephi. I can't say my grandfather, Nephi Anderson. I'm just going to tell everyone it was M. Russell Ballard. That's a more believable one. But it was probably, we just literally got a huge piece of the puzzle, did we not? Cha-ching. I feel like we're unlocking something and National Treasure or something. This is part of the lore, the story. Did we not just discover, according to Jon Lines, this is one of at least the most major evidence we have of a person sworn, this deposition under oath saying that one of the ways that led to Tim Ballard's excommunication, using M. Russell Ballard's name improperly, was regaining this control as a dictator of his operation that then led to him also saying that M. Russell Ballard sanctioned the couple's ruse. It probably was just ketamine and psychics and Tom Harrison, right?
Yeah.
Cha-ching.
Yeah. The clouds part, we are seeing everything so clearly now. This is filling in so much of the in between the lines stuff. All right.
Isn't this fun? Holy crap. Like insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So where was I? And I was there and heard him say, M. Russell Ballard told me to regain what was rightfully mine, and I'm going to be the CEO, and I'm going to now change the course of this organization. Now Tim's saying in all of his videos that Jesus is telling him all this stuff. And so, man, that's his default position, that this is why the church has such a responsibility for building this guy up and letting him continue in this vein for so long, promoting his books and stuff. I'm thankful and I respect them for denouncing him. I am grateful and I respect them for making the right call to excommunicate him. That stopped his rise, sort of. He's still got a following, and they've done that to hamper his efforts. However, they have not done anything to help the victims that fell prey to all this. And so I would plead with the church to come out, bury this thing once for all, and do whatever they can to help support the victims and their testimonies, who he's continually raking through the coals and dragging through the mud to this day, 2 years later. So anyways, that's my plea out there.
Thanks. I like it. And I'll just add to this. Remember how earlier he was talking about all of the qualifications that he went through, what he was assuming OUR would implement, of all of the background checks and your psychological state of mind, any family trauma and stuff. What he would probably say too, and that is as an expert witness, as somebody who's worked in sex trafficking cases for 2 decades, Jon Lines would probably say, you can't be hearing voices. You can't be schizophrenic. You can't be doing drugs. You can't be consulting with psychics, or you're kicked out. The things, that's my son. You're going to get kicked out of the FBI, the CIA, Homeland Security, if you do a lot of those things. And especially if you say you're running your operations based on the intel you gathered while doing those things, hearing those voices, right? So people can be religious inside those organizations, have a personal relationship with their Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But under no circumstances do proficient organizations, whether for the government or nonprofits or for-profits, people's bottom lines are mattering right now. Mm-hmm. And this is, again, just also a money play that Tim's religiosity ruined it all. You can't be hearing voices, brah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, great point. And your son totally agrees. He's just disgusted by all this, I can tell. So should we pick up, I think scroll back up a little bit? Yeah, right there. Okay, so said, I'm going to be CEO. I'm going to now change the courses of this organization. He also invoked Tony Robbins, saying Tony Robbins also told that he had every right to go back and be the CEO. But my biggest concern was when he invoked the church, the priesthood authority, a general authority who is basically the spokesperson for God. That place was full of a whole lot of faithful people who are true believers and followers of the LDS church. Question, and when you say that was full of people, answer, sorry, Operation Underground Railroad employees and contractors and people that were interested in making sure that we are doing the best to safeguard children, truly believing that that's what we're doing. They believed what Tim was saying. They didn't have the exposure I did. When you say that a prophet basically of God has told you that this is what needs to be done, who are they to question that? That says everything right there. And that's the religious manipulation that he had, because he had backing of Elder Ballard. How is somebody that's a faithful member of the church, supposed to stand up and oppose him? Tim's the only one in that organization that had access to Elder Ballard. It took me 6 years 5 years of loyalty and support before I got an audience with Elder Ballard. He used Elder Ballard and an audience with Elder Ballard as kind of as like a bargaining tool or a way to manipulate people, something that he held only for those that he really wanted something from. And he used that to great effect. And he also used Elder Ballard to get what he wanted, even if there wasn't any media involved. But how is a lay member of the church or somebody in the organization or a family member supposed to be like, well, we don't believe you, Tim. Can we check with Elder Ballard ourselves? What are they supposed to do? Tim's the only one that has access to Elder Ballard. And so you can't verify that. And so you have to go along with it. Like, I mean, yeah, it's religious manipulation.
That just gave me another really interesting aha moment as well, because I'm going to be speaking as a person who has left the LDS church. So members of the church, hug yourself tight here. One of our problems as ex-Mormons, if you want to know why do we leave the church sometimes, it's because there are men speaking for God. And one of the primary motives for why I loved the church was because the spirit could be unreliable sometimes, but we have these prophets, we have modern day prophets. The church was restored, and I can look to apostles who, yes, they're just men and they can be imperfect, but this apostle of the Lord is in our own personal lives. He can supersede what our gut tells us, what our intuition tells us. And that's a very dangerous cult-like move to make. So when members get worried and mad that we're calling the church a cult, I'm talking from the aspect of what a cult leader does, not naming and labeling it. What it does is it removes your autonomy, your intuition, and outsources it to apostles and prophets. And, that's kind of helpful sometimes when the world is a scary wandering place and you want to latch on to modern prophets who get revelation from God directly that help guide you in these latter days. Like, that's a beautiful promise. But when it conflicts with your own judgment and your own intuition, that's why a lot of ex-Mormons leave. And so what's interesting with the dynamic of OUR, that the employees are so heavily LDS at this time, that instinct is still normally it's already so normative to their lifestyle. Do you know what I mean? Like the their inability to go directly to somebody is overpowered by the rulings of men. Their boss in the form of Tim Ballard, and then him using this apostle that they revere as a crutch. And all of these people had the same gut instinct that how can I possibly know the truth of this? And it's overridden by M. Russell Ballard. So in one respect, he's a false apostle. He's not really talking to Jesus Christ in that way, but the utility that of prophets keeping people kind of scared and small and disconnected from their intuition that people like ex-Mormons like me already know of in these apostles, it's evident here in OUR and how Tim Ballard was able to continue doing these nefarious things in his operations. Like, this is a real world example of what Mormon prophets do to people and make them complacent in.
Mm-hmm.
Something to think about.
Yeah, something to think about. And I mean, what Tim is doing here, where he's invoking his authority that he claims he gets from Elder Ballard, or using Elder Ballard's authority to say, this is what happens. This is what a representative of God wants to happen. So follow me. That's wrong. And that's coercive, and that's controlling, and it's manipulative. And like you mentioned, a lot of reason that one of the reasons that people leave the church is because they feel like they've been treated the same way by general authorities or leaders of the church, that they are being controlled or manipulated or told what to do by somebody in authority that goes against what's best for them or their family, or what they personally have been convinced of that they need to do. That feeling of being controlled and manipulated by somebody is something that sadly a lot of people in religious organizations experience. And I've experienced that. And in this case, like, sadly, and we're seeing this in the comments with the Greg Mattson show too. Like, if the reality that a lot of members of the church have, and that I've had as well, I'm guilty of this too, is that when the prophet speaks, the discussion's over. And so in that sense, you're making the prophet your God. You're ultimately saying whatever needs to be done with your life is in their hands. And that's a dangerous thing to put on anybody, because everybody's fallible, and somebody can use that for their own personal gain or take advantage or abuse you in any way. So you're setting yourself up. Members of the church that believe that blindly obey their leaders are setting themselves up to be abused, to be exploited, and to be used. And in some cases, even on like a bishopric level or whatever, that has happened. So, and one other thing that for me personally, just to interject, I don't want to make this about me at all, but when Elder Ballard asked me to personally make a TV show about Tim, I was conflicted, because by that point in 2016, I really stand Tim, but my family depended on the income from the American Covenant tour. And it actually nauseated me to try and think of trying to make a TV show about Tim at that time. And then Apostle is asking me to make a national TV show about Tim to get the ears and spread his message into evangelical America. And I had a big conflict with that. And through that meeting, and of course that meeting, it really contributed to my faith crisis and losing my confidence in Elder Ballard as somebody that spoke for God or that understood the situation, because he was continuing to promote somebody that was not worthy of promotion and not worthy of the accolades and not worthy of the respect and reverence that Elder Ballard had for him at that time in 2016. Yeah, so.
Excellent point. And just to wrap it all back around, intuition, and apparently that's a controversial statement to some of you guys in the comments. Ruthless said, intuition about what? You'll never make it to eternity. I guarantee you're not going to make it far in eternity with your intuition. That makes me sad. That's a sad thing to say. In one sentence or less, all I'm talking about is individuation from a collective hive mind. And our species has to go through, I think, different epochs of one to another, a breathe in and breathe out. And then us as human beings have to go through different iterations of this. And you develop an intuition by going through experiences where you were part of a collective more. I think that goes back to our rooting in evolution times, that we have to do things sometimes for the best of the collective, and that is outsourcing what our intuition might tell us, whether that's selfishly or something that's moral, right or wrong. So our morality is a complicated thing here in the year 2025, but the answer is to recognize that where evolution has kind of come from as a tribal evolutionary species, and go back to yourself as much as you possibly can about what feels good to put in your body food-wise, what entertainment feels good, how to individuate yourself while still living in community, as we all do. Because Mormons, what happens to us is we are so insulated and so protective of our community that it does act like a cult, and it covers up our own intuition and gives us a greater, higher purpose to sacrifice ourselves as women, as mothers, as people who will lay down our lives for this myth and this story. It's what binds us collectively, but it also does a lot of harm. So the more we recognize that, the more that we can know when we are out of alignment with our healthiest. And this whole entire thing about Mormonism and Tim Ballard is just a giant example and human
case study,
a textbook study of what that looks like, from the victims who believed Tim that this couple's ruse was a legitimate practice. How many times did they shut down their internal mechanisms to go with what another supposed expert was saying?
Or the organization
in our culture, where in our culture that's not really cultivated within Mormonism, within America, sometimes as women, that the trusting that you know better for what keeps your body regulated, and not to just override that for the collective, for the greater good, for what men are telling you, for whatever outsourced thing that you have to say. It's to the detriment of yourself and it's to the detriment of all of us. So the more individuated people can be while still holding and collaborating in community is what I would hope for, if that makes sense. Okay, moving on. So, internal controls, checks, ultimate decision maker and everything, culture of fraud, waste, and abuse, mountain of resources. Okay, I remember where we're now. Okay,
yeah, 117 there. That's where we were. 117.
Okay.
Underground Railroad employees.
Okay. Sorry, Operation Underground Railroad employees and contractors and people that were interested in making sure that we were doing the best to safeguard children, truly believing that that's what we were doing. They believed what Tim was saying. They didn't have the exposure I did. When you say that a prophet basically of God has told you that this is what needs to be done, who are they to question that? There was a time, anecdotally, that Kirsten Stockwell, after she had gotten back from New York and had taken that young trafficking victim and brought her back here, one, without me knowing, and two, based simply on Tim's whim to go over in the cover of dark, fly over and get that little girl, bring her over here, and now use her for his benefit and his self-promotion interest. I said, Kirsten, please, when Tim asks you to do something, this is after I took all the fallout from the federal government, all the prosecution threats to sue us, sue OUR, witness tampering, contempt of court. I mean, they were going to put us all in jail. When they talked to me, one of them finally said, I'm so glad there's an adult in the room, Jon. I'm so glad we talked to you because there's no one else there that we could ever get any straight answers from. And I was able to alleviate that problem. But Kirsten Stockwell, when I told her, why would you do that? Do you realize what's happened? The problems and the trouble I'm dealing with right now. And she said, but look at who he is. Look at who Tim is. How can I not obey everything he tells me? And that spoke volumes to me. That's how people believed and trusted and did what Tim said. He invoked God. He invoked false credentials. He invoked false experience and qualifications. And that invocation of divine providence is the worst thing he could have done, or the best thing for his own personal interest he could have done. Mic drop, right?
Mic drop.
Crazy. Crazy. Okay. Okay.
Well
so you
said.
heard him repeatedly claim that he had a spiritual connection with others and that caused them to then do what he asked them to do. Objection, leading, misstates evidence. Yes, I did. And I heard people many times say, hey, I feel Tim's inspired. I feel Tim's inspired. So I'm not going to question what he tells me to do. That's a bitch ass move. I'm sorry. It's pretty easy. Sometimes, you got to follow the rules. You got to follow, keep your lane in traffic. But also sometimes the road ends and it goes into a fiery pit of lava, and you need to know not to keep following the road that's going to lead you down to hell. You got to take an off-road, hit the ramp, go four-wheeling in the woods, and go find your own path. Sometimes it's a little bit scary. It's not as well lit, and you got to pave it down a little bit, but you need to go get your ass off of the freeway and into the woods. If it's leading off of a cliff into a volcano, into the pits of hell. That is the message of the Timmy Did What podcast, and also my spiritual direction work that I'm being trained in right now. That's what I'm all about here. A little bit of both, guys. Pay attention, okay? Insane. They're still following him against their own intuition. So we're at 118, 119. Okay, so how many of Ballard's relatives were employed at OUR and in what role? Oh boy. I can't give you a number. I know quite a few of them were employed. I know Dale Zinn was his brother-in-law, Catherine's brother, who I fired when I got there, realizing he had no business being employed there. Interestingly, Tim came back and said, I think that's a good firing. I went back to Catherine, and we prayed about it, and we respect your decision to do that. So Dale was there one time. Tevya was his sister-in-law. I have a lot of respect for her, but the unfortunate reality is the board was compromised of quite a few of his relatives. I don't know the number, but I know that it was enough to where it was when I spoke to Kelly. Kelly said, we talked to the board, and when I talked to the board about certain things that are a concern, he told me they will never oust or do anything to harm Tim or his ability to direct this organization. They would rather quit first than to reel him in. And so that was a problem I could see with his family being so intricately positioned on the board. Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. You want to read the next one? I'm losing my voice.
So, were those relatives qualified for the positions, or do you believe they were hired primarily due to their relationship to Ballard? Objection. Calls for improper expert opinion. Calls for speculation. Answer. From what I knew, they had no experience whatsoever to head up or guide or direct or give any kind of governing counsel to an anti-trafficking organization. Ooh, ouch. Did the presence of Ballard's relatives in key roles create any conflicts of interest or undermine organizational effectiveness? Eisenhut calls for speculation, calls for improper opinion. Answer. Well, I think it does. I think he was able to treat Tevye in a way where he wouldn't have treated anybody else with her qualifications and her expertise and financial oversight, because it was his sister-in-law. And it certainly impacted the board's decision-making. Question: How specifically did Ballard's control and his relatives' involvement influence the allocation of donor funds and organizational resources? Objection. Witness: I know that he was able to have access to donor funds for his own particular use and his own agenda, where otherwise they would not have been approved had a legitimate board been in place to monitor and check his use of those funds. Question: Were you aware of the MS Williams account? I know nothing about MS Williams account. Can you provide any examples of wasteful spending, such as unnecessary operations or extravagant purchases or improper use of funds? Answer: the biggest concern I had, and quite frankly, was subsidizing and funding operations with people who are unqualified to do the work, who should never have been in the field for the sake of developing, producing, orchestrative filming of events that he could use to promote not only his false successes, but also to use for video clips and reels for documentaries and for movies, potentially. That's a monumental waste. I think that was a misappropriation of funds, and I think that violated the tax code of his 501c3 status. I think it was ridiculous that he would pay for vacations under the guise of its legitimate business for people like Dave Lopez, and I've heard that Hugh and I talk about Hugh Vale, and I don't know much about that, had also gone to Hawaii. But I asked Tevye, why is David Lopez taking his girlfriend? I don't know if it was his wife or his girlfriend, and OUR is paying for it. Man, I know the whole story behind the Hawaii and Hugh Vale. I think I'm going to hold on to that for now, because I really hope that he would come on and come public about what went down. I'll say this: Hugh is one of the people that Tim threatened. He was one of the people that Tim has threatened with retribution if he talks publicly about him. One of the many people, and I have utmost respect for Hugh. Me and Hugh overlapped at OUR for a period of time when he came on, and he's got a story to tell. I won't tell it for him, but I hope that he comes forward, because he's a credible person and a good human being, and I would invite him to add his voice to this conversation as somebody like that could really use his help in this fight. So that's all I'll say for Hugh.
Because they were all together in Hawaii for something that wasn't even related to a mission. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I don't want to tell stories that I think other people can tell better than myself. Yeah, so we'll footnote that. We still got a lot of time, and see if
Journalistic integrity.
If he will come out and give his account at some point. I hope he does. I think it would be really beneficial to the women and all the victims. And but I know that there's that's a scary thing to do. And Tim has directly threatened him, as he has directly threatened a lot of people. So that's where we're at. But we'll see. I'll footnote that for another day, because we have enough going on with Jon Lines' testimony. So let's keep reading that.
Okay. Pressing the button. There we go.
So are we on the right side?
We're on the left side, where he says OUR is paying for it.
Okay. I don't know if it was his wife or his girlfriend, and OUR is paying for it. And she simply said, Tim told me to do it. I know that there are situations where, here's one, and it was kind of a running joke. The Miller family gave OUR a really nice cargo van. Really nice, apparently. I'd never seen it, and it was for the transport of victims when encountered. Well, there were no victims being encountered, so guess who used it for his own family purposes? Tim. And I heard he absolutely trashed that van. They said it was just unusable after that. I mean, he just took whatever he wanted, and he used it for his own personal agenda, his own promotion, his own self-interest agenda. It goes on and on. Question. Thank you. Were there any specific instances where the family members benefited financially or professionally at the expense of OUR's mission? I can't truthfully speak to that, and I think it would be improper for me to make those assertions. Okay. In your opinion, did the culture that Tim created at OUR discourage accountability and transparency?
Such a good question, Suzette.
Yeah, great question. Absolutely. Very much discouraged. People were fearful to tell the truth. People were absolutely threatened to tell the truth. There's no transparency at OUR, very little. Okay. Were there any efforts by the board to investigate the allegations of fraud, waste, or mismanagement under Ballard's leadership? You mentioned the violations of the tax code, the 501c3 status of all that. Were there ever any efforts by the board to investigate those allegations? Objection. Answer. Not as far as I know. And honestly, to qualify that, I would have known because I did pose a lot of those concerns to the board. And you would think that they would come to me and say, tell me more. Never was I asked, tell me more, John. Were the donors ever informed about the extent of Ballard's family involvement and the potential conflicts of interest that created? Objection. Answer. No. Yeah, not from me. Were donors ever informed that the funds were being used for storytelling rather than OUR's 501c3 mission? Objection. Misstates evidence, calls for speculation. Not from me. Can you describe any instances where donors raised concerns or withdrew support due to these issues? Answer. Yes. One of their largest donors, doTERRA, who is one of their greatest supporters, withdrew all their support when left. Earlier, I mentioned my neighbor who was with, she was part of that doTERRA exiting. And I mentioned how she was threatened by Tim. That was part of this story. And I hope that she'll come forward at some point with her story in all of this. Man, this is just touching a lot of people that I know personally. It's interesting to see it from Jon Lines' perspective. There's just so many stories out there. You guys have no idea how many stories of Tim manipulating, controlling, threatening people. Good people that worked for OUR. Good people that came into this with good intentions and tried to do the right thing. So many stories. You're just getting the tip of the iceberg. I mean, we're 5 hours into this, but seriously, the tip of the iceberg. Do you know the amount of support they withdrew and why they withdrew it? You know what? I was never given complete full visibility of what they gave, but I believe it was, and this is speculation because I heard we're getting another draw from doTERRA, another quarterly draw of $250,000. So I believe it was $1 million a year. And do you know how long they had been donating that? David, who I met when I was vetting OUR, David Sterling, the CEO and founder of doTERRA, who actually told me the reason he actually contributed to doTERRA is because he met me before he committed to donating to him, and that he felt comfortable with me coming on board. This is before I was coming on board. I sat down with him, and he was to another individual at OUR, and I then talked to him afterwards and said, I'm considered joining OUR. And then we had a long discussion about my philosophies and concepts of what I consider to be a viable and successful and very accountable organization. It was assurance to him that OUR would be in good hands. And I feel horrible that Tim allowed things like that to happen, that the board allowed that place to fall apart. And when I left, they withdrew donations. And so I believe it was from 2016 on. It may have been before that they were giving. Question. So a significant amount of money, maybe around 6 million they had donated. Objection. Calls for speculation. The witness answers, I can only estimate and guess. I don't know. Either way, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Question. And did he give you reasons, or did anyone from doTERRA give you reasons why they withdrew their support for OUR and Ballard? Answer. David confided in me that he had personal interaction with Tim that completely turned him off. Completely. And it was based on the assessment of Tim. Not what I told them, but because I honored the agreements. He would tell me his concerns about OUR. They were very concerned about Paul Hutchinson and the fact that Tim continued to use, even after their strong admonition to just distance himself from Paul and OUR. But David Sterling had very strong negative opinions about, and quite a few of the leadership there had strong opinions about him, but I was very reluctant to engage. Okay, how do you feel about Ballard's leadership practices? How do you feel about that Ballard's leadership practices affected OUR's ability to achieve its mission of combating human trafficking? We fell terribly short from doing what we possibly could have, and that's heartbreaking. Do you believe that OUR could have operated more effectively with independent leadership and governance? That's a resounding yes. And why would you say yes? We had resources that nonprofits in this space only dream of. I've compared notes with organizations who have done this for years, far before OUR did it, while OUR was operating, continue to do this. And they are operating on literally $1,000 a month. I mean, it is ridiculous, the resources that were available to OUR and how terribly we fell short from serving those very people that we could have helped. And it breaks my heart. I have to interject and comment here. The reason OUR had so much resources, it's vastly just dwarfed the resources, is because of Elder Ballard's support and the church backing Tim. That's it. I mean, we could talk for hours about how he did that, but we played on this podcast just a few podcasts ago. Russell Brunson, ClickBait's founder, is very wealthy, very influential man in Utah that was contacted. And he says, there's a video he posted on social media back in 2023 that he was contacted personally by Elder Ballard to donate not only money, but also his expertise to marketing OUR. Elder Ballard reached out to him and countless others. The Sorensen family was $1 billion. I think they're the first billionaires in Utah. They were reached out to personally by Elder Ballard. The Salt Lake Tribune reported on Elder Ballard providing tithing records of the most wealthy tithing donors in the church to OUR to target for fundraising. I mean, you don't go from being a no-name nobody starting an organization to having a purse of tens of millions of dollars overnight, which is what happened in OUR's case, without some sort of intervention of some very powerful people. And that was Elder Ballard and the church and the backing. And because Elder Ballard not only made introductions and made to very wealthy people, but he also gave Tim the credibility that he can be trusted. And that credibility is what made people feel confident that they could back this guy, that they could open up their wallets and they could support this organization. And that's the recipe. Like all the other nonprofits that were doing the exact same work, that were actually legitimate nonprofits that were doing better work, didn't have near the resources, not even a hundredth of the resources, because they didn't have the ecclesiastical endorsement of Elder Ballard. And that can't be understated. That's why, I've applauded the church for denouncing Tim, but they built him up. They made him. Like, I played a small role in putting him on TV, the church, but that of Tim's rise. Tim's rise to meteoric superstar status all comes from the endorsement of Elder Ballard and the church getting behind him. And so, I mean, that's just where we stand. That's the truth. It's not a hit against the church. I'm not here to try and bash the church and make them look bad. It is embarrassing for Elder Ballard, for his family, for the church. I'm embarrassed about my involvement with Tim. But let's just put that aside, get over your embarrassment and do the right thing and try and get involved to undo this guy's destructive behavior. Take him out politically, financially, take him out, because he's not deserving of our trust and everything that we've done to build this guy up. And and he needs to go away, and he needs to stop hurting women, and he needs to stop defrauding people. He's moving on right now to evangelical Christianity, to Catholicism, to try and restart his grift on those groups of people that aren't exposed to what we're dealing with right here. And he's going to be successful unless everybody that built him up now takes him down. And so that's my call out there to anybody that's listening. Join the fight, put your testimony out here in some public forum, and do the right thing. Not only because it's the right thing to do for the world, it's the right thing to do for the victims. We all bear responsibility in building him up so that he could take advantage of people. And I feel that way, and hopefully others will too. But yeah, this Jon Lines puts it out perfectly. Like, they had massive amounts of resources because of the church endorsement. And it's not something that somebody should lose their testimony over. It's just, that's where we're at. That's what happened. It's the truth. So get over it, and let's try and do the right thing. Okay, where were we?
I can pick up reading if you'd like. Well said. Thank you, Ryan. What steps would you recommend to prevent similar issues in other organizations? Objection. Witness. Well, I'll just call it for what it is. It was nepotism and cronyism. And Tim surrounded himself by, people and people that allowed him to run roughshod with finances, resources, with policy, and his malicious, vindictive way of dealing with opposition. That's what he says. And that's Tim's going after the Mormon church right now. It's very interesting. If we had a board that was neutral and actually had subject matter expertise, and that was really, truly interested in the mission at hand versus keeping the CEO and founder happy and appeased, it would have been quite a bit different. Let's talk a little bit about Janet Russin. You mentioned her previously, Tim Ballard psychic. Can you explain your understanding of what Janet Russin's role was within OUR? Black's Foundation calls for speculation. Witness. Well, I can tell you what I was told. Janet was a well-kept secret from me. I had heard that she had gone on previous operations before I got there. She had provided psychic guidance, based on, whatever special powers and tools she had available to her. I find that laughable, truly. I find it ridiculous. I find it incredible that anybody would claim or be a legitimate operator for somebody who truly had any sense of what it takes to investigate this type of work or to thwart this type of work that would use a psychic. I never used Janet. I knew she was available and around. I didn't know in what capacity. There was one day when Tevye was saying, I can't believe what we're paying Janet Russin. I said, tell me more. She said, she's on our payroll for quite a bit of money a month. And he told me how much. And I said, for what? Well, it's Tim's personal psychic, and Tim says she offers operational intelligence. Now, mind you, I've been there for a couple years, and my job was to ensure that we conduct sound, efficient, integrous, legally sufficient operations ethically, morally, and every way possible. I had never, ever had her consult or ask me for any that she could help consult. And I'd never had Tim come to me and say, here's a resource available to you. So what I did when Tevye asked me that, or told me that she had been on the payroll to offer intelligence and psychic support, I went through our archives and found a stack of leads that we had received. We received leads almost daily for people saying, my child's missing, or I believe this man's a trafficker, or the house down the end of the block, there's a lot of traffic coming in and out. Can you assistance for us to assist them and help them in what they believe is human trafficking issue, a child exploitation issue? So I printed out a bunch of those. I don't think I printed them off. I think I forwarded those emails to her. I said, Janet, I understand you offer investigative intelligence based on psychic support. I'd really love for you to see what you can do with these leads. I'm still waiting for a response. Crazy.
Ooh, snap.
She's not there to do your little projects of actually helping people. She's there to help Tim with visions of how to maintain power and control as the CEO and what next wives he should take on the couple's ruse. Unless it's pictures of girls off of field, Tim Ballard's not interested. He's got Janet Russin. You're printing off papers of sex traffickers. Janet and Tim are flipping through dating apps for the next hotties that he wants to swipe right on and take, abuse, and psychologically damage. Okay. To your knowledge, was Janet Russin ever formally trained or qualified to provide intelligence or operational support for anti-trafficking missions? Objection, calls for speculation. I have no idea what kind of training she ever had. Are you aware of any legitimate law enforcement agencies that have psychic on their payroll? What a great question, Suzette. No, I'm not. No. So throughout your career, highly distinguished career with government, did you ever know of a psychic being paid to do either intelligence or operational support? There have been situations where people have been referred by psychics for assistance. I know it's a thing. I know it happens. I know that psychics claim to be able to give kind of signs and feelings and premonitions about crimes and so forth. But in my professional opinion, I do not believe, nor do I know anyone that has used or would keep a psychic on their payroll. I think it's a farce personally and professionally. Well, so allegedly the Mormon church kind of does, but that's a different topic for a different time. Go on, Ryan.
Yeah, Tim has said, I can't remember which video it is. He defended his use of a psychic. So law enforcement use psychics all the time in their crimes, and he defends his position and tries to explain it as something that is standard practice. He presents it as standard practice in law enforcement. So boom, Jon Lines completely destroys that argument. I don't know why we should even give him the time of day, but that's just another claim that he makes that's also being destroyed in this. And wish I had that video on hand.
Yeah, and even if agencies did use remote viewing or psychics in some capacity, it would be like with a council of people, some checks and balances. It's not so the CEO has a personal remote viewer that's at their beck and call that's on the payroll of some federal agency. Can you imagine if the head of the bureau was I have my own personal psychic who tells me exactly what to do and lead everyone, and we have to obey what they say? Insane. Okay. And are you aware of any actual rescues that occurred due to Janet Russin's psychic abilities? 0. No. Were there any concerns with, sorry, there was an interruption. Okay. Were there any concerns raised about her qualifications, experience, or methods during your time at OUR? That was one of the concerns that we raised at our meeting with Kelly, but if nobody else objected to it, I don't know. There was a time when Matt Osborne said, John, Tim asked me to ask if you would submit to a psychic reading because she really does have some extraordinary powers and she can speak beyond the grave. And do you have any relatives you'd like to communicate with? And he said, because I did. And she told me, and Matt said, she told me a lot about my Uncle John. His name's Jack, but she called him John. No, my Uncle John, but she called him Jack. So that's funny. Anyway,
Okay.
it was
Got
very
personal
apparent.
story.
Go ahead. Okay.
Personal story. Like, that's interesting because I never got a reading from Janet Russin, but I did from his other psychic, Lori, who had the same claims to that she could talk to people beyond the veil at the same time. In fact, on one of our tours that she was on, I was at our hotel and I couldn't find everybody. And I'm like, where's everybody? Like, nobody, I couldn't find everybody. And I found them all in Tim's room, Tim's family that was on that tour. They were all surrounding Laurie and getting personal psychic readings from her about dead relatives. And she explained that dead relatives are our guardian angels and they follow us everywhere and they help us navigate through life. And that she was able to see and talk with them. And so when it got to my turn, she gave me she described my guardian angel, described it as what I suppose was my grandpa. And so I decided to put a little test to her. And so I asked her, okay, just out of curiosity, how many toes does he have? My grandpa didn't have 10 toes. And so this is my test. And she played it off. She's like, oh, he's laughing. He's laughing. I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for the answer. And I was like, he thinks that was a really funny question. And she never answered. I'm like, okay, my grandpa would be able to answer that because my grandpa, he's a really goofy guy. And he was always telling stories about his toes. He only had 7 toes. And it's what got him out of the draft at World War II. And for some reason, every story he tell always resulted in him taking off his socks and showing people his toes, his missing toes. It just funny quirk about my grandpa. But I was able to use that to validate or invalidate the psychic's abilities that she was talking to my grandpa, and she wasn't able to answer that. And so that was one of Tim's 2 psychics. I guess you could call Tom Harrison and even Ken Krogh a psychic in Tim Ballard's world. But yeah, personal fun story, anecdote that when you surround yourself with psychics, people are like, well, I want to get a psychic reading too. And Tim was backing these people up with claiming that they're all real. And so that's just what happened. So I'll reserve other thoughts on psychic abilities and things like that for another discussion. In this case, Tim's psychics were not providing the intelligence needed in a professional manner to actually get things done, sadly enough.
Hilarious. So. Don't we have such a gem in this podcast in the form of Ryan Fisher? I can read a court transcript and then get backed up testimony from my podcast host. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks. Okay. Anyway, it was very important to me that it was just like any other psychic, it's smoking and mirrors and so forth. I said, so I am not, and I will not. Tim, in the worst way, would have loved for me to buy into that concept, but I believe strongly it was simply his personal advocate, somebody who provided him emotional validation and support. For the life of me, why she was on our payroll, I have no idea. And that was a terrible misuse and waste of donor money.
Okay, let me add one more. Like, this is jogging my memory about all sorts of stuff. There was a fundraiser, I think it was in Delta, Utah, at the high school there that we were at. And Tim was up on stage and he started telling this story about that he was that apparently just happened where he was with Catherine, and he said, and Catherine all of a sudden pulls out her phone and is like, I need to call my so-and-so, their son. Something's happened. And so she calls, and Tim is telling the story to an auditorium full of people. And so Catherine, he's like, who I'm so grateful for, she's so in tune with the Spirit and with God. She calls our son and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" And as the story goes, he had just logged on to the computer and was viewing pornography. And Catherine got a revelation that that's what he was doing. And so she confronts him right away about this. And Tim's telling this like heartwarming, heartfelt story about how grateful he is for guardian angels and God looking out for him and his family in this auditorium of people. And he's a really good storyteller. And this was an emotional story. And he probably teared up. He usually does. Anyways, so fast forward as we as I'm talking and I got to know some of the victims in the sexual assault, we're talking about some of these experiences that we went through. And it turns out that is a story that's came out because Janet Russin had some sort of revelation that she told Tim about, that his son was viewing pornography or something along those lines. But then Tim took that story and weaved it and changed the characters and went up on stage and said that it was about Catherine, that Catherine had this spiritual revelation. And then he used that in his fundraising pitch in Delta, Utah. And I found out years later that he was like mixing elements of stories that came from Janet Russin. And so what I've been told is that the pattern that he does is when he's telling stories about Catherine or using Catherine, really, he's actually telling stories about Janet Russin, his work wife, if you want to call her that. But they have some sort of weird relationship going on. And he refers to Janet as Catherine. And to like maintain this, I'm a good priesthood holder, Mormon guy, Mormon priesthood holder, family, patriarch, father. He has to make sure that he doesn't tell stories about Janet and Janet's spiritual gifts or whatever. He has to say Catherine in those. So this is just this weird psychological space that I don't know. What do you make of that?
He's appropriating psychic culture to put on his Mormon wife as if she was the one that got the premonition. All the psychic community is like, hey, that's our win. His son, does his son know that he's humiliating him in public like that too? Like, so
yeah, he didn't say which boy. I almost said Blaine, but that's not true. It wasn't Blaine. I mean, I don't know if it was Blaine. He didn't say who it was, but I remember at that fundraiser, at that moment in the auditorium, just feeling like gross. I'm like, because like I thought that story at the time was real, and that Catherine really had this spiritual manifestation, and it was gross to me that he was like putting out there personal, deeply spiritual, deeply personal stories about his family in a fundraiser pitch, and I was just like, it just felt so gross to me. I'm like, what are you willing to prostitute anything in your life for a fundraiser pitch? Like, it just felt really gross to me. I actually filmed, I'm pretty sure I was filming that event. I might even have that on video somewhere in my archive. I haven't gone through my archive. I got thousands of hours of footage that you would probably, maybe I should hand it off to you so you can go through it, because you would do that. That'd be much more than a 4 a.m. endeavor. However, yeah, I just remember feeling really gross at the pitch that he was making, thinking it was based on a true story. And turns out it wasn't a true story. It's a fabricated story. And that the wife he was talking about was his work wife, Janet freaking Russin. Really? Really, Tim? So getting back to Jon Lines' statement that jogged my memory, he had no idea why Janet was kept on the payroll. It's because he had an emotional connection, an emotional relationship with Janet, in addition to what you've said, as that she was feeding his ego and stroking his ego that entire time, giving him some sort of validation that he desperately craved.
Yeah. Interesting. And also we should welcome Brian Stone. Welcome to the Timmy Did What podcast. I was on ops with Janet and Tim. There's a lot more story there. Well, where you been at, buddy? Let's talk.
Yeah.
A child wants Doritos over here. So he has a lot of interesting comments.
Yeah, I think I've talked. Is this the Brian that I talked to about a year ago? Brian, if it is, text me. We need to chat again. Even if it's not, yeah, get a hold of Kara. Emails in the description. nuanceho@gmail.com, right? Let's talk. Like,
Right.
yeah, anybody that's been on ops that has the rest of the story, we want to talk to. We'd love to talk to you.
You see
Off
this?
the record,
Tim
too.
said it solved a triple homicide in California, and that's why he was using her.
Right here, that question. Were you ever aware of her intelligence, if it was ever used to justify or execute operations that turned out to be ineffective, staged, and misleading? Witness, I was told about the Haiti operation before I came on board with them, and it's there, and it's in. There was an individual whose name is J.R. de Agostino, who had went on. He was a Navy SEAL, ex-Navy SEAL, that went on an operation with Tim to Haiti. He came back and posted on social media how absolutely ridiculous it was, how inept operationally Tim was, how he put everyone in danger, and he emphasized how he was absolutely amazed and appalled that Tim used intelligence derived by the psychic that he took with him. And JR was actually, I don't know if he was a contractor or employee, but he summarily left after that operation. That's interesting. Another guy that I talked to that I'm probably not going to put his name out there right now, who was involved in the Haiti operations, who I've met and spoken to personally. He had an interesting take on Janet Russin. He said that he was on operation and he was in a building, and they were on the phone with Janet, who described the interior of the building that they were in. And she said, like, go into the next room. There's a green wall or something like that, and look for a green wall. And then you go in the next room and you find a green wall or something like that. And he's like, I don't know how she did this, but she's got some sort of ability. And so whatever happened, and this is a guy that I respect and that I find totally credible. And I believe he's provided an affidavit to some of the cases. But anyways, he had to take that. There's something about the situation with Janet Russin that led him to believe that she was actually had some abilities. Now, I mean, there's lots of ways around that. Like maybe she had somebody else that was feeding her lines through a cell phone network or video camera. I don't know. There could be a lot of things. I don't know how that is. But I believe this guy. And so there's something about that situation. The takeaway is that there's something about the situation with Janet Russin and Tim that led him and probably others to believe that her powers were real and that she had actual real psychic abilities. So anyways, I just want to throw that out there as an opposing viewpoint from somebody else in operations. This is just a fascinating story. We're still trying to get all the details. So
Brian could help us out with that. If you could verify your identity and come on our podcast, what's stopping you, Brian? Come on, we don't bite. Help us fill in the rest of it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
In your professional opinion, should someone like Janet Russin's background or her lack thereof, should she have been entrusted with intelligence gathering for high stakes anti-trafficking operations? Witness, not if she's going to be paid for donor, with donor dollars who are giving to us in good faith to execute and to administer the use of their money in a very judicious and thoughtful manner. That's a really good point. Like had donors knew that their money was going to pay, and I wish I had the figure. Janet Russin is on the payroll and the tax documents for the nonprofit, which are public. She's on the payroll, and I can't remember how much she was getting paid, but it's a lot of money. Now, not only was she getting paid a lot of money for OUR consulting, but then she also got a second salary from Children Needs Families. And so, I mean, I believe combined it was in excess of $200,000, but don't quote me on that. Those tax filings are public records, and I'd have to dig into that to find out. But yeah,
if donors were told that hundreds of thousands of dollars were going to pay a psychic, and that's the primary intelligence source for trying to find traffickers, I think some of them would have a problem with that. And so that's where the fraud claims come into this conversation.
Totally.
That's where the Troy Rawlings investigation in Davis County claims of fraud. People got wind of things like this, and then they made complaints to law enforcement that they were being defrauded, and rightfully so. I mean, I think there is an absolute genuine, verifiable claims of fraud in all of this from donors. Like, there could be even a class action lawsuit. I'm surprised one hasn't come forward so far.
Totally.
To the tune of millions of dollars for what was being done with donor money. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that Brian says it's an alias and he has too much at stake to be public yet. But he says, Kara, I'll be reaching out. That would mean so much if you would. I'd love to talk to you off the record, on the record, no face, just a friendly date for coffee, anything, Brian. But we will talk more later. Okay. So putting individual staff at risk only from the account from J.R.D. Augustino, where he came back and said, we were almost killed. Okay, did Ballard's reliance on Janet Russin contribute to broader concerns about OUR's operational integrity and decision-making? Objection. Internally, yes. Externally, I don't know how many people actually knew from outward facing. I don't know that the general donorship knew that he was using a psychic. Definitely the general donorship did not know that. He's the operation officer and he didn't even really know it.
Yeah, it wasn't in Meridian magazine.
No.
It wasn't in anything. Yeah.
He didn't use her for fundraising, unfortunately. In Tim Ballard's deposition, he defended the use of Janet Russin for intelligence work. How would you respond to his justification of her role? Objection. I don't know. I don't know why he would feel that was a justified expense. I really don't. I think it was because she was stroking his ego and supplying his ketamine fantasies. I think that's my answer to that. I think we can kind of wrap it up there for tonight. As much as I really wanted to hit 6 hours. If you guys want to subscribe to our Patreon, next week, me and Ryan can review the rest of the document. Oops. If you want to subscribe to our Patreon, Ryan and I can review the rest of the document. And I have this for you to read. It's over on our Patreon right now as well. We should probably leave it there for tonight. The rest of it also goes through the response. I don't know the technical legal jargon of where Mark Eisenhut then interviews Jon Lines and, argues back and forth with the points that Suzette Rasmussen was making in favor of the women and of the truth. So if you want to have us talk about that, you can head over to our Patreon. The link is down in the description. While you're down there, you can bump into our Venmo, our donor box, and links for Ryan's Substack. Please go support his Substack. Links for that's down there. And I'll also add the link to your interview with Greg Mattson that you guys should go check out and leave some nice comments for. So any final thoughts from Rye Guy?
No, thanks for putting this together. This is I feel like this is a monumental podcast. Not only is it 6 hours, but man, talk about validation. I'm feeling like so much validation for everything we've been saying for the last over a year now, from this one testimony. And this is just one of many testimonies of people that have been deposed that we can cover. Please share this podcast or parts of it with friends and family. There's still a lot of supporters out there for Tim Ballard. And so, leave your comments, share. Thanks to our audience for supporting us and giving us a platform for doing this. And hats off to you, Kara, for your all-nighters that you put together this week. This has been a marathon week of podcasting for you. And thank your family and your kids for their patience in taking you away out of your mom duties. So
He's
Yeah.
eating Doritos on the floor. Oh, he's in heaven. Thanks for doing this with me, Ryan. I know you have a lot of dad duties you should be attending to as well. And thanks to Richard, as always, for helping moderate our chat. You're a blessing. Thank you, guys. And if you are into listening to this as a podcast, we also upload it on all your favorite streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple. And if you can leave a comment for the algorithm and make sure you're subscribed to this channel, that would mean the world. So this has been Timmy Did What?